He has cut it, but it was so cool and stylish when he did it. In spite of the injury, it was probably worth it. And that's the big one gone.
Yep, Bilal Zalmai out for 53 off 19. He gets a warm round of applause as he heads to the batting dugout. A century looked a realistic possibility, but instead, Cricketer CC are going to need others to do it. They still have the dangerous Basir Khan in the hutch, and it will be Basir Khan who comes out at number 4. I was surprised he didn't come out at number 3. 3 fours and 6 sixes for Bilal Zalmai. Now Basir has actually outbatted Bilal Zalmai for a lot of this tournament. He's been really, really impressive, Basir. More than 150 runs. The strike rate of not far off 2 a ball. They need him to repeat that, and if he can live up to what we expect of him, then Cricketer CC will be looking at a total well above par, which this week we reckon is around the sort of 110 mark.
Bangladesh down to 10 men in the field at the moment. No, there is a 12th man. No, there isn't. I don't think there is a 12th man out there at the moment necessarily. They might be short-staffed just for as long as it takes for the old Raqib bandage to be applied. That's why they're taking just a little longer about moving their field around.
Yeah, there's a little bit of gamesmanship here, and you can sort of understand why Raqib Islam so far in the tournament has gone at almost 2 a ball. He's been pretty wayward in truth. He actually had his best bowling performance of the competition so far against Cricketer CC. Took 2 for 15 against them in the pool stage. Nudged away for 1 to short mid-wicket. So right now they are operating with a 4-4 field.
Yep. But you know, it does. The other side of the coin is they have now got 2 relatively fresh batsmen at the crease, and that represents a chance for Bangladesh to come back into the game.
That's not a wide.
No, it's not a wide.
Oh, it is.
Well,
Eventually given by umpire Santosh.
I thought that was well inside the line.
Yeah, same.
The batsman just had a trigger movement to leg and couldn't reach it. I don't think that's the bowler's fault. So it doesn't really matter what we think. The scoreboard tells the story, Michael.
Not a bowler's game, T10 cricket, brutal.
It is not. That's probably a wide.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
I know if that were me, I would turn to the umpire and say, "That's a wide, mate," as though I had done it. As though I would alpha him, as though I'd done it on purpose, just to show him.
Clocked back, nicely bowled by Raqib Islam, who in this innings of chaos and carnage for Bangladesh Austria has brought some control to the situation. He has just 1 ball left now of this his first over. He's conceded 5. And he's got the big wicket of Zalmai. That's down the ground by Ahmed Zari, and that's Ahmed Zari's first boundary. Salariza nicely hit, timed well enough, and Ashfaq couldn't get round.
Smarts on display here. They're a man down just for the moment. In fact, they're no longer a man down as the injured Raqib comes back onto the field. However, just during that moment when there was the gap, there was a space there for the drive, and that's well exploited. 5 overs gone, 77 for 2.
Welcome to Saban Cricket Ground. If you're watching across the world, wherever you are, it's fantastic to have your company. Here as Group B gets into action. The bottom 4 sides from Phase 1, the round robin stage, now looking to fight their way back towards finals week. Cricketer CC going well. 77 for 2. His Uzal Mazumdar, his first bowl of the tournament, and starts with a bouncer that really gets up. Uzal Mazumdar, who wasn't available for personal reasons last week, Now gets his first chance to make an impression. That really leapt up. That certainly made an impression. Short, cut away, shouts of catch it, but there's nobody there behind square on the offside. It's a safe shot and a good one as well from Ahmedzari, who's into double figures.
I'm not sure he's got the pace to bowl this short consistently, and that was really a long hop. And having been surprised by how short the ball was as the over began, Ahmedzari was not going to allow himself to be cowed twice.
Zari on to 13 of 8. The outfield has been mown overnight, which is making the ball travel across it all the faster. It's a touch fuller. Again, the pace is used well by Ahmedzari, who thought of 2 and wisely decided against it. The fielder's taken that in the face, I think, Nasir Ahmed, who's in the wars out there already. A couple of dives where he's taken some knocks.
Yeah, he's just headed it. Not the strongest of the fielders, Nasir Ahmed.
Zunder again, back of a length outside off. This time, deep point is in play and able to stop it.
Yeah, they've had such an emphatic start, cricketer. Racing up to 52 in the 3-over power play. And now they've lost Zalmai for 53. They just have to have these 2 batsmen start to seize the dominant role. The key one is Ahmedzari.
Oh, he's nicked it! And Ahmedzari's gone. He walks, doesn't wait for the decision from umpire Santosh. And Bashir Ahmedzari trying yet again to run the ball down through that third man backward point region. Instead snicks off Iqbal Singh with the catch, and it's 84 for 3.
Now, if we see that replay again, you'll have a clue about why he didn't hit that cleanly. Just see when the ball bounces. It just seems back in a tiny fraction and ended up cramping the batsman a little bit too close to cut. And the edge, a nice easy deflection for the umpire and you at home to spot. So Bangladesh are just getting back into it, but here's a man who surprised us yesterday. Khan Agha Hamdard coming in right down the order and hit 33 off 9 balls.
He starts with a leave, Khan Agha Hamdard.
Yeah, we didn't see those yesterday, did we, Michael?
No, we didn't. Hamdard, who had scored just 2 runs from his 4 innings in the tournament before that extraordinary explosion of 6s yesterday in a losing cause against Salzburg. So end of the 6th over. It was a very good 6th over. Concedes just 7 runs, picks up a wicket as well. And the score at the end of it is 84 for 3. And a lot on the shoulders now, Basir Khan in particular, and then Hamdard, who's received a huge promotion from number 9 up to number 5 as a result of those antics last night. Ashfaq's going to bowl his second. His first was a mess. Conceded 20 runs from it. But it did pick up the consolation wicket of Abdul Wasid Basit.
Well, that's a good start to his second over, because the problem when he went for all those 20 runs, Michael, was that he just kept dropping short, and was pulled round the corner, cut over the offside ring a couple of times. So he needs to get the ball up to the bat a bit more second time round.
It's better, that's Fuller again, induced the full shot, should be out, is out. Caught at backward point. That's another one. It's Khan Agha Hamdard for a 2-ball duck, promoted up after those 6 hitting antics last night. He has to depart. So, 85 for 4. And Cricketer CC in a bit of danger after this good start of seeing the innings slide away somewhat. As here comes Javid Zadran.
Yes, Khan Agha Hamdard realising that the cold light of morning is very different from the night before, rather reverting to type and looking very much like a number 9 or 10. No more heroics from him. And you're right, Michael, there is just a little window of opportunity to run through the cricketers here.
Jab down by Zadran. He wanted one, but it's straight to Gursavan Singh. And this outfield is a touch better to field on now. No wet, no dew, no moisture. And what's more, it was freshly cut by the groundsman last night. Quicker ball from Ashfaq off the bottom edge. Luckless there, Hassan Ashfaq. Nasir Ahmed does the fielding at the expense of 2 for Zadran, who's off and running.
Yes, I don't think anyone was expecting that quicker ball. The wicketkeeper seemed to be backing away from it even as it came down.
It's another seamer. It's another good shot from Javed Zadran. Very good shot. Shunda shot, Pakora Nehi. Good shot for no run. Javed Zadran. Zadran's got this off the inside half of the bat. Muscled out to deep mid-wicket. Now onto strike is the man who has a run and ball 4 so far. Oh, in fact, pardon me, scratch that. Javed Zadran's kept the strike. This is how we look for the rest of this tournament in Austria so far then. 28 game round robin. That's done. Today it's Group B matches, then tomorrow a combination of Group B and Group A matches. Thursday we're exclusively in Group A. And Friday is the preliminary finals as we build towards Saturday, which is finals day. It's a much easier route to the final if you're in Group A. In fact, the top 3 teams from Group A go straight to finals day. Gursavan Singh to bowl his second, and he's very full, and that is whacked over our heads. It's got my commentary colleague Kit Harris ducking for cover. Made his mistake of taking his eye off the ball, and next it was circling its way towards him, but well over our heads. There's a beautiful clean strike from Javed Zadran. Shpageeza for him, and Shpageeza for cricketer CC. They're now 1 blow short of the 100 mark. And trying to do that. Gives it another mo. Ashfaq guilty of the foot fielding, misses it. Zadran on to 10 off 6.
They're short-arm jabs, these, aren't they? He doesn't so much swing the bat as he kind of cuffs the ball. Keeps the hands very close to the body. Zadran as he comes to hit round the corner.
Basir Khan settles for 1. Now Basir Khan is key here for me. Zadran, for all he is into double figures, that is his best score of the tournament in 7 innings. Zadran goes again. Oh, that's a big hit. That's as big as his previous one, if not bigger. I think we might be needing helmets here in the commentary box. A second Shpageeza.
I can't see the thing as it rains down towards us. I lost that one just as I did the previous, and I thought I was going to get sconed there. Why didn't we get a canopy over us? We need an air raid siren these days.
Well,
what a great appeal.
An absolutely hilarious appeal there from Gil Singh out at long off, and the wicketkeeper joined in as well. Well, that is actually legitimately missing a second set of stumps down the leg side. And this one is going for 6 just over the head of Gil Singh. A lovely straight hit. And Javed Zadran is seeing it big. His third Shpageeza, 22 off 8 for him. It's just that length he can access. Whip the bat through. And Gursavan Singh, who's been so good for Bangladesh Austria in this tournament, gets absolutely mashed. He's gone for 36 of his 2 overs. And at the end of the 8th, cricketer CC are 108 for 4.
He's been comprehensively found out, Gursavan. That you just bowl slow and full. The ball doesn't do anything. And if you can get your position right, deep in the crease for the very full one, you can make everything into a half volley. Not just the half volleys, but the Yorker length balls as well. If other teams have watched that, then Gursavan Singh could be under the cosh for the rest of the tournament. And we are on target for a big score here. In a race to at least 120, you'd have thought. Only 4 teams have done that so far.
And Rakib Islam's now got the treatment. Basir Khan's getting in on the fun. He's into double figures with his first 6.
It's just too full. Everything is right up there. They're uncomplicated batsmen. They don't have a lot of subtlety and nous to their game. They just wait for the ball to come up in their half, then swing it. And the bowlers here badly need to just bring that length back a bit.
That's again full in that slot. He's somewhat got away with that as Bassir drives it down the ground for 1.
Everything is so full. Just back of a length, something up towards the knee roll even, the thigh pad, that would be enough.
Well, that's better from Rakib Islam. Ashfaq does the fielding eventually. Now they've got to have a think about what they're going to do with their bowlers here. They need somebody to step up after this is done and bowl the 10th. It normally would be Rahat Shahid, but he went for 22 earlier on.
I think it still will be Rahat Shahid.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
I'm not sure I would do it, but
Yeah.
that's who I'm predicting. They like to stick to their plans, these guys.
Swing and miss.
So who would it be if it were up to you, Michael?
Well, you've got Tokir Asif, who went for 9 from his 1 over. Uzal Mazumdar, who went for 7 and picked up a wicket.
I would go for Mazumdar because he's the one who doesn't bowl consistently very full.
Yeah, I think I agree. Short. It's going to be a tough catch for the keeper running back and well taken. Good athleticism. That is a nice catch from Iqbal Singh. And it's a really important one as well. They needed a breakthrough and they've got the dangerous Bassir Khan out for 12 off 9.
Hard to see, especially against the light blue sky. The ball swirling away over his shoulder. They are difficult, those. But, he's managed to pouch it, and that's important. The batting here does, as we saw several times last week, the batting falls away very quickly for this Afghan side in blue. Once you get through to the lower order, a bowler can scythe his way through it like a knife through soft butter.
Yeah, they've had the 3 biggest batting collapses in the tournament this week. Sajjan's got a wild swing away at that.
Oh, this is lovely for a bowler to see. Even the umpire was wronged. He thought that it was going to be a wide. He was already into his signal.
So, end of the 9th. Javed Zadran does keep the strike with that slightly unwanted single. He has 24 off 11. Ahmed Waqar Zalmai is new to the crease. Will be at the non-strikers as this final over starts. Zadran will want to face as many of these 6 balls as possible. They have a total that is marginally above par.
So who is it going to be?
It looks like setting out his run is the man who has had his struggles with the ball in this tournament. Tokir Asif, who went for 9 from his only over. They're not going to go with Shahid as they normally do.
So of the 3 that we discussed, it was not the one we thought they would go with, not the one we thought we would go with, but the other chap.
Yeah. Just setting their field as well. Got long off, deep cover, and then 3 out on the leg side. 6 free field, can't afford to be on the pads. Well, that is excellent from Tokir Asif. You can get 5 more in that channel. It certainly will justify the decision.
Yeah, exactly what's
to bowl.
needed. Just length ball, angled in, a little bit of movement still through the air, and that's for all the scything and smashing that Zadran has done. That's the ball he doesn't want to face.
Well, that's into his pads. He likes it there, Javed Zadran. 6 more. Shpagiza, 4th one of the innings. He's scoring most of his runs in 6s.
Yeah, he's a tremendous batsman as long as you bowl it exactly where he needs you to bowl it. That's about the size of it. If you bowl it full and straight or just to leg, he'll come down and smash it. You pull it back a little on a length outside off stump, he doesn't have much on his cricketing CV. But at the moment, they're just feeding it. 123 for 5, 4 balls to go in the innings.
Oh, 6 more, back to back. Another one from Javed Zadran. He's got 36, 30 of them in sixes.
Not such a bad ball in the situation, because Asif saw Zadran was coming across his stumps, so he just tried to push it wider, but in the end just dragged it down a touch, and Zadran's got his eye in now. 5 sixes, 36 not out, still 3 balls to go. We're starting to threaten the high score of the tournament, aren't we here, Michael?
Not quite. It's a swing and a miss, and that's going to glance away to the fine leg boundary for 4. It's more messy stuff from Bangladesh, Austria, this time from the keeper, Iqbal Singh, who just couldn't get something behind it.
Umpire signalled byes. What is the highest score of the tournament then, Michael? We're on 133.
Well, no, you're quite right. They are threatening it. They're still unlikely to pass it. Vienna Afghan scoring 142 for 5, batting first in match 16 against Bangladesh, Austria. And one senses that that's not a coincidence.
So 10 runs would set the new standard.
Yes.
2 balls to go. I won't do the maths for you.
Unlikely, but certainly possible, the way things are going. Catching chance for Gil Singh. Pouched by Gil Singh with a minimum of fuss. So a brief break in the scoring, the flying scoring for cricketer CC. So they lose the man who's provided so much excitement for them. Javed Zadran gone for 36 off 16. A knock primarily built through 5 big sixes.
What a wonderful innings that was. I just wondered when the captain Bilal Zalmai was out whether that might spell deceleration. But in came Javed, strike rate of 225 of 16 balls. He did everything that was needed to keep the momentum up, and he's helped cricketer get into this genuinely strong position to win the game.
Last ball of the innings. They're going to have to run hard here. Managed to get some bat on it, Abbas. Well, it's gone for 4. Gone for 4. Abbas Siddiqui finds the gap. Batters were so focused on running 2. Didn't really notice that there was no way Zahid Shahid was getting round. So a really good bit of lower order fight from cricketer CC. Javed Zadran scoring more runs in that knock than in his 6 innings put together in the tournament until now.
Well, it was everything the other way round from last week. The cricketer who've had so much bad luck on this occasion profited by wides in the first over. 23 runs from it, with only 8 from the bat in that first over. And then came the second over with all the short stuff and 20 runs off that, and suddenly the boys in blue from Afghanistan were off to a flyer for the first time in this tournament. Although they lost 2 wickets in the form of Bassett and Ahmadzari, the main story was Bilal Zalmai, who played shots all around the wicket, initially very strong off the back foot. Then when the bowling overcompensated on the offside, he started smacking them away through point as well. A chanceless innings of 53 from 19 balls, and he cleared the boundary on 6 occasions in addition to 3 fours. And the secret was that he just stayed so still in all his shots. He didn't come down the pitch. He relied upon poise and balance and timing. Bashir Ahmadzai was dropped on 4. And then finally Zalmai was done. A good catch on the boundary by Rahat Shahid. He went for 53. And then there was just a moment when it just looked as though the wickets would begin to fall. Bashir Khan was neatly caught behind there for 12. And then in came Khan Aga Hamdard, promoted after his heroics of yesterday. He didn't last long. And then this man, Jawid Zadran, decided that he was going to keep the initiative, and he just rained sixes. 5 of them he hit, all down the ground, seemingly each one greater than the last. Jawid Zadran powered his way to 36 off 16 balls. Good catch there by Raqib to get rid of Ahmadzai. But all the way through to the end, Jawid Zadran just made sure that he kept up that momentum, and the cricketer ended up with the second highest score in the whole of the tournament so far. And it's one that is going to put Bangladesh Austria in genuine jeopardy of losing their first game of the second group stage. That was the ball that went for 4 from Mohammad Zalmai that sealed it. And there you have it. What a total. Cricketer would have bitten your arm off if you'd offered them this score at the start of the day. 137 for 6. The 2 heroes, without a doubt, Captain Bilal Zalmai with his rapid fire 53, and Jawid Zadran, who kept it up lower down the order. Between them, 35 balls for 89 runs with 11 sixes. The bowling figures, not many bowlers got away with it. Raqib was very good down the order. Hassan Ashfaq came back well in his second, and Uzal Majumdar was brought on. Probably wasn't part of the plans initially, but he put together a neat little set of 6 as well. Overall, looking at the match situation, 138 for Bangladesh Austria to win. Well, that'll take some getting, and no mistake. Cricketer might have lost the majority of their games, in fact 6 out of 7 of their games in the initial group stage, but my goodness me, they must be the favourites to see this off. If they're not, we'll have to see some fireworks when we resume in 7 minutes time, at 5 minutes before the hour here in Europe, or 5 minutes before the half hour in India, and we'll look forward to your company then. Welcome back to Austria, the national cricket ground here in the village of Seebarn, where we are halfway through the first game of 4 here on European Cricket Network in the second group stage of the European Cricket Series Austria. 8 teams in the initial division, which has now all been done and dusted with a round robin, and today and for the first half of tomorrow we are dealing with the bottom half of that division. 4 teams in the bottom half are all going to play each other again, and the best 3 of those 4 will proceed to qualification for the semi-finals. So the unluckiest team today and tomorrow from this bottom half draw will be eliminated. And a team that's put themselves right in the box seat straight off the bat is the Cricketer Cricket Club, with their imposing total of 137 for 6. 138 then for the boys in the Bangladesh colours to chase. And the striker you can see there just setting himself up is Hassan. Non-striker, the wicketkeeper Iqbal Singh, and the first bowler you can see is going to be Mohammad Zalmai. No surprise there. But, cricketer would certainly want to back themselves in order to defend these runs. My name's Kit Harris, your European Cricket Network broadcaster, and alongside me in due course will be Michael McCann. Zalmai just has to make the early decision about where his 2 fielders are going to be in the power play. 3 overs of power play in a T10 game. That means you're allowed 2 men out, and surprise, surprise, he's gone with the form book, and his fielders are at long on and deep mid-wicket as he's going to bowl the first over now to Hassan. And he very nearly gets through. A flat-footed drive from Hassan Ashfaq. Inside edge. Lucky his pads got in the way there, because that was a rusty shot and you very nearly paid for it. Don't rub it, mate. He's got his inside thigh pad there. Should be all right. I'm sure he has got an inside thigh pad, in fact, because he's wincing with the pain. And the wicketkeeper just coming up to give him a friendly rub. Well, a snick. If you're going to get runs, it doesn't really matter where they are. A lucky moment, no slips obviously in a T10 game, and Ashfaq is underway with his first boundary, not where he intended it, still a bit flat-footed if truth be told, but safe enough. And although it was a good line from Zalmai, the batsman has profited. So Bangladesh have begun their long haul to try and reach this target of 138. Zalmai has been the very figure of nagging accuracy outside off stump throughout this tournament. Aerial, oh, sumptuous. All the men up in the ring on the offside. A half volley, and he leant into it and just creamed it up and over the ring. And a much more emphatic and convincing 4 from Ashfaq. As a lofted cover drive, that is textbook. And after the snick, that is a shot and a result that will give him real confidence. Better length this time from Zalmai, because it's such a frenetic game. The fielders on the ring are often kind of back on their heels a bit, waiting for the ball to be punched at them hard. A canny batsman can just drop it short of them and take the single quite comfortably, which is what Ashfaq did there. It brings wicketkeeper batsman Tokir Asif onto strike. Well, that's the other way to play the full ball outside off. This one didn't come out of his batting colleague's book, did it? Stepped away to leg, and he was almost ice skating his way across the AstroTurf rink and swinging himself off his feet. You see what I mean, though, about Zalmay just plugging away. Almost English style, very appropriate for 2 minutes before 10 on a European spring morning. Oh, some swing too, but it's swung right onto the bat for Asif. And he's off the mark as well. Well, the very least I think that Bangladesh, Austria are going to need is 10 runs and over, and they need to get that from the beginning, because if they don't score at least 10 and over, they're going to find the runs required get away from them immensely quickly. And Cricket Club, the Bangladeshis' enemies in blue, they scored 52 for 1 off their 3-over power play. And we're already 23 without loss after their first over, so you can see the gulf can open up real fast. Bashir Khan is going to join the attack as an opening bowler, as he always does. Asif gets under the ball, and with those strong wrists of his, he's managed to wrestle it away over backward point. Again, all the field is up here, just had a touch of width to play with, but the ball was very short. And well, just check out the speed of those wrists. That's Asif's first boundary. Well, short again, and he's got away with it. You would have thought that was there for the cut as well. Asif not quite steady and balanced there, just took this trigger movement down the pitch, and perhaps was still on the move as the ball whistled past him, but it was there for the hitting with the fielders up in the ring, and he's missed out. Gone for it again and missed it again, and if we see a replay of that, I think I might be able to suggest to you why that is. Watch his front foot here, Turkit Asif. When you're playing the cut shot, it's normal to keep the front foot still and move the back foot across to the offside to get power into the shot. What he's doing is moving the front foot to leg and keeping the back foot still, which is kind of the wrong way round. Bit of glove on that one. There's absolutely nobody on the leg side saving the single in front of square. There is now, in fact, as the strike rotates to Ashfaq. 2 deep fielders allowed in the power play are now out straight for the drive. Mid-wickets come up in the ring. And that's the perfect way to bowl when you've got the field set deep. Just length outside off stump, don't give him anything for the drive, anything for the cut. A solid start for Bangladesh. Both these batsmen have found the boundary. The field now drops out on the leg side again. To Hassan Ashfaq, not able to find it. And that's a really, really tidy over. Just 6 runs from it, and 4 of those from the first ball. And although they haven't lost a wicket, Bangladesh, Austria looking a little sluggish. Just 8 overs left, a T10. The match can get away with you so fast. 16 without loss after 2. So the question now for Captain Bilal, on the left of the bowler there, one on his back with his maroon cap, is do I stick with my same bowlers who've been so organised and disciplined early on, or do I bring on my first change? Well, the answer is the latter. He's gone for Jawid Zadran, who breaks through. First ball he's bowled, he's made the first cut, a scythe incision into the innings. Completely leaden-footed shot here. It was just a full ball, angled in, good and straight, little bit of nip to it. And Bangladesh, Austria have been decapitated. The top man has gone. That is the back of Hassan Ashfaq, their best batsman, bowled by Zadran for 10 from 6 balls, only found the boundary a couple of times. And the key wicket has now already fallen. Now the new batsman coming out at number 3 is Zayed Shahid, promoted from his regular position of 6, and that's because in some of the games last week he proved quite effective, coming in with a couple of overs to go and smacking it around off the spinners. Well, the prospect is rather different this time. This time he's got a lot more time and he has to do it not only from the beginning but throughout the next 7 overs against the seamers. That's perfectly safe. There's no field in close on the drive. Bowler had to fetch it himself. The required run rate already up past 15 and over. The Afghans will be very pleased with the start that they've had. You see, we've already got into a situation that we're so familiar with here in the European Cricket Series, which is that because the total is just so far away from the target, batsmen feel obliged, even in the 3rd over, that they've got to try and hit everything for 4 or 6, which means the dot ball is more likely, which means the target gets further away, and so forth. And again, they've got to be trying to push 2 there. They just stroll the single. Every dot ball, every single, just heaps the scoreboard pressure on the batsman. Someone has got to grasp the bull by the horns here and start running those 2s hard. Definitely just 1 to mid-wicket. The only fielder on the single on the leg side, Usman Kol. If Bangladesh keep finding the fielders, that won't help either. Gone for the shot. Strange bit of fielding, wasn't it? Now, I wonder what possessed him to try and stop the ball like that. 4 runs the result. It's well struck. He just ran straight past it. I think the ball must have spun squarer as it bounced by him. And a balletic misfield just allows the Bangladesh to get away at the end of the over. That's the power play done with. 3 overs gone. And Bangladesh are 23 for 1.
So they scored the same what they scored at the first over of the power play.
So now it's time for the slow stuff. Captain Bilal is going to bring himself on. A very loopy off-spinner here, almost of the English kind. He just rolls the ball. He doesn't fizz it and spit it and spin it. He doesn't try to bowl fast. He just sort of rolls the fingers on it and lets go of it. It's slow, and it reduces his margin of error to practically nothing. If he bowls too full, it's there for the drive, and if he drops it short, it tends to get dispatched over the leg side fence. He's been expensive, in all honesty, in this tournament. Bit of spin there, though. It's so hard to get purchase off this concrete-based pitch. There are 2 types of artificial pitch, the very hard one and the one that's a bit softer underneath. The ball behaves more like it does on real turf, but this is the concrete-based one. And a slow spinner tends to just get a tennis ball bounce from it. It's really hard to give it a rip. Well, sort of like that. It's just gone straight up in the air, and this should be a nice, easy, direct hit to get rid of the non-striker. In fact, Bilal had plenty of time to give long consideration to whether he would run to the stumps at his end or throw them down. Just for a moment it looked like this ball was disappearing away out of your screen and out of the ground, but just plopped over Bilal's head, and then, right, what do I do here? Do we have a race? In the end he took the true cricketer's approach and backed himself to throw down the stumps. And that is, well, another rather despondent batsman making his way off. And Zayed has gone. Run out at the non-striker's end for 3. 2 down. And replacing him at the non-striker's end, he's Rakib Islam, the captain, and if ever a captain's innings was required, this would be it. Tawqir Asif off strike. He's just been able to go along to run a ball so far. Good sweep though, middled it, he got down nice and low quickly, met the ball on the half volley. The key to pulling a sweep off is to get low fast, and he was kind of still on the way down as he hit it. The bat was perfectly perpendicular to the line of the ball. Played neatly across it, and do they need these runs ever? There's one on the offside, short, and he's punished it again. Overcompensation from Captain Bilal. You see what I say about when he bowls short, the ball just kind of sits up to be smashed tennis style. Well, Asif is capitalising on that. Last ball of the 4th over now. Fuller this time, and that's a better ball, and they should push for 2 there. They have no option other than to get their heads down and run. They've put the pressure on Jawid Zadran in the field, and they've made it. So a better over, we could say that, for Bangladesh Austria, but still only 11 from it, and the run out. 4 overs, and it's 34 for 2. Just a reminder of how the rest of the week unfolds, as I was suggesting at the start of the day. The Group B matches, that's where we are right now. Those are the bottom 4 of the division of 8 that we started with. So 3 of the teams in Group B, 3 of the 4 teams will go through to those preliminary finals on preliminary finals Friday. Tuesday and Wednesday we will lose the worst team from Group B. Jawid Zadran for his 2nd over. He's going to continue. 1 for 7 off his first. The thing is now, required run rate over 17, and Bangladesh, Austria, you see how quickly when there's a genuinely imposing total on the board, when it's 100 aside, you've always got a chance, even if you lose 3 quick wickets. Well, when one side gets up towards 140, 2 bad overs, 2 quick wickets, and it's almost impossible to claw it back. This match risks being distinctly one-sided. Bit of swing and straight. They must push for 2. But apart from anything else, with these quick 2s, the Bangladeshi batsmen are demonstrating that it can be done. In these European Cricket Series, we see so often teams turning down the 2nd, just strolling the 1. But twice they've hit the ball straight to a deep fielder and managed to scamper back for a couple. Imagine if every team did that every time. I've always felt with the European Cricket Series games that the team that runs the best 2s, the team that feels the best, could have the best success. And this could just go. 2 men on it. And that's picked up well by Captain Bilal. So good running. There haven't been any boundaries yet in the over. Just struggles when the ball is pitched up a bit, and they've come through for the single, which I suppose was what they had to do. But, well, decent bit of work there from Ahmad Zari behind the stumps. He was lying on his side. He saw the batsman were going to go for it, and Captain Rakib Islam called for the single straight away. He just saw the wicketkeeper grab it, but felt he'd committed himself. And he knew, as soon as he saw the ball let go, that he was a goner. And gone indeed he is. Run out, just 1 off 1, as Bangladesh, Austria sink ever further into the mire. 39 for 3 now. A ball to go before we reach the halfway point. And here is Gil Singh coming in at number 5. An absolute mountain to climb. Hardly the technique of an experienced climber. Halfway through the innings, 5 overs gone, 138 needed to win, and after the first 5 overs, Bangladesh, Austria are 39 for 3, and off the last 5 overs they mean, well, they mean business, but they're not going to get there, are they? 99. It would be the turnaround of all turnarounds that ever happened in the European Cricket Series. Well, one thing that really will count, given that this little group of 4 is just a simple round robin, just 6 games in it, if 2 teams are tied on points, net run rate is not only really important, but can be influenced very significantly just by 1 game. So they've got a lot of incentive to try and get the score up towards 80, 100. Good cut shot, and that'll help. Should be 2. One man who is discharging his responsibilities well, the batsman on the left of your picture, Iqbal Singh. He took 2 good catches as wicketkeeper, regulation thick edge and a swirler. Doesn't quite have the right shape on the leg side. When the ball's straight, these tend to be smears. His cut shot's good, so is his off drive. Every time he misses, it just becomes even more difficult. Very high. Who's got this? Is it the keeper? No. Is it third man? No, it isn't. 2 more. He's got away with it. We've seen many times that even in a lost cause like this, someone can come in and turn it into a real heroic defeat. Quick 550. It may not change the outcome of the game. Gets the team back into some form of confidence before their next match. They will need confidence after this one. The wicketkeeper's down and stretching. I wouldn't worry too much about his antics. There's no injury. And the umpires have decided to change the match ball at this stage. And Gil Singh, has decided he can be a much more effective non-striker if he removes his helmet and switches his bat. He scored 0 off 1 ball so far, and he feels that change of helmet and bat should sort him out. You see that ungainly shot on the leg side from Iqbal Singh. He does struggle then. Now the batsmen are going to have a discussion. Where do you think I should hit these next 3 sixes? Says Gil Singh. Over the boundary ought to do it, says Iqbal Singh. So now we're going to see how a man bats, having changed his helmet and his bat. There we go. You see, it was the helmet and the bat that prevented him from getting a run off his first ball. Now it's all changed. He smote his second one away like a blacksmith, creating a new iron in the fire. Absolutely hammered it. Red hot shot. About another 30 of those and they'll be home. Down the ground. This is going to be 4 more. The field is very wide out there on the drive. Gil Singh is not going to allow cricketers too much of an easy ride. Concludes the over with successive boundaries. 13 from it, 6th over, and Bangladesh Austria are 52 for 3. 4 overs to go, and they need 86. Now, strangely, Bilal Khan has decided he's not going to bowl himself for the 2nd over here, which is very unlike him. Never knowingly under-bowled Bilal Khan. Iqbal Singh, 30 off 23, back on strike. And the new bowler is Khan Hamdard, and he breaks through immediately. He's easily the best bowler for the cricketers. Loopy, slow, pace off it. A little bit of swing back in, a tiny bit of leg break. There's the drift. In fact, it just went on with the arm, that one. And Iqbal Singh has been castled. Neat innings. He batted well. In point of fact, it was just too much for him to do all by himself, but 30 at better than a runner ball is a good effort from the wicketkeeper batsman. So the procession continues. Out comes Shamim Mohammed, number 6, to face Khan Hamdard. I think he's just about my favourite bowler in the competition, Khan Hamdard. It's one of those amateur bowlers you just don't see in professional cricket. As soon as you see him bowl, you think, well, this is just going to go for 6. Everything here. This should go for 36 runs and over, no less. Anything less is a failure. But he gets this nice, slow, wobbly drift back into the batsman, occasionally a little bit of spin away. Straightening ball like that one. And it's so hard for the batsman to get any pace on it at all. Got nothing to work with, and if it's full and on a length, they really do struggle. Still, Shamim Mohammed has managed to get off the mark, and that brings Flashing Blade and Gil Singh back onto strike. Could take 2. I've decided against even the 2 now. That isn't wise. They really need to keep pushing it for the sake of net run rate, which will be so crucial in this group. Bangladesh Austria only need to win 1 game in this group to have a chance of qualifying for the semi-finals, and net run rate could well come into it. All filthy. Oh, he's overcooked that. Massive full toss and totally got what it deserved. And he might only have faced 1 ball before this, Shamim Mohammed. But even a lower order batsman can hit a ball like that for 6. Wasn't a no ball though. It was considered. You can just see the umpire at square leg making a small movement with his hand to indicate it was below waist height. Better ball. This is aerial. Could be out. No, it's just gone too far for the fielder, and those are 6 more runs. Great shot. Just waited for the ball. If you're deep enough in your crease as a batsman to Khan Hamdard, you can try and take everything on the half volley. Just getting the better of him in the second half of this over. Quicker this time, and it's beaten everyone. Oh, and I mean everyone. And that's runs. First, the batsman got an edge on it. Wicketkeeper jumped out of the way so as not to get a ball in the face, not wearing a helmet. And then finally, Usman Gol jumped over the ball at 3rd man. 7 overs gone, 70 for 4. And it's time to start thinking about the next game. Vienna Cricket Club against Vienna Danube. Been a while since we've seen Vienna Cricket Club. Mark Simpson-Parker, that talismanic all-rounder. Look at those fantasy dashboard points. Dream 11 fans, 588 of them. Abdullah Akbarjan, no less an all-rounder. Then Mohamed Safi for Vienna Danube. Easily the standout performer on their side. You'd think, having a look at that Vienna Cricket Club batting first. They've struggled a bit chasing, but you probably edge them the game. I think that they would just about have the better of it, especially if Simpson Parker and Akbarjan get off to a good start in this second week. Zalmai returns for his second over. Good ball, but right underneath it is Gil Singh, and he's really entertaining us now. 2 fours he hit to begin with, and there's his first maximum. He moves to 15 off just 5 balls, 76 for 4. Still don't think they're going to get 62 off 17 balls. This is just the impetus that's required. Try and narrow the margin of defeat. So important for the table. Goes for it again. This will drop safely right in the middle of everyone. A risk for 2. So as we move towards the end game of this first game in the bottom half group here on European Cricket Network at the ECS Austria, say thanks for being with us this morning. Commentators, me, Kit Harris. With me once again is Michael McCann. Morning, Michael.
Welcome back. As you've already referred to, we're very much in net run rate o'clock here, it seems.
Yep. As I say, just got to win 1 game in this mini group of 4 to get through to the semi-finals, to the preliminary finals on Friday. Now, well bowled, Michael. Just took the pace off it. It was there for the drive, but not if you were backing away outside leg stump, it wasn't.
Yeah, wasn't able to access that one. Just inside the wide line, that's as close as you can get to perfect from Hamid Waqar Zalmai. This improved cricketer CC performance.
They're unrecognisable. The call was for 2, but I think they realised when they were halfway down the pitch that Shamim Mahmood had overhit this straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket just for the single. Yeah, he's overtaken Gil Singh though, 18 off 7, Gil Singh 16 off 6. Do you think they'll get to 100 here? It'll be a pretty tidy outcome from this point.
I think they will, yes.
Last ball of the over from Zalmai. Oh, he had to wait for that one. That was very slow, and they definitely should get 2 here. Oh, Gil Singh doesn't want it. I'm sure if he'd come back there, he'd have made it, but perhaps he rather fancied the strike, Michael. 8 overs gone, 79 for 4, 59 to get off the last 2 overs. Well, you can forget about that. We're setting ourselves a revised target for the purposes of the league table. We reckon 100 would be a good result from here.
Yeah, a good loss. Not that such a thing exists. Remember that cricketer CC, as Bilal Zalmai steps up to bowl a 9th, lost 6 consecutive pool games after winning their opening match of the tournament against the defending champions Pakistan CC. But the beauty of this format, they knew that if they just don't finish bottom of Group B, they still reach the preliminary finals. And if they can show this kind of form more consistently, they look like a different team.
Here's the roller of spin again. Oh, we've missed out there. That was a juicy half volley for Gil Singh. He'd fancied hitting this if he gets it again. Oh, he's missed out there. Wasn't really playing straight, perhaps. A drifter this time. Possibly even a seamer. They can only stroll the single. If there's a bowler that you really can cash in on, it's Bilal Zalmai. Big in the air, point. Oh, it would have been a good catch over his shoulder. Nasir Khan, great fielder, normally has put it down. Just sliced it with an open face. Tricky one. It's gone to ground. Nicely timed. Running very full outside the off stump, and it's not quite what either of these batsmen want. They want it a bit straighter, don't they, so they can get their big hoik out. There's the hoik. Oh, that's gone miles out into the winter wheat here in the Wienerwald. Just he tried to bowl a little leg break there, just cut his fingers across the ball from right to left, and it was a nice length ball right in the slot for Gil Singh. 87 now with 8 balls left. He's turned a wide into a single there. Good outcome for the bowler.
Yeah, these two both perfectly capable batters have just been left with an impossible situation.
So that's the end of the over from Bilal Zaman. Rather got away with it. 11 runs coming from it. 1 over to go. Bangladesh, Austria, a 90 for 4. And well, 100 would put them in quite a negative position in the table. Of course, not only the defeat, but in terms of the margin of defeat. But net run rate is going to be important. You keep banging on about it, but in a group where you're just playing 3 games, it can really count if you end up being 3rd in the group and the 4th place team has got 2 points and you've got 2 points. It will come down to that.
For those maybe still confused about the tournament format, to keep things simple, in Group B, you've just got to not finish bottom.
Yeah, that's it.
So if you win 2 games, you're definitely not finishing bottom. If you win 1 game, that's quite possibly enough, albeit there could be a situation where you still miss out on the aforementioned net run rate.
Absolutely. Spot on, Michael. Gil Singh has just pulled away from that. I think possibly because he was laughing at the bowler's number. This is a man we haven't seen for some time. New fielder, Abbas Siddiqui, new bowler. Oh, what a good ball! Slingy sort of action. Nice and full, Yorker length. He may have made a complete meal of the number on the back of his shirt, but that was a decent ball. Abbas Siddiqui hasn't had anything to do in the tournament so far, but there's another good one, sliding into the batsman, angled on. Will he hit the stumps? No, and I think even if he had, that Gil Singh would have been home all right. What a treat, if you haven't batted or bowled yet in the tournament, to be entrusted with the final ball of an innings, of which the batsmen require about 50. Absolutely no pressure at all.
Yeah, it's not a bad gig, is it?
Good length again, but Singh has got underneath it, and it goes for 6. Just drifted into him, which is very comfortable for his arc of hitting.
Yeah, he likes it off his pads, Gil Singh. He's a good-looking player who has yet to make a major contribution, but has played some very nice cameos for Bangladesh Austria in the middle order. He's a really good player of spin in particular. That's his strength.
3 balls left in the innings. Always drifted onto those pads again, Abbas Siddiqui. And in spite of the best efforts of Abdul Wasid Basit on the boundary, 1 bounce and 4. Well, of course, no one's going to blame Siddiqui for not bowling 100% according to the plan, as he hasn't had chances in this competition, and I'm sure he wouldn't have been expecting to bowl at the beginning of this game. So he's acquitting himself well. Oh, this has been mashed away for another big one. Gil Singh now up to 42. We're past the 50 partnership. That came at 102 with the last ball. Now 108 with another 6. And this is a strong finish from Bangladesh Austria. 18 off the over so far. They're 30 behind.
And we'll find out in time just how valuable these late runs are, but if they do struggle to avoid finishing bottom, could make all the difference on net run rate, and that's going to help. 6 to finish the game. 48 off 16 for Gil Singh. They still are going to lose the game by 23 runs. But they've gone down swinging. They've gone down swinging. Iqbal Singh with 30 off 24 at the top, and then Gil Singh and Shamim Mohammed right towards the end. So this was the top of the innings. Hassan Ashfaq and Iqbal Singh trying to put some dents in a big old target. Ashfaq with 2 early fours. He was gone here. Bowled off his pad, his spy pad I think it was, by Javed Zadran. Iqbal Singh kept trying to put some runs on the board. A bit fortunate to survive there. Caught and bowled chance off Bilal Zalmai, and then the almost farcical run outside. Shahid stopped running. He's out for 3 off 3. Iqbal Singh with that nice sweep, and then a cut away. Javed Zadran bowled nicely, and that was great wicket keeping work from Bashir Ahmedzari to run out Rakib Islam for 1. Out came Gil Singh. He had a lot of fun. 5 sixes, 3 fours, going at exactly 3 a ball. Shamim Mohammed with 22 not out off 10. Full toss there, proper Gundy ball. Got the treatment that it deserved. Really nice partnership for that 4th wicket. Shame that in the context of the game they needed so many by the time they came together that it was relatively immaterial, apart from in regards to net run rate. They added 62 for that 5th wicket. The pair of Gil Singh and Shamim Mohammed. They put on 62 together with just 23 balls. Some destructive hitting, but nowhere near enough to win this game. Flicked off his pads. Gil Singh is so good. Off his pads. And the last 4 balls all went for boundaries. 6, 4, 6, 6 to finish the innings. So Bangladesh, Austria closing on 114 for 4 in this first match of Group B. It is a comfortable win for cricketer CC. You can see the big contributions on that scorecard. Iqbal Singh with 30 opening the batting. We'll come back to that because we've got our fantasy dashboard for this match number 30. Vienna CC against Vienna Danube. 5th versus 6th from the Phase 1 round robin, but the slates have been cleaned. They're both in Group B now, fighting to stay alive in the tournament. Mark Simpson Parker and Abdullah Akbarjan, the star all-rounders for Vienna CC. Vienna Danube, their key players, Mohammad Safi in particular, and the captain, Khyber Malia. Craig Kalesh can also swing the bat pretty effectively. Bangladesh, Austria, providing a scorecard for which the highlights are numbers 5 and 6. Gil Singh and Shamim Mohammed with 48 and 22 not out, respectively. Iqbal Singh made a good contribution at the top of the order, but when you're chasing a big old target, comfortably cricketer CC's best score of the competition so far, and the second highest score anyone's managed in the competition, you're going to need someone to be truly explosive. Cricketer CC winning this one by 23 runs, then to join us in around 20 minutes or so for match 2 of the day, match 30 of the tournament. Thank you very much for your company. We'll see you in around half an hour or so's time. You are watching the European Cricket Network. I'm Michael McCann, and Kit Harris has been alongside me to my pleasure for this first game. See you shortly. Welcome back to an absolutely gorgeous, sunny Sabon Cricket Ground for this match 30 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Austria. News from the toss as we look at this lovely ground. Once upon a time a farmer's field, now a delightful cricket ground in its own right, where we've been for last week. For this week as well. 8 teams, only one of them can take home the European Cricket Series crown. Pakistan CC, the defending champions, in the top 4. But our focus, as the groups are now split on the sides that finished in the bottom 4 of Phase 1, they're in Group B. But they still have a route through to finals day. Vienna CC against Carmalia's Vienna Danube. Game 1 of the day saw pretty high scoring cricket, not too surprising given the fact that these conditions do suit batting. Groundsman's given the outfield another mow overnight, so the ball's skating across it pretty quickly. No dew, no real moisture around. Sun beaming, it's about 15 degrees here, pretty pleasant conditions. And out comes one of the star rounders of the competition, Mark Simpson-Parker at the non-striker's end. And Eckstein is coming out to pinch it. He's the striker facing the first ball of the game that Abdul Rahman Mirakel will bowl. And as Simpson-Parker gets into his work for the day, so does the man to my right, Vinny Sandhu.
Good morning, Michael, and good morning to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching around the world. It's wonderful to be in the box for the first time today. Thanks again for Kit Harris for doing such a great job in the first game. And I'm looking forward to this. We have Vienna CC and Vienna Danube in their first appearance in this phase of the tournament. And all these Group B teams, they're basically trying to stay out of that 4th spot after their 3 round robin matches. Here's the first ball of match 30. That's worked away on the leg side. And through for a single, so the first run of this match, and brings Mark Simpson-Parker on strike, and he's been a key player to say the least for Vienna CC.
Yeah, he's actually, in this world of T10 sluggers, he's a very orthodox cricketer, Simpson-Parker, likes to hit hard down the ground in the V. Austrian international all-rounder.
Face his first ball now. Out swinging full toss. He's going to have to hustle, but he's very quick between the wickets. That's a wild throw, but that's one of the aspects of his game I've really enjoyed as well. It's the little things that he does. He does them in the field, and he's running between the wickets. He's so fast. Well, maybe a little bit faster than his partner, Eckstein, but it only takes 6 or 7 steps. We call him the giraffe, and you can see why. He's very quick between the sticks.
Good at judging where a run is.
He defends this way for a single. I suppose, as we've touched on this morning, these Group B teams, they're the teams that finished in the bottom 4 after the round robin phase of the tournament, so 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And 3 of them will get the chance to play in preliminary final Friday. Basically playing off for the final semi-final spot. So it's an uphill battle here, but still, these matches are going to be critically important. The tables have been reset, so both these teams want to start their group campaign with a win. A little bit short. Pulled away to mid-on. Again, they'll get a single, but just singles so far in the first over. It's been a pretty tight start from Abdul Rahman Mirakel.
Yeah, I think Vienna Danube will be very grateful for that table being reset. 4 straight losses for them. They finished their Phase 1 round robin campaign pretty miserably. Back-to-back defeats on Monday.
It's a little bit short, and this one is going to go to the boundary. And well, he's flirted with danger a couple of times, Mirakel. This one was too short, and the line made it an easy put away in the first boundary for Vienna CC.
Yeah, I like this tactic of sending Daniel Eckstein up the order, because he's the kind of batter who, if he gets out, he doesn't hang around a long time. And the one time he's managed to stay in any period of time in this tournament, he smashed 44 of 18 against Cricketer CC last Thursday morning. He's a good power leg side hitter.
You've got to stay away from his legs for sure. You have a very fine leg. And that's all out on the leg side. He goes after this one, but he picks out the fielder. It was a nice bit of work, though, from Abdul Rahman at mid-wicket to finish the over. So a good bit of defence from Vienna Danube after the first over. It's 9 for no loss.
Yeah, this is a game that pits 5th against 6th in the initial league standings. Vienna CC with 3 wins and 4 defeats. Vienna Danube with 2 wins, a washout, and 3 losses. There's no chat who you think's going to win this particular game. I reckon it's going to be a pretty even one. Vienna CC much prefer batting first, and indeed in the tournament itself, all 3 of their wins came when batting first. Each side's pool meeting in phase 1 came way back in game 2 on Monday morning. Vienna Danube made 80 for 4. Pardon me, Vienna made 80 for 4. And Vienna Danube chased it down pretty easily. 82 for 3, won by 7 wickets with 10 balls to spare.
Yeah, so well, I'm sure that'll be fresh in their minds. Here's Abdul Rahman to bowl the second over. Again, it's too short on the leg stump. Didn't quite get the contact he was after, but he'll still get 4 runs for it. Again, it's so important to have the line right in these power play overs. Abdul Rahman getting it wrong first ball.
He's not just getting it wrong, but he's getting it wrong to someone who particularly likes it there, and Daniel Eckstein. It's not the place to bowl, and Khyber Malia is strongly making that point to Abdul Rahman.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need a translator to work out exactly what's being communicated. I just want to say hello to everyone in the YouTube chat this morning. ECN European Cricket Network. I want to highlight a couple of comments in there in a second. First, let's have a look at the next ball to Eckstein. Well, this is up and over the offside infield just, I think, about 2. Now he does come back. And that's a lot better, and you can see already the adjustment to the off-stump line. That was almost a chance.
Just getting it in that back of the length. The problem is the margins are so small. With third man and fine leg, he can't afford to be full. He's got to bowl short or back of a length. He also can't straight into the pads of Eckstein.
Oh, next one's short, upstairs, and he's nicked it, he's gone. And well, if you're going to go short, then you've got to get it right. And this one was better. It was over the off stump. He tried to hook just a little feather through to the keeper. Slade Murray does the rest, and the first wicket goes down.
Now that is perfect. Exactly as I mentioned. It does bring to the crease one of their big guns in the red helmet, Abdullah Akbarjan. Akbarjan, who in this competition so far has been one of the leading run scorers. He's a very impressive left-handed hitter, particularly through the mid-wicket and long-on region. Now Abdul Rahman has got to think of his plans. We've seen too many people make the mistake of bowling right arm around to Akbarjan. He loves it there. He has a strike rate of 203 runs per 100 balls, which, to simplify that for you, is just over 2 a ball. Oh, and they're going to bowl right arm around to him.
Well,
you might be able to tell
you were big noting how everyone was listening to your commentary and following your advice yesterday. Obviously, Vienna Danube weren't tuning in. But yeah, I agree with you. I have to say, it's a risky tactic to say the least. Yes, can't get too straight here. Abdul Rahman. Well, this one, well, could be a chance. No, just out of the outstretched fingertips of the fielder, Habibullah, that short third man. And well, this one could have gone anywhere. He hung the bat out. He took a chance and he got away with it. 4 runs to start the innings for Akbarjan.
Yep, use the pace. But of course, we are still in the power play. And when you've got fine leg back and mid-wicket back, it means he knows that on the offside he's just got to get it through that inner ring, and he's probably going to collect 4.
Well, risky stuff. Stays outside the stump, but he strays too far this time, gets a wide. Just want to say a special good morning to some people in the chat. Luke Belgium there as well. Keanu Nolan saying XD needs to step up and make some runs. Well, he made a few, but then he got out, didn't he, Keanu? And we obviously appreciate your expert advice following all the previews on EuropeanCricket.com. So when he advances, don't get too much on it. It'll just be a single. And also, I want to say a special good morning to Ishmam Karim. He said, Mr. Maximo is back. Oh, yes, with some flame emojis. You never know. Maybe that could have been me, Michael. Maybe I've got another account. No, good morning, Ishmam. And I hope you're enjoying your day so far. And thanks so much for welcoming me back. And Mahmood White's in there. He's always very welcoming as well. Saying bowlers need to bowl outside the off stump. Well, it's a great thing to get in the YouTube chat, isn't it, Michael? Because they can interact with us. Any questions or comments you have, they're more than welcome. It's one of the unique and special aspects about watching cricket on the European Cricket Network. And there's plenty of it. 1,000 matches this year. This one's short. Simpson Parker hooks, gets a bottom edge, and well, first fielder made a meal of it. The second one made some dessert out of it, and that's 4 runs.
Oh, this is awful. This is truly awful fielding. MSP gets a bottom edge on it. It does beat Habibullah. Now, in defence of Habibullah, that was travelling fast. There's no excuse for the man from square leg coming round, and so that goes for 4. End of the second.
End of the second. Score now 25 for 1. Well, sometimes you do see fielders making a meal of it, but that was a 2-course meal. And well, you just wondered how it was possible that Simpson Parker gets a boundary. There was a thick under edge. It's still 25 for 1. A bit of luck there for VCC. It looks like they are going to bowl out Abdul Rahman Mirali-Keel in the 3rd over.
One comment I liked from Sirius was Abdul Rahman's short length bouncer is lit. A big Abdul Rahman fan then.
We've got 2 Abdul Rahmans to choose from. This is the Mirali-Keel variety, rolling the 3rd over. Of course, we do have Abdul Rahman, who bowled the 2nd over, and Abdul Rahman Mirali-Keel. Have you ever seen an all Abdul Rahman opening attack, Michael?
No, I've not. This has got me thinking of sort of cricketing situations, though. I once played in an English team that had 5 Daves and 3 Marks. So you had an off, right? You had an off, and I was wicket keeping. And we had the other person that wasn't Dave or Mark bowling. So you had an entirely offside field of Daves and a leg side field of Marks, and that created a lot of confusion.
This one's pitched up. It goes down the ground. Doesn't quite get all of it. I'll turn for 2, but there'll just be a single there. It's a nice, quick bit of work by the fielder to get the one back in. Abdullah Omari.
No,
well, it makes it easy if you're filling in for the team. It makes it very easy there. Dave. Well, Mark,
but when you're talking about who's going to catch a ball, who should be backing up,
oh yeah,
or Dave, can you move round a bit? Yeah,
it could be a problem.
Yeah, in the end, nicknames had to be established.
It makes sense. And this one was very wide. It's off the end of the bat. They're going to have to hustle. Well, the throw came whistling in. And Mark Simpson Parker, well, he makes his ground. Let's have a look here. You see this, it's full force throwing. He would have been there, so good judge of a run.
He's the best runner between the wickets in the tournament. He's rapid, and he's very good at picking up where a single might be, where he can nick 2.
Helps when he's got cyborg type legs. He just takes 6 steps to get down there. Respect this time, working it for a single. And this is what I like about the batting of Simpson Parker. He's the kind of batsman that they can bat around, and it gives you some stability at the top of the order. He can also play the big shots if required, but he just doesn't face too many dot balls. He's always looking to get at least 1, and if he does get a chance to hit a boundary, he'll try and cash in too.
Yeah, and he's got a bit of history against the Danubians. Not in an uncivil way.
Swing from Akbarjan.
Because in the game on Monday morning, he batted through for 19 not out off 24 balls. And he's got a lot of stick about that innings from a lot of people. Even I had the cheek to mention it to him when he was bowling at me in the nets, which when he bounced me the very next ball, I just about avoided getting my block chopped off. I felt like
but
maybe...
to be fair, we're all bouncing you anyway, so it didn't matter what you said. Here's the next one. This one, probably, you know, it's no wide. So look at this one, the replay. No real footwork from Akbarjan. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, that's not wide. He just stepped so far inside it that he turned it into something that looked like one.
Into the over. 29 for 1 after 3. Nice over from Morales-Kell, only 4 runs off it.
Well, no, so to be fair, he was the only person who wasn't bouncing me. He was actually trying to work on his variations and trying some little off cutters and leg cutters and all sorts that I was basically just trying to lay bat on and block. And after I had the cheek to mention that innings, the next one came down a touch far. He still wasn't coming off his proper run. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. But joking aside, he was struggling. He had a bit of rust on him, but he's shaken that off. And he's been superb since. In fact, he's passed 200 runs for the tournament in this innings. And he gives them a solid, stable building block. The Vienna CC preferred policy to win a game is bat first, get up to around 110, 100 to 110, and back their bowling unit. They're a good side at defending scores. That's what they prefer to do.
Yeah, I think so. And what do you think about Kasturi batting in the middle order this game? He's listed to come in at number 5. Hasn't really worked in the top of the order. I don't know if it's about him being out of form. He just seems to have found a way to get out and hit balls straight to fielders. Get your thoughts after this ball from Mohammad Safi, who comes in to bowl the 4th over. This one's worked away. Won't beat the infield. It'll be just a single.
I can only think maybe Quinton Norris is now looking at Kasturi as a finisher. And that's why they tried Eckstein as the pinch hitter at the top instead today. I don't mind that. It doesn't really change a huge amount, which is they're very dependent on this partnership between Akbarjan and Simpson Parker. This is the key pair.
It's pitched up and driven handsomely, but there is a long off now in place. We're out of the power play. And a slight fumble, and this is really good running from Simpson Parker. And this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And now they're going to get a third. And I think this one would have been out if he hit on the third. Well, this is some crazy stuff. Let's have a look at what happened to the run between the wickets here. And he's always pushing for every run. You see, this is the third run he's coming back from. And also, it's a no ball. It would have been out as well. There's probably a no ball for too many fielders outside the circle. And see what happens here. Simpson Parker is always hustling and looking for a fumble. Once he sees the fumble, he goes. See that he's fine. He's running the danger end. And then, well, he's not really watching here, but he comes from row 13 to go to the third run, and that almost cost him his wicket.
Yeah, it was actually a very un-Simpson Parker-like thing to do. He ran the 2 and ran past the crease and sort of stopped, but then he heard the cheers from his teammates and thought, why not try again? Now he's got a free hit.
Yeah, he does. It has to be for too many outfielders. That's all I can think. There's nothing wrong with the delivery. It went very harsh on the bowler. I suppose if I was bowling, I might have a quick glance to make sure the runabout were in. Free hit time. And, well, there's 3 fielders back on the leg side. This will go to one of them. Again, there's a slight fumble. He's going to come back. Well, a good throw might have him in trouble. But it just bounced before the keeper. He couldn't gather. Again, Mark Simpson Parker. Well, he's starting to believe his own hype. He's seeing runs where there aren't any.
Yeah, this was a little bit too close for comfort,
to say the least.
And he gathered that, Morales-Kell. As it was, the throw was a bit awkward, bouncing just in front of him.
Give you a little tip, though, as a keeper. You need to just think about catching the ball in that situation. If you catch the ball, then you've got time to run him out. But you see, already, Zaid Morales-Kell was looking to take the stumps. And I always tell myself in that situation, treat it like a catch. Treat it like a catch behind the stumps. If you hold on to it, then you're going to get the wicket. Next one's dragged down. And Akbarjan's running hard now, but Simpson Parker satisfied with just a single.
Yeah, he's not quite reached the height of fluency that he had last week, Simpson Parker, but he's just working his way into the innings. This is where they need a bit of Abdullah Akbarjan destruction, just to kick them along. They're going okay, Vienna CC. Cannot stress enough, this pair are so important for them. The 2 highest run scorers in the competition.
Yeah, Safi. This is a wild one down the leg side. Did well, didn't he? Zaid Morales-Kell to cut that one off in the end. But yeah, I guess what they do have is Kasturi in the middle order. When they've batted together so far in the tournament, they've been out by, then Kasturi's been out by now. So he's a little bit of an insurance policy, I think, having him in the middle order. And Norris is listed to come in next, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went for Kasturi to come in at this stage of the game if they were to lose a wicket now.
Yeah, they've got both padded up and ready. Got 4 padded up and ready, in fact.
This one gets away from the keeper and they'll get a bye. He's probably just a little bit too far back as well. See, there's a couple of balls coming in the second bounce. I think typically if you get one of these, then he's already thinking about stepping up closer. If you get 2 of them, then I think it's definitely time to come up a couple of metres, and although you won't have as much time to see it as a keeper, you'll generally get it on the full, which is an easier take.
Yeah, there's this slight myth that if you step further back, it's going to be easier because you're further away from it.
This one's timed away nicely. He's picked out the fielder. This time we'll just get one. Still Vienna CC around about this 10 and over mark. You'll see them get a 100+ score. I think that's always a good mental barrier. We've seen a lot of scores, haven't we, between 100 and 110 in this series. Nice batting conditions today. Some bit of extra bounce. Akbarjan, he likes that pull strike, but it wasn't quite there that time.
That is the line to Abdullah Akbarjan. No boundaries in 13 balls.
End of the over. And Michael, European Cricket Championship coming up, and one of the countries, Norway, is going to be competing. And well, tell us a bit more about that team.
Yeah, cricket first grew in Norway in the 1970s when Asian immigrants started playing matches in and around Oslo with the first Norwegian club founded in 1964. Now they've got 67 clubs, with Norway consistently ranked in the top 10 among European associate and affiliate members. They won the ICC Europe Second Division in 2014. In 2016 they hired a full-time head of sports and national team coach for the first time, with the focus now on building more cricket grounds in one of the sport's most northern outposts. Fantastic to hear about a story like that and how Norwegian cricket has gone from their first club just over 50 years or so ago now to 67 clubs. That just demonstrates how much cricket is growing across this great continent, and they'll be at the 15-team European Cricket Championship from mid-September onwards.
That's right, it'll be the marquee event this year on the European Cricket Network, 13th of September for 4 weeks. Here is Aziz Khattak with the ball. Well, was there a nick here? There was. And Simpson Parker has to go. Khattak, I was just going to say, he's been a very effective bowler for Vienna Danube earlier in this series. Took 2 for 8. One particularly good performance off his 2 overs. And he's got the big wicket straight away of Simpson Parker. Little outside edge through to the keeper. Murali Kell takes another catch.
Yeah, it's not often up here in the commentary box we can actually hear a nick, but we could audibly pick up that one, and that is a huge blow for Vienna CC. It's past 200 runs for the competition, the second highest run scorer across the tournament, the anchor across whom so much of their good batting performances are built. He departs. Well, this is a bold move. The captain, Quinton Norris, who normally uses himself as a finisher to the innings, is going to step out early. Scored 59 runs in the competition so far, been out twice. He scored at a strike rate of above 2 a ball, so he's clearly decided that he's the man to provide a bit of acceleration here, because although the extras have ticked them along, haven't actually hit a boundary in 15 balls.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, it's a big loss for them, losing Simpson Parker before the halfway point of the innings. So I think Norris and Kasturi are going to have to pick up the slack. You know, Norris, he likes to smoke Maximos and really take on the 4 fielders on the leg side. They're all perched on the boundary. That's his Khattak. Looks a bit high to me, maybe down the leg side. A cautious start for Norris. This is the difference, I suppose, coming in the 5th over versus coming in the 9th or 10th. This one, well, not a bad shout. You look at where he is and the impact. Hits him on the front pad, hits him above the roll. I think that's probably going over.
Yeah, I'd agree. Worth going up for, but it would still be a surprise if it's given. One of those.
Works this one away for a single, so he'll be off the mark. Former teammate of Kevin Peterson back in his native South Africa. Quinton Norris does a lot for cricket in the area. And Vienna CC, they've been very gracious hosts, and in particular, Quinton's worked very, very hard on getting this tournament up and running. What a beautiful day for cricket it is in Vienna, and the expected maximum temperature today of 12 degrees. We've reached it already, and the wind is favouring the batsmen today, favouring the down-the-ground shots. It's more or less from I'd say from 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock as you look at the screen from behind the bowler. So favouring the shot down the ground.
Yeah, it's blowing pretty much right into our face out here. Long on.
This time he goes leg side and he gets it in the gap. And it's going to be 4 runs to Akbarjan. Well, if they're going to post a competitive score, I think Akbarjan has to go on with it. And this time, he's tried this shot a couple of times. This time he gets away with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, they really needed that first boundary in 16 balls, which is a long time in a T20, T10 game even, pardon me. More than quarter of the innings.
Well, in the chat, we've got Hassan saying, "Luke, sir, you are my idol." Luke appreciates that. This one's up and away, and it's not going to carry to Abdul Rahman. Out long off, so there'll just be the single. Luke thinking about 100 as a pass score. I'd probably say about 105. It just seems to be 100 to 110 seems to be a really frequent total. So I reckon 105 for me. I don't always like dealing in pass scores, but it does seem to be a bit of a trend on this field. The boundary's not super big, but I think just slightly bigger than what we've seen sometimes in the Fancode European Cricket Series. So again, it's Norris on the pads. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, so from day 2 onwards, just over half of the scores batting first in the 22 games have been in that 100 to 110 region. I'd suggest par as we come to the end of the 5th.
Yeah, it's 47 for 2 after 5.
Is actually a bit higher today because the groundsman's given the grass a good old cut. So you're getting value for shots on this outfield. It's nice and sunny. There's no dew or moisture to speak of, and there wasn't even this morning. We saw a cricketer post 137 for 6, Bangladesh, Austria in reply making 114 for 4. So they maybe want to be just above that 100 to 110 region.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that's probably worth 15 to 20 runs. Mohammad Safi coming back to bowl his second. This is the first one down the leg side for a wide. It is beautiful batting conditions, isn't it? And even the breeze, it's the kind of breeze that the bowler's bowling into it. So sometimes that means the ball can swing a little bit more, but I think also it just favours you to hit through the line and back your strokes. Here's Mohammad Safi. Well, this one he's really lost down leg side, and keeper gets a glove on it. It cost them 2 wides. Won't be re-bowled.
It was a good glove by Murali Kal to make sure it was 2 wides rather than 5. Really need Akbarjan to launch. He's had a long time out there. He's on 15 off 11. By his high scoring standards, this is a touch slow.
I'd like to see him trying to hit a bit straighter, to be honest. Like I say, he's got the breeze at his back. He does this time. He hits it pretty well. And Omari does well to block it. And these aren't easy stops. I tell you what, the ball's really whistling as it gets to these fielders on the straight boundaries. It's all about getting something behind it. That was nice work by Omari.
But again, you can see just how quickly the ball flew across the outfield. It really went very quickly indeed.
It's short. Norris goes after it, and he gets it over the fielder. And well, this is the first one of the innings, Maximo, and it comes from the big Q, the captain, Quinton Norris.
Aurier Chaka, right in his region, and that's where Quinton Norris likes it. Trademark Norris. Loves the pull shot, unafraid to take it on. In fact, all of his 6s in this tournament, and that is his 7th, have been between deep backward square leg and mid-wicket.
Well, it's a circuit breakup for Vienna CC. Plays this one nicely now on the offside. And look, can run hard here. And well, the pace of the big Q, getting back for 2 runs, and that's smart from VCC batsman.
Well, I know he's had some problems with his hamstring and his meniscus, and he held it just as he came back for that second run. That was a good test of it.
Well, he'll be blowing now. That was a tired shot. And I'll tell you what, one thing people don't realise, watching it on TV, and I've played in more T20 cricket than T10 cricket, but you get tired. So that's a tired shot. You don't have that long to face up, especially when the bowlers don't have very long run-ups. This time he goes up and away, and well, it's going to be 6 more. And this one was all timing, all class from the big Q. That's 2 for the over. Maximo.
Yep, into double figures, 15 off 7. And that is Quinton Norris all over. He loves that square leg region, and you can put your sweepers out. But if it's short half tracker, or if it's too full on his pads, it's going to disappear.
Well, it took a while to get their first 6. Didn't take as long to get their second. Here's the last ball of 6. Pitched up and driven. I think it'll be just the one, so we'll retain the strike. That was a good over for VCC. And after 6 overs, it's 66 for 2.
Yeah, they needed a good over, and they got one. Current run rate up at 11. And if they continue to go at 11 from here, they're going to get 110. If they could go at 2 a ball, that would bring them 114. Relatively happy with where they are. They could do with just Akbarjan launching, but Norris has taken the pressure off him there, which will help.
Yeah, 6 over check-in time, 66. They're going at 11, so if they keep going at this rate, they've got 110. I think they'll fancy themselves with these 2 and also Kasturi to come in next. If they can get something like 12 and over, even 12 or 13 and over, it'll take them to something like 120, which I think will be a good score. He waits on this one as a slower ball. Picks out the field, it'll just be a single. But Akbarjan, he has to get something going as well. You're right, he's been a little bit sluggish. I think he needs to hit straight down the ground and stop trying to swing everything across the line. I think if he does, he gets it up in the slipstream, he'll get value for his strokes because he's a sweet timer of the ball.
Yeah, these 2 have been their biggest 6-hitters in the tournament. Akbarjan with 12, none in this innings so far. Norris with 8, 2 of those in this innings.
Well, he does this time, he gets it up, and it's gone straight to the fielder. So Mari that holds on, and a nice bit of catching. And well, Akbarjan just didn't get the timing in this one. He did try to get it down the ground, but it wasn't out of the middle of the bat. Presented a chance, and a nice catch taken by the Vienna Danube fielder, Omari.
16 off 13 for Abdullah Akbarjan. By no means a bad innings, but by the very high standards that he's set this week, not his best. Akbarjan making a start, but not really going on. So now here comes the aforementioned Lakmal Kasturi, who only actually has 34 runs at an average of 6.8 in the competition so far. But the one time we saw him get going, he hit a very good quick fire 27, pretty much all in boundaries.
Katak's been good as well. He's got his second wicket. Oh, Norris, audacious shot, sweeping across the line, but he gets away with a single. As he cuts Katak, he's delivered again for Vienna Danube. He's an important bowler in the middle overs. Once again, he's only conceded 8 runs in 1.5 overs. It's been really good work. Look at Kasturi for the first time. It's a good slow ball this time. Well pitched. Looked to be a nice fast off-spinning delivery. You see this one, even turns a little bit, but not giving Kasturi any pace to work with. I do think he likes the ball coming onto the bat, like Lakmal Kasturi.
Oh, he does. All of those runs, that 27 off 14 against Bangladesh, Austria back on Wednesday morning, came against pace.
A good Yorker. Works away, so he'll be off the mark. And well, last ball to go in this over. Well, Mahmood White wondering why they don't use spinners at the moment. And that's something I might put to you in a second, Michael. That's the last ball of the 7th over. And this is a fast off spinner again. Slower ball. And it'll go down the ground for a single. Norris will be on strike for the next over. After 7 overs, it's 70 for 3. Nice spell by Aziz Katak. He took 2 for 10 off his 2 overs. And, well, just to let you know what's coming up next week. Well, we're going to be in the Czech Republic for another European cricket series. And, well, we're going to have 10 teams there. 48 matches in 12 match days, Mondays to Saturdays. And starting on Monday, and we've always seen some great cricket last year from Prague. And once again, we'll see some familiar faces. I'll be there with Danny Hudacek, the Czech native. And looking forward to that. 2 groups of 5. And 2 weeks of excellent cricket coming from Scott Page Field in Viennoge in Prague. I know so many people looking forward to that. And, well, Michael, I'm sure you'll be looking intently. And we remember the Czech Super Series last year, as well as the Fancode European Cricket Series that we had from the Czech Republic. And it's going to be great to get back to that location.
So Malia's on, and he's going to bowl the 8th and the 10th, the captain, I'd imagine.
Now, see here, immediate success for Khyber Malia. Well, Mahmood White was asking, where are the spinners? And, well, obviously Khyber Malia has been listening to you, Mahmood. But I'm just trying to think of a second spin option.
Well, no, he is the only spinner.
I don't think they really have one, do they? He decided to use him at the end of the innings today. Goes up. And, well, this one backed off by the fielder. It's one of those ones in the middle. And, well, Aziz Khattak deciding not to try and make a catch out of it. I guess he was worried it was going to get past him for 4.
I think that's a kind interpretation. Malia was looking at Aziz Khattak saying, come on, mate.
The business end of the innings. This time, Suri works him down the ground for 1.
I mean, I've been a boundary fielder myself. I'm very sympathetic to the stop the ball going for 4, but that was a good 10 yards inside the rope. I think Khattak just didn't really fancy himself to catch it.
He just decided off the bat that it wasn't going to carry, but I think when he saw where it landed, I think he missed a trick. Well, this time he goes up and over the leg side. Slog sweep, Maximal. 6 runs. It's another one to the big Q.
Yep, Aurier Chaka, lovely slog sweep. This got nice and low and whipped the hands through it. That is a great shot from Quinton Norris. That's a hard, flat 6. That is already his 3rd of the innings. He's got 26 off 14.
Well, is he going to try again? This time's a full toss, and well, he's got it into the gap, and lucky he did, because he didn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat. He's gone across the ropes for 4, and this one was a gift. He didn't quite unwrap it, but he still cashed it in for a boundary.
Yeah, this was more power than timing. 1 bounce 4 from a proper Gundy ball by Khyber Malia. Quinton Norris taking on the responsibility here. He's up into the 30s now, accepting some poor bowling from Malia.
He really tosses this one up, and he's drilled it to the fielder, and it bounces straight out of his hands. And well, Mohamed Safi, wasn't an easy one. It was hit very hard. I suppose the best you can say is he stopped the boundary, but he's also dropped the captain. The big Q survives.
Yeah, Norris has absolutely nailed that, and one can forgive that catch not being taken. That was hit very hard.
83 for 3 after 8 overs. Yeah, Norris, he's up into the 30s. 31 out of 16 balls with 3 Maximos. The only 3 Maximos of the innings. And Kasturi is with him. Hasn't had too much of the strike. He's 2 off 3 as we head into the 9th over. Salamin Kal Habibullah will have the ball. And we know, if you've been watching the European Cricket Network, it all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, no, I don't like this. Habibullah with his sort of, I mean, the only reason I don't class him as a spinner is he more often bowls medium pace. Is one of, if not their best bowler. He's certainly their most economical, but they've messed up their bowling allocations such that he's only going to be able to bowl the 9th now, regardless of how well he bowls it. Doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe it's sport for bowling options. Vienna Danube. His first one to work down the ground for a single. Yeah, look, they bowled 2 to Khattak. They bowled 2 to Abdulrahman Morali Kiel, who were both economical. Ahmed Safi was a bit expensive. They gave him a second over after he conceded 11 off his first. This next one's a bit short and hit away over the offside. The chase is on, but it won't be caught. And this is just too short for a leg spinning delivery, especially with no protection on the offside. 4 runs.
Yep, it's a rank ball. And put away Aurier Chaka, 4 runs. And when you've just come to the crease, not faced much bowling, watch the captain at the other end having all the strike. That's a bit of a nerve-settling delivery to get.
Adnan Habib thinking it'll be costly. The drop catch of Norris. Well, it wasn't an easy one, I can tell you, in these conditions.
Oh.
12 degrees. Habibullah pitches this one up. Dragged. A thick under edge. Just be a single.
Now, but I understand your point about, yes, they've got lots of options, but you're quite right, Finn, about Mohamed Safi. You've got a guy here who in his 6 overs in the tournament so far has gone just over 4 runs and over. Surely you make it a priority to make sure he bowls his 2 overs.
Yeah, I think you're right there. The big Q takes guard. This one's content to work it away. Physical wasn't quite there for the big shot. Does favour the leg side when he gets the chance. Quinton Norris. Well, saying good morning to Der Siraj as well. And how are you feeling? Let us know how you're going, Siraj. Hope you're well. As we've got also Sahadat Sifat, who's watching from Antwerp in Belgium. Well, good morning to you as well. We've got viewers all around the world. Why don't you drop into the live chat and let us know where you're watching from. Habibullah got a chance to bowl to Kasturi. And it goes after this one, and this is hit high, and the breeze is going to carry it down the ground. Maximo! 6 runs, a beautiful straight hit from Lakmal Kasturi.
Well, he got underneath it nicely, but the wind definitely assisted this. And it flies away. Aurier Chaka, his first 6 of the innings, and that's the kind of clean hitting that Lakmal Kasturi can bring.
Chaka Hogia says carreras. Habibullah, last ball of the 9th. It's shorter, and it's hit, but how well is it hit? It's hit well enough. Maximo! And once again, it is VCC rolling the dice and coming up with double sixes, so a dozen to end the over. And the 100 is up after 9 overs. It's 102 for 3.
Yeah, that's another really big over. This pair of big hitters starting to tick. They've got 6 balls left to cash in. We reckon 110 is around par for today, and they should be looking beyond that now. Of course, Habibullah as well, getting somewhat destroyed by his standards. The most expensive over he's bowled in the tournament so far, quite comfortably. Quinton Norris on strike. Khyber Malia's going to bowl his final over of the innings.
Yeah, I suppose that's why I'm a proponent of bowling 1 over spells, and then you can decide at the end who you want to bowl. And it just comes down to who gets 2 overs and who gets 1 when you've got more than 5 bowling options. Malia starts with a pitched up delivery, and the fielder's right back, and well, can he stay in? Well, he stepped over the line.
Yeah, he has.
And well, it's going to be Maximo time. And well, just a slight lack of awareness from the fielder down there about where he was. He took on the slog sweep. And let's have a look. You see he's right back. I think he's probably on the line. Oh, I think he's probably stepped on the line when he first had the ball. So that's 6 runs to Norris. He's probably going to go again. He does. But this time it's going to be another chance. The fielder comes in, holds onto the catch. So finally, Norris's innings ends, and it's been a good knock from the captain. He's caught by Abdul Rahman down there, deep in the wicket. But still a very good innings of 39 off 20 balls, and now it's 108 for 4.
Yeah, just didn't get all of this one. Trying to repeat the trick. That's really powered the innings. 39 off 20. I've advocated a lot in this tournament. The big Q coming out a bit earlier. Did that to good effect. 4 sixes and a 4 for him.
Next one, it's going to go in the same direction, but this time along the ground. And, well, not going to take a second. That means we'll get our first look at Navin Wijasekara, who come into the side today. Left-hander. Well, he's got no time to get settled. There's only 3 balls left in the innings.
Yeah, and he's the oldest player in this tournament. He turns 49 next month. He's been pulled out of retirement, not from life, but from cricket, to come back and play for Vienna in this tournament.
Well, it goes after it straight away down the ground. Well, he's got to run. Retirement sounds nice.
Yeah, so I'm basically told it was a big part of Austrian cricket, the early days of it first growing. But, these days prefers to be on the golf course.
Well, this should be an easy stumping, and it will be. And Kasturi's going to have to go. Again, good little comeback from Malia here in the last over. He was very unlucky. The ball that was caught turned out to be a 6. So apart from that, you see here what he's trying to do. Kasturi trying to go straight, which is smart, but Malia hasn't been afraid to toss it up and change his pace in this innings. Satyam Shubash will come out to face the final ball of the innings, 110 for 5. Once again, I'm going to have another left-hander on strike. All these could matter in the end. Well, Siraj said he might be down to watch the game live tomorrow. That'd be great, Siraj. I'm sure we'll drop by and say hi. And he's COVID-free, which is wonderful news. And hopefully your recovery continues. Here's the last ball of the first innings of match 30. And goes after it. Again, I think they'll be happy just conceding a single. Will probably come back for 2 anyway. And they're going to get it now because the throw wasn't really on target. So they're going to get 2 from that. And the 10th over comes to an end. With only 10 off the last over. 2 wickets in it as well. 112 for 5 will be the final score. Vienna CC batting first after winning the toss here in match 30. It's their first match of the second phase of the tournament in Group B. Remember, 3 of the 4 teams in Group B will qualify for the preliminary finals on Friday. And well, as always, plenty of action and plenty. Eckstein looked to hit 1 or 2 good shots, but eventually was caught behind. That was a good bouncer, well directed. And then Akbarjan came out. Mark Simpson Parker, we rely on him to bat through the innings. And this was a double fail. 2 wrongs not making a right there, just resulting in 4 runs. And we saw a bit of craziness between the running between the wickets. Simpson Parker pushing for a 2. And well, you push for a second, 1 on a third. He's a long way back, but he comes back for 3, and this probably would have been out. There's no one home at the stumps. He risked it, and he got away with it that time. And this is another time Simpson Parker could have been run out. The keeper spent it before he had it. And Aziz Khattak came in to the attack, and he's been a dynamic middle over bowler for Vienna Danube, getting the big wicket of Simpson Parker off his very first delivery. Akbarjan never really got going though. That was a nice shot on the leg side. The big cue stick came out, and well, he took out the long handle. No Maximos to that point in the innings. And, well, this was another wicket taken. The big cue. We love watching him. Does a great job. And does a good job off the field as well. But on the field, he let his bat do the talking today. And well, Kasturi tried to get in on the act as well. Playing the middle order this time instead of his pinch-hitting role at the top of the order. This was a nice shot straight down the ground. You see the wind today favouring those shots straight down the ground for the batsman. Well, the big cue kept cueing it out of the ground. This one he got away with. He got caught, but Mohammad Zafi stepping over the boundary. That was 6 runs. Eventually, he was out of lives. Abdur Rahman finally taking the catch. He's a good outfielder, Abdur Rahman. Well, going for every run possible. Kasuri perished late in the innings. And well, another dismissal for Zaid Moralikel behind the stumps. He did well in the innings with 2 catches and a stumping as well. And when it was all said and done, it was a dozen more than a ton. 112 for Vienna CC here in match 30. So important, the next 3 matches for these teams as they try to avoid being stuck in the last spot, so they can qualify for preliminary finals Friday. Just looking back at the innings, well, 5 players in double figures, and the standout batsman was Quinton Norris, who came in at number 4, 39 off 20 balls with 4 Maximos, also 20 for Kasturi. Double figures for Akbarjan with 16. Both the openers made 13. Was unlucky for them as they perished. Well, it's going to be an interesting run chase for me. Aziz Khattak, once again the star with the ball, 2 for 10 off his 2 overs. 2 wickets also for Khaimar Malia, who bowled late in the innings today. The other one went to Abdur Rahman. So, we will see you in a few minutes for the chase. Vinny Sandhu, along with Michael McCann in the box today. Hope you're enjoying your day wherever you're watching around the world. See you shortly. It'll be 113 for victory for Vienna Danube. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Welcome back to the Sabahn Cricket Ground in Vienna, Austria on a beautiful sunny spring day. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and we're getting ready for the run chase in match 30 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Austria. Vienna CC won the toss and batted in this one. They've scored 112 off their 10 overs, led principally by a contribution of 39 runs from their captain, Quinton the Big Q Norris. And well, there was a touch of Chuck Norris about his innings actually, as he put some confusion rays on the fielders a couple of times, assisting with 4 big hits in his innings. And well, he's going to have the gloves on now as he leads Vienna CC out onto the field to defend their total of 112. You see Kaiba Malia and Claire Kailash opening the batting for Vienna Danube, trying to snap a bit of bad form. And interesting to see how Vienna CC approach this. Again, a couple of new additions to their squad today. Naveen Wijasekara has come in to the side. Marco Seligan too. But I think it'll be an interesting chase. I think par today, probably 110 to 120 is what I think. Just with the wind assisting the batsman with the straight down the ground shots, and also the outfield was mowed last night. So I think that this is more or less a par score. These games are so important in Group B. These are the teams that finish in the bottom half of the table after the round robin phase of the tournament. And they're playing off for the chance to compete in the preliminary finals on Friday. Only the top 3 teams out of the 4 will get that opportunity. Satyam Subhash is going to bowl the first ball for Vienna CC. I just want to welcome all of our viewers, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And why don't you subscribe if you're watching on our YouTube channel? Join the over 175,000 subscribers all around the world that are enjoying the action on ECN. Over 1,000 matches we're planning to bring you this year. Unprecedented amount of cricket. And well, it's an experience unlike any other as we get ready for the first ball. It's Subhash. Starts with just one worked out, and well, joining me in the commentary box, Michael McCann. And Michael, Vienna CC opting to open the bowling with spin.
Yeah, he's got a really tight, narrow margin for error here. But that's a very good pair of balls to start off with. He's got deep mid-wicket and a long on as well. Just trying to cramp Kaiba Malia for room.
Yeah, that was clever, wasn't it? That's right where you want to be. And look, the breeze is shifting around a little bit, but for the most part, it's straight down the ground. So I've got the long on in place. I don't have a long off. So that's probably the area if Malia wants to come down and meet it, where he might look to go. Instead, he tries to hit across it. He misses out. So it's been a very tight start. 3-dot ball start the innings from Subhash.
Yeah, absolutely. Ballet Orgain Kasangam Kanahoga is what some of our subcontinental watchers might be seeing this thinking.
Again, he goes across the line. So that's not the shot for me because they've got the deep mid wicket out there. And
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
so no, sorry, you're absolutely right. They've got the 2 sweepers out there. Any guesses what that phrase means? I'll give you a clue. It was still relevant after that ball.
What is he thinking? This one's hit flat and well, it carried to the fielder, Himanshu Jha, and it bounced off his hands. And instead of a catch, it's going to be 2. And this one, he just timed it too well. It never got up, but it was flat. It went straight to the mid-off, but he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, Himanshu Jha is not the strongest of the fielders in this tournament, to put it lightly, when it comes to ground fielding or catching. For those maybe still wondering, he has to get bat on ball.
Yeah.
And, well, he did, but he should have been out.
I mean, I knew. I was just giving everyone else a chance to translate it. Here's the next one. And this one against Upish. And, well, this is going to be a run out if it hits. And it does hit. It's going to be out. And, well, let's have a look at this. And, well, Kaiba Malia is pointing. But to me, this looked like the ball hit the stumps. And even if it hits the base, that's part of the stumps. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Again, it was going to be a tough one for the bowler to take. And, yeah, that's out.
Yep.
And yeah, it's a good piece of work. And Malia didn't believe it. He thought maybe the bowler interfered, but we for sure can confirm that he's been run out, and that's a great piece of fielding. I thought he had time to throw it to the bowler, But in the end, well, no problem. You can do it yourself.
And he's getting a bit of revenge, because those of you who watched us on Monday morning might remember that Lakmal Castori, opening the batting, was comedically run out in the game against Vienna Danube for a duck, where he almost seemed to slow down as he was trying to get to the other end, just giving the fielder the opportunity to hit, and hit they did. So he's got his revenge against Vienna Danube.
Seemed to get tired. You felt like that. He was running so slowly, considering that previous game he'd still be running. And well, it's going to bring out Shaukat Saeed at number 3. Now I like this. I think Saeed's a good striker of the ball, and they need to get something happening here. Otherwise this rate can get out of hand pretty quickly. You don't want to see it going above 2 a ball, I think, on this field, because it puts a lot of pressure on you to keep that run rate up for a sustained amount of time.
Yeah, Shaukat Saeed is batting higher in this innings than he has at any point in the tournament, and like you, I'm completely on board with this. I think it makes total sense in the situation.
2 for 1 then, after the first over. Very good one. 10 to Junaid Saeed for the second. This is an outrageous stroke from Shaukat Saeed, and, well, he looks like he's there for a good time, but maybe not a long time.
Well, he's been sent out there with the licence to hit. He's scored 37 runs in the competition, and 30 of them have come in sixes. And he's got the highest strike rate of anyone in the Vienna Danube side, so
well,
doesn't want to put a price on his wicket, just wants to go and hit.
There's hitting, and then there's hitting. That was missing. Here's Saeed. Now hits this one straight up in the air. Well, this isn't going to be dropped, and it's taken. And well, it's Satyam Subhash who holds on to the catch. And well, brain explosion from the batsman Saeed. He's just going after absolutely everything. Again, the weight was going away from the ball. The ball went straight up, and a second wicket goes down. And now some early jitters for Vienna Danube. It's 2 for 2.
Yeah, he just got a bit giddy, didn't he? They've got plenty of batting depth in the hutch because of sending out Saeed to pinch hit, and I guess the consolation is didn't use up a lot of deliveries, did he? Out for a 2-ball quacker.
But still, that's a batsman in the shed that I feel like they could have used to help get some of these 113 runs. And these matches are also important. There's only 6 matches in total in Group B. Each team will play 3 matches, and the bottom one will be out of the tournament. So you can see why both teams would want to start their campaign with a win. And early success for Junaid Saeed. This new batsman, Abidullah Amari, comes out. He's off strike for this ball. This one's blasted down the ground, and Kailash, well, that's a huge hit. Maximo, 6 runs. And Kailash, we haven't seen any of him yet. What a way to start the innings. 6 off his first ball.
Yep, half volley from Saeed in that slot. Oriya Chaka, 6 runs. Claire Kailash, who looked very dangerous earlier on in this tournament, and then has gone quiet a bit in recent innings, but he still scores his runs at almost 2 a ball, and he's their top run scorer in the competition. So this is really key for Vienna CC. Try and keep him quiet.
Yeah, this is the difference though between Saeed and the way he was trying to hit the ball, and Kailash. Kailash stayed balanced. He played a good, correct cricket shot, went straight down the ground, whereas when Shaukat Saeed came out, his weight was everywhere. And there's a lot of energy going into it, but not much of it was very efficient. And Kailash, I've been waiting for him to break out. Maybe this will be the game where he does it. Now they've got their 2 outfielders at a fairly straight long on and a deep cover point. And Chijar's getting some running repairs, but he's back in the circle at mid-off. Kailash, can he keep it up? It goes again, and this is going the same way. 6 more, Maximo! And well, the mid-off was up in the circle, and now he's going to have to go fetch it from the other side of the fence. And a dozen in 2 balls for Kailash.
Back-to-back 6s, and Kailash is launching here. In T10, the best form of defence is to attack, and after losing 2 early wickets, he still sees it's a power play. He sees Saeed bowling floaty half volleys. He's not going to miss out.
Yeah, it wasn't even a half volley, it was probably more on a length, but he just has the confidence to hit through the line of the ball. Same field. Oh, this time he works it away, and it's going to be 4. And this time it was more on the leg stump from Junaid Saeed. Just tucked around the corner. And what a start this is in the second over. And Claire Kailash moves on to 16.
Yep, it's turning into a full-blown assault now, 6-6-4. One ball left in the over. Does Kailash go again? Or does he nudge a single to keep the strike for himself at the start of the third power play over?
I don't think there'll be too much nudging going on. I think it depends on the kind of delivery he gets. I think if he gets something in his zone, they still have got the mid-off up in the circle. I'd have him back and I'd have the deep point up, because I just think it's red rag to a bull, leaving him up there. Here's the last ball of the second. See, and because it wasn't quite there to hit for 4 or 6, he's smart and he does take the single, so he will retain the strike. A very good over. There was 17 off it. It's 19 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah, great counter-attack from Kailash. Now, who's going to bowl this third over? There's a discussion going on between Quinton Norris and Mark Simpson-Parker, captain and vice-captain. So there goes Satyam Subhash. Well, it looks like it is going to be Subhash.
Yeah.
Now that means that up their sleeve, they've got the man who, for my opinion of what it's worth, is the best spin bowler in this competition, Lakmal Kasturi, and fast bowling of Mark Simpson-Parker, but Subhash is going to bowl out here. Now the danger you can have with a bowler like Subhash and his little offies is you can get away with 1 over, but can you get away with 2? That's the question.
I think give him the chance. I mean, he took 2 wickets and took 2 runs, I should say, off the first over. He goes for this. He's got plenty of it. Watch out, Maximo! And this one has literally hit the camera. Well, it used to be a promotion where you could win some money if you hit the sign. Well, this is $1 million shot, and it might be costing us. And if the reception goes out, you know what's happened. Bang!
Oh, there we go.
He's nailed it.
It has hit our replay camera. Well, that is quite extraordinary, and
well,
we're heading up there to readjust
we
it
just
again.
might have to wait for a second until we get sorted here. This is something we haven't seen in over 1,000 matches.
That is extraordinary. Can we see get another replay of that while we're just waiting for the game to resume?
This is unbelievable work.
Well, they say hit the ball straight. You can't hit much straighter than that.
It's lights out and good night. We'll see you next year when you can afford a new camera. Well, we're going to go back to live action. And we're going to have to stick with another camera for now.
Well, we'll send the bill to Claire Kailash.
Well, just shows you the things that you see. And yeah, we'll have to just continue with this angle for now.
Yep, the camera's wiped out. That's it.
Well, Claire Kailash's got some deep pockets because they're very expensive.
I hope he's got a good bat sponsor.
Tell you what. Well, here's the next one. Stripping away through the offside. Again, they probably push for 2. They do. They'll get it.
Well, we've seen all sorts here at this European Cricket Series. But that is extraordinary. The camera wiped out by that straight 6. The straightest of straight 6s from Claire Kailash.
You couldn't script this stuff. You just absolutely couldn't. Here's the next one. Oh, he goes again. Watch out, camera. Well, it's not going to go all the way this side of the camera, but it will go all the way for 6. Maximo, 6 runs. And, well, this time is Abdullah who comes to the party with the Maximo.
Yeah, he's a good, powerful hitter, Amari, down the ground. And this is a key pair. The NSCC need a wicket quickly, otherwise this game could get away from them very, very fast.
Ahmed White saying the most costly hit I've ever seen. I agree. Well, he's going to go again. Oh, he's got plenty of this. This is a moonshot. Maximo, 6 runs. And well, they just keep on coming. And well, the gamble to bowl Subhash hasn't really worked. And another Maximo in the 3rd over. Crazy stuff. That's the 3rd of the over. It's gone 6-1-2, 6-6. And well, 21. It's a magical 3rd. And well, if anyone knows a good camera repair shop in the Vienna area, please send it through in the live chat. Here's the last ball of the power play. Goes again. Well, it's going to be in the gap. And it was sweetly struck. And this is what I love about this T10 format, because the game can change in an instant. And we've seen 25 runs off that over. The score after 3, it's 44 for 2.
Yep, Abdullah Amari's also getting a replacement back because he's broken his in hitting that drive through extra cover. Oh, what a power play recovery. This pair, who came together at 2 for 2, have faced just 10 balls together, and they've added 42 runs.
Crazy stuff.
Extraordinary. Now the man who's going to try and put a break on this is Jayaprakash Arakuti with his little medium paces. I think this is the wrong move. You've got one of, if not the best spinner in the competition, Lakmal Kasturi, in your ranks, and you have a pair who are wreaking havoc. I'd be getting Kasturi on with the message of, can you break this partnership?
Well, Rico Fools jumped into the chat. He said, morning chaps, loving your work. He's in the tower, my mate Richard, hope he's okay. Well, that was a fixed camera, so I didn't go near a cameraman, but there was no cameraman to save the camera, that was the problem. And well, we got Richards up there, trying to fix the situation as soon as we can. Well, here's the first ball of the fourth. Now they've got the protection of 5 outfielders. And Arakuti concedes a single off his first ball.
Yeah, that's not a bad ball first up, just back of a length. Still a long way to go in this run chase, even with this super partnership. Required run rate just below 10.
Murray goes big again. How much has he got of this? Well, he's got enough. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo. And well, the counting in 6 Vienna Danube. And they're past 50 in only the 4th over.
Yeah, and the partnership as well just grows by the ball. These two have added 49 now from 12 balls faced. Assuming they score a single off the next 5 balls, which seems elementary, it will be the quickest 50 stand of the competition.
Goes again, but he hasn't got it. Simpson Parker's in the game. He'll have to come in a long way. And he holds on to a great catch. He slides as he takes it to the ground. And well, it's a good piece of fielding from Mark Simpson Parker, which ends this dangerous partnership. It's 51 for 3.
I'd say better than good. That's an excellent piece of fielding. Remember that he's having to run on trainers as well on this outfield. He might have injured himself a bit in the process of taking the catch. But he's taken it. 49 added of 14 balls by these two, who are separated now. That is a really nice take from Simpson Parker. And so out at number 5.
Well, he's got a slight leg injury. Well, it's not surprising we got legs that big to keep them healthy all the time. And he identified quickly, didn't he, that he had time to get in. The wind was always blowing the ball towards him as well. So I think on another day, probably wouldn't have carried, but important bit of fielding. And like we said, the game can change in an instant. Here's Arakuti again. This one's short, and take some of this. The fielder, oh, he's held on to the catch. I can't believe it. It's Kasturi. And well, it looked like it had dropped out, but he got a second chance. It's 2 and 2. And instead of 6, it's another wicket. It's 51 for 4.
Yep, Kailash gone now as well. Amari for 24, Kailash for 25. He has 3 juggles at that, Kasturi, and takes it half a yard inside the rope to go with the direct hit run out and the 20 with the bat. He's having quite a game here, Lakmal Kasturi, and he's still got 2 overs to come on and bowl.
Well, Kasturi, you can see here, he had a mini heart attack as this jumped out of his hands. And at first he did well to save the 6. And then, well, luckily, he just had the presence of mind to keep his cool. And then he was running in. I mean, you're not allowed to celebrate, but he was just running to nowhere. I think he was running out of relief. Kasturi comes up with a catch. And now, with Arakuti, we've seen everything else in this innings. He's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, that's a proper swing of the game. Kale Badal Chokahe, the game has changed. Arakuti on a hat-trick.
What a hat-trick this would be. We've seen everything else. Just wish we had more cameras to capture the moment, as the main one's been smashed. Here's Arakuti. Mohamed Safi on strike. Hat-trick ball. He goes for it. Well, it wasn't far away. Go on the bounce. And, well, it's a single. And speaking of... Oh, right, never mind. We'll get another one. Kasturi, you can't keep him out of the game. He does the backing up. It'll be 2. And, well... Mohamed Safi, he's another man who's destructive, and you wouldn't put it past Vienna Danube to have another momentum swing in this innings.
Oh, it's T10 cricket. Pendulum swings are a big part of the game, but that was a huge one. who's both set batters in 2 balls.
Last ball of the over. It's going to get the treatment. Well, watch out, the cars. We've already had the cameras being broken. It could be the cars turn in the car park. Maximo to finish the over. And, well, 59 for 4 after 4. And we're 15 off that over, as well as 2 wickets. And well, I know that Rico's in the chat, and we're looking forward to this tonight from Portugal. There's only 2 more nights of the Portugal competition, the Fan Code Portugal T10. And well, today it's semi-final day. And this is one that I am looking forward to. The top 4 teams are going to go head-to-head, and we're going to see Marlow versus Hueras first up, and then we'll see Gorka 11 versus Indian Royals. Of course, unfortunately, we had 1 overs play last night, so Indian Royals have snuck into the semi-finals. I say snuck, but I think they would have fancied themselves to get there in their game over the Coimbra Knights last night. But Rico, certainly looking forward to the final series. We've got semi-final day tonight. We'll have the finals. The winners of those 2 games will play in the final tomorrow night. The other 2 teams will play in a bronze final tomorrow night. So 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe. It is 10 p.m. in India for Portugal tonight. Here's Kasturi being brought into the attack. And well, again, when you see the equation as it is, 54 required off the last 6 overs, 9 and over. Kasturi's 2 overs going to be very important in the complexion of this game, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually the best way for Vienna CC to probably win this from here is to bowl them out, or come close to doing so, because the required run rate's not the problem.
Yeah, well, a couple of quiet overs can change that as well. Oh, this time he has to go fetch it outside the off-stump. Mohamed Safi, he's going to attack. You know what you're going to get, and the keeper coming into the game as well, Norris. If that one gets past the bat, it was a long way from his body. What a game we've got here in match 30. Again, this one outside the off-stump. Norris misses this one. I don't think there's any bat on it. Might carry to the boundary. I think it'll be byes. Have to wait on the signal.
Yeah, he just missed it, Norris. Simple as that. It burst through the gloves.
It's going to be wides, actually. You can see why. Yeah, it was a wide. And Norris is putting his hand up saying, well, sorry about that, lads. One thing you got to do as a keeper is you have to try and get your head behind the line of the ball. So that time you just let his hands go out there. But didn't have a great line of sight on it. Oh, this one. Well, I think there's a little nick on this. It's a tough one. And, yeah, this is a tough one because when there's little nicks, they often just hit the side of your gloves, and then you have to have the presence of mind to have another go. You see that just off the end of his fingers. It was really good reactions from him to try and get there. You see there, grasping at it. And it's very tough to put that down as a chance, but still, everything happening here in the second innings of match 30.
Yeah, they're going to want Aziz Khattak on. He's a solid middle order player.
This is just well bowled by Kasturi.
The only thing I'd say about Khattak is he's a more orthodox player, so you know where Khattak's likely to hit straight down the ground. Mohamed Safi at the non-strikers is the big danger man.
It's a little bit shorter, and he's going to get the treatment. The fielder goes back, but Akbarjan can just watch it go over his head. Maximal, 6 runs. Oh, well, this is a nice stroke. It just shows you, if you're a little bit short, you can get punished.
Yeah, hung very deep in his crease there, Khattak. Ready to pounce on anything short. It's a rare bad ball from all of the quality of Lakmal Kasturi.
Now this one's going to get over the short cover, which means there's a gap over his head. Well, that's a really good bit of fielding down there. And well, Wijesakera, what did you say? How old was he?
No.
What's going on?
No.
As we get to the end of your... I'll give you the chance to come back with an answer in a minute. It's 5 overs down, and wow, they're cruising at the moment despite losing 4 wickets. They're up to 70 for 4 after 5 overs.
As we just see that fielding again, magnificent fielding. I did have a couple of people alert me to this, so I might have mixed up the 2 newcomers, Marco Seligin and Navin Wijesakera.
Well, that's understandable how you get those 2 mixed up. Anyway, continue.
Well, I had in my head that they were both newcomers to the tournament and making their ECS debut. So Seligin is the oldest player in this tournament. He turns 49 next month. And Wijesakera, who's looking very good for 49, is looking very good for 49.
How old is he?
Because he's 21. So,
Michael McCann.
I did think
that. His research again. That's what your thing, Michael. You're just off for 28 years.
You
Oh,
can't get it always right.
Maybe
Right.
not. Well, I turned 40. Maybe people start to think I'm 21. I wouldn't mind some of that. Anyway, here we go. Akbarjan coming to the attack. He's a hat-trick hero last week. Starts with, well, I thought that was going to be a wide.
Maybe just taking a flick on the pad on the way through, because the batter isn't really appealing for the wide, which you sense he would be
Well,
had
look
it
at
not.
this. Yeah, maybe you're right there. I think it did. Oh, this one knocks him over. And, well, Akbarjan gets a 5th wicket for Vienna CC. Vienna Danube, another twist in the chase. It's 70 for 5 in the 6th over.
You miss, I hit. Simple as that. Uriah Kamalki bowling from Abdullah Akbarjan. And that is the one they really wanted. Mohamed Safi, a very dangerous 6-hitter. And he is out. 70 for 5 now. Vienna Danube well ahead of the run rate, but that's not the problem. And we know that their batting has this soft underbelly once you get through the top 5 or 6. So a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Aziz Khattak.
I have to say a big shout out as well to the guys in Spring Production. They have repaired the camera, which got smashed.
Wow.
And I'll tell you what, they're amazing, these guys. It was in about 1,000 pieces up there, and they've gotten it together. And, well, you can see that's the commitment they've got. And, well, it's dangerous being up there as well. There's cricket balls flying around, and they've got it back up in just a couple of overs. So well done to the guys. And now we have that perfect view from the behind the bowler's arm. And you're looking at it right there. So well done, guys. Appreciate your work. Next one's worked away. And if they run hard, they can probably get 2. Simpson Parker's coming around. Oh, this is poor running, really. They need to push for these ones. And now they might get a... Maybe they knew that was going to happen.
Oh, no.
So we're going to get 2 anyway. So maybe they're just...
Well,
they're predicting the future. And they're getting... And then we've seen Aziz Khattak.
I'm not sure what was worse, the lack of enthusiasm to run the 2 or the throw when it came in, and the lack of backing up from Himanshu Jha.
And Khattak's getting an absolute gobful from the bench, and then he turns around saying, what? I got the 2 after all. What's your problem?
Could have had 3.
Oh, maybe. But done. This one gets through him. He's just always around the mark, isn't he, Akbarjan? And, well, his hat-trick with 2 bowls dismissal and a Corton bowled. This one was another one that was pretty close to the stumps.
Yeah, he's only gone for 8.5 and over in the tournament. He's picked up 8 wickets now in his 11 overs bowled.
And again, full and straight, a little under edge. Well, they think of 2 here. Again, it's probably maybe a chance of 2, but deciding that a single was enough. Well, we've got a game on here, Michael.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Simpson Parker, slight leg injury. I wonder if he will bowl. There's still 4 overs left in this innings. Well, this one, if Akbarjan had collected this, I think they would have found that Habibullah might have been in some trouble. Have a look at this, because he takes off with the shot. I think that if Akbarjan takes that cleanly, we've probably got a run out on our hands, but instead it'll be a single. 6 overs gone. It's 74 for 5, and only 4 runs off that over from Abdullah Akbarjan.
Yeah, that is vintage Abdullah Akbarjan. Super stuff. And now, for the first time in a while, the required run rate is also something that really comes back into the equation for Vienna Danube. It rises back up. It is now just below 10 and over. Kasturi's got 1 left. If I had my suspicions correctly, I think Mark Simpson Parker is going to bowl the 8th and the 10th, and then Akbarjan might bowl the 9th to fill it in. We'll see that.
Kasturi comes in to bowl the next over. This is well pitched. We hit down the ground, they'll just get a single. It's an interesting one, isn't it? And you said a couple of overs ago the run rate's not a problem. And one of these things, the required run rate, it's not a problem until it is. And you see there's only 4 runs off that 6th over. I knew that if there's a couple of single-digit overs, particularly they're below 6, it's going to go up pretty dramatically and quickly. So he steps across and plays a sweep shot. Norris, well, he threw that like he'd never thrown a ball in his life, the big cue, and he puts his hand up, and in the end they'll get 2. Well, he's got a few highlights in this game, Quinton Norris. This won't be one of them.
Yeah, he smacked 39 off 20 with the bat, but he's let a bye go through that he was very apologetic for, and then this throw was not his finest.
It's a proper keeper's arm, isn't it, from Norris? Oh, this time steps across, but he's picked out the fielder, and well, he spills it, and well, keeps it. Going to be 4 runs, I think, in the end. We'll have a look at the replay. Again, tried it earlier in the over, didn't get it this time. Again, well, he had it for quite a while. In the end, yeah, you can see there the ball just touching the line. So Junaid Saeed puts down a spicy chance and costs Vienna CC a boundary. Well, had the delay on that occasion, and then he's going to go for a wide. I'll have a look at this on the replay. And then instead of his regular leg spinner, it was more of an off spinner action. You see this one? Yeah, that's a good call. I think that's over the line for me. Tosses this one up, worked away in the offside for a single. And we see some excitement here. Beautiful day for cricket, and quite the contest here in match 30.
Now, Aziz Khattak on strike. He's got 2 balls left in the over. He's the last recognised batter in this lineup. Does he go for the boundary option here, or is he more conservative, pushing the single?
Well, not even. Respect for the delivery from Kasturi. And
he's got 1 ball left now. He's surely got to be looking for the single to give himself the strike at the start of the 8th.
yeah, well, any runs will take at this stage, I think. It's not easy to lose your run up when it's only about 3 steps long, but Kasturi's managed a couple of times. Pushes this one through, it's in the air. Well, it's not going to carry this time to MSP. And he'll clean up and just throw the ball in nice and easily for a single. And that's the end of the 7th over. It's 84 for 5 after 7. And well, 10 off that over. And looking ahead to the next game. We're looking forward to the 3rd match of the day here in Austria. We've got 2 teams which I'm sure will be keen to register another victory in Group B. Vienna CC, they're going back to back. And well, they're going to get the chance to bat first again against Cricketer CC because their captain Bilal Zalmai has won the toss and elected to bowl first. So I think that'll suit both of these captains, both these teams. Vienna CC with the runs on the board. And well, Cricketer CC, a dramatic turnaround from them this morning. They snapped their losing streak, and they did it in style in the first match this morning, didn't they, Rico? Didn't they, Michael?
Yeah, 23 run. I'm worrying for your eyesight if you're struggling to tell between Rico and I. Anyway,
Still speak the same language now. So
23-run victory against Bangladesh Austria this morning after 6 straight losses. They look like a different team all of a sudden up against Vienna's side. That they really do prefer batting first. So for that reason, if I was cricketer, having batted first and won myself this morning, I'd have chosen to bat. But anyway, here's Arakuti.
Arakuti on to bowl, and well, this one's in the gap. It's going to take a friendly bounce for the batting team, and it's going to go for 4. So 29 required off the last 3 overs, make that 25 off 17. And look, you know, they haven't used Simpson Parker here, and I do think he is struggling with a bit of a leg injury, and they've decided to go for Arakuti, and that's interesting, Michael.
Yeah, I predicted that Simpson Parker would bowl the 10th as well as the 8th. Remember, they've bowled out Kasturi now. Akbarjan has 1 left.
This one gets the batsman in the leg, pins him. So a handy dot ball, 25 off 16.
So much is on the shoulders of Aziz Khattak. We know that after that, Vienna Danube, lower middle order, have often fallen apart pretty quickly.
Habibullah can chip in with the boundaries at the end of the innings though as well. We've seen that before in the competition. Here's Arakuti. Oh, this one's right over middle stump. And well, he's very lucky to still be there, Khattak, after that.
Trying to hit the ball too hard here. Bale Orgain Kasangam Kanahoge has to get bat on ball first of all. Khattak doesn't have to hit it so hard. Try and time it.
Big delivery this. Goes for it, and well, hung in the air for a long time. And it'll just be a single.
So this is going to be key now. Habibullah so far in this tournament has really struggled with the bat. He's only hit 1 boundary from 20 balls faced in the competition and been out 4 times. They need him to do something.
It was a good boundary though, I remember it. Well, he's hit this one, and this is going to go up in the clouds. It's going to come down, and well, it's not going to be caught. It's a misjudgment from Seligman. And well, this one was in the air a long time, and when it came down, it's the acceleration you see. He's also dealing with the sun. By the time it comes down, if you're in the wrong spot, you've just got no time to react. You see it's when he loses it about here. It was right into the sun. You can see the shadows. It wasn't that far away.
Yeah, just what you want when you're a veteran coming out of retirement off the golf course. There's a man turning 49 next month.
Someone should have yelled 4. That was pretty close to. It was pretty close to him. He's Arakuti. This one will be a dot. Norris makes the block. This will end the over. Well, they ran 2 off that sky ball, and after 8 overs, 91 for 5. 7 off that one.
It's actually an excellent over from Arakuti, apart from one bad ball that was hit for 4. It's swung the equation marginally in Vienna's favour. But this is going right to the wire. Khattak and Habibullah have added a very useful 21 unbroken so far. Now to bowl the 9th, as I expected, Akbarjan is going to come back to bowl his 2nd over. His first over was excellent, picked up a wicket and conceded 4. But this leaves them a problem. Who's going to bowl the 10th? Are they going to bring back Junaid Saeed?
He's got Simpson Parker, potentially, if he's fit. 22 of the last 12 balls required. Well, he's going to line him up and he's going to miss. And well, he decided it was worth a go. There was a fielder backing up. Well, in the end, it cost them a run, but also would have been the end of Khattak.
Yeah, he had time to not just have a shy at the coconut shy, but
He loaded the gun, didn't he?
yeah.
Bang, had 1 bullet. Fortunately, he wasted it. This one goes up and away. It's not going to carry. It's going to blow straight to Simpson Parker, who's under the ball and takes another catch. He's probably the most reliable fielder in the competition. You just can't give him a chance to get in the game, and he takes an important catch at this stage of the game. It's 92 for 6.
Second catch of the innings for Simpson Parker. Had to show real composure here. That swirled in the wind in front of us in our commentary position. It's not the one they really wanted, but it's still useful. Solomon Habibullah, who's got into double figures for the first time in this competition, out for 10 off 9. So Aziz Khattak needs a new partner, and that is Adel Sherifullah. Sherifullah, who's scored 16 not out in his only innings in the competition so far, and yet to my slight bemusement comes in at number 8.
And crossed though. So this one, well, oh, what a catch this would have been from Himanshu Jha. It's going to go down as another drop in the book for him though. It does make the stop though. It'll be 1 run. Just want to say a quick hello to Lincoln Beggs. It's his birthday today. Hello, Lincoln. Well, you might find the robot has given you a little bit of a birthday present, Lincoln. I just want to say happy birthday to you. Sorry I didn't get to you earlier, but wishing you a very, very happy birthday. Well, I'd love to give you a golden ball for your birthday. It was a pretty good present for me last Friday. This is Akbarjan. This is dragged and, well, it's not taken cleanly up into wicket. For that reason, they will concede the single. Another golden ball birthday present maybe in the works, Michael.
Yeah, that was a heck of a golden ball. Not just the golden ball, the fact that Sahar Zadran managed to defend 7 off and over to get it there.
Well, this one is hit straight back to the bowler. Akbarjan, it's a ball magnet.
This is brilliant from Akbarjan. My worry for Vienna CC is the problem they're storing up. Is Mark Simpson Parker going to come on with a slight injury to bowl the final over, or will they bring back Junaid Saeed?
It goes after this one. He's got it nowhere. Now they're going to turn for 2. Probably worth a go. No, they're going to take just the single. They're going to keep Aziz Khattak on strikes. Probably a good move in the end. At the end of 9 overs, it's 95 for 6. Very good over. Only 4 runs again. And Akbarjan only conceding 8 runs off his 2 overs and picking up 2 wickets. So 2 for 8. Very good figures for the all-rounder.
Well, I've mentioned it a few times. All of their wins, their 3 wins in this competition so far, have come when they have been setting targets. They prefer to do that, Vienna CC. They're a very good, tenacious, defending team with the ball. And to bowl this final over, their star all-rounder, he's had a hamstring problem that hampered him a bit whilst batting and has meant that he's been somewhat reluctant to bowl. But now they need him to close this game out. And I think this is a good move, because even Simpson Parker with a slight leg injury, to me, is a far better bet than bringing back Junaid Saeed, who got mashed for 17 from his first over and looked thoroughly unconvincing.
Well, different batsman though as well. Kailash went crazy in that second over, but Mark Simpson Parker, can he get it right? And need 18 runs off 6 balls. Be a huge effort to win from here. Viana Danube, it's the lower order at the crease. Misses out in the first one. That's why it's a lot of runs still to get. 18 off 5. Well, to get 18 off 5, you pretty much 3 balls need to go to the boundary, or 4. That just shows you how difficult it's going to be, unless you get a bunch of extras or something like that. So, at the moment, it's advantage Vienna CC.
Yeah, you can see on that shot, he's in a little bit of pain, Mark Simpson Parker, but he's pushing through the barrier for his team.
This is good death bowling right in the block hole, and there's absolutely no chance of any more runs. So Adil Sharifullah is going to have to do it. 17 off 4. Now you do need something like 6-6-4, something like that, or at least 3 4s keep you in the game. But well, Sharifullah, is there any chance, Michael?
Well, mathematically, of course he does. It would be a shot, though.
Doesn't sound very confident from you. He has a go at it. Gets a bit of it, and well, they're probably going to have to come back for 2 at this stage. Well, they're going to settle for 1, and well, we'll see what he's thinking, I suppose. But at the moment, it's not like Aziz Kardak is exactly smashing them himself. He's just overrun a ball, but obviously I think he's the more likely one. 16 required off 3 balls, so now you do need 6, 6 and a 4. This one stays in the ballpark. It's pretty much last rights for Viana Danube.
As mentioned, he's not a natural big hitter, Aziz Kardak.
Needs a boundary. And he misses out. So Vienna CC, looks like they're going to hold on here in a very entertaining match 30. What a game it was. Saw CC on top early in the second innings. Only 2 off the first over. Sabash only conceding 2, but then third over going for 25. They were 70 at halfway. Had them on toast, Viana Danube. There's been a good comeback from the men in gold. This one will just be a single.
Could be a run out, not quite. Well, yes, but their only problem, even when they had them on toast in regard to being above the required run rate, was the losing of wickets, and it's that loss of wickets that's cost them, because at the back end here you've got Kardak, who's the worst of the hitters in the top order, stuck with the lower order. And they're going to get revenge after losing comfortably to Viana Danube last Monday morning.
His last ball of the match. Now hits this one up. Could be a chance. Akbarjan comes in from the boundary and he holds on. So they win it in style, Vienna CC. And they restrict Viana Danube to 98 for 7 off their 10 overs. They win this match by 14 runs. And well, the men from Vienna CC, they've had an up and down tournament. They've made a very good start to their group campaign as they try and stay in the mix for the preliminary finals on Friday. Well done to Quinton Norris and his men. I'm pretty sure Quinton Norris, he's got a pretty good case for man of the match for his contribution of 39 with the bat. But still a well-contested game. Commiserations to Viana Danube. They'll get a chance later today to make up for that loss as we look at what happened here in the second half of match 30 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Austria. Well, it was a pretty tight start. And Malia, see this, the direct hit, just hitting the bottom corner of the stumps. Malia had to go. Then we saw another wicket going down. You thought, well, this could be over pretty quickly. And Clara Kailash came out and he lashed a few out of the ground. And well, including one of the most memorable hits ever. We'll come to that in a second. But in a magical 30, scored 25 runs. This one whipped away off the pads. And well, it was lights, camera, action. And there was going to be a bit more action. Because this one, bullseye, this almost put us out of business. Bang! Wow. Talk about getting yourself in front of the lens. I had the boys scrambling to have it replaced. Well, Kailash, as long as he was there, you thought they were a chance. Amari came out, started getting in on the action as well. He hit the ball very cleanly as well. He's an exciting young player. Really, when you consider they were 70 off the first half of the innings, it was an amazing effort from Vienna CC to keep them to just 28 in the second half. I do always like to look at those 5-over splits. And this was a good piece of fielding on the boundary at the second attempt. Kasturi came in, and this one, well, it would have been a miracle catch for Norris. It's just out of his grasp and deflecting off him. And well, punishing on anything short. Kasturi doesn't bowl too many bad balls. It wasn't a bad one, just a little bit too short. Akbarjan, he came in, and as he does so often, he hit the target. It's the end of Mohammad Safi, who is a dangerous player. And then, well, there's Vienna Danube. That were behind the 8 ball. But they get a bonus here after some lackluster on between the wickets at the first attempt. And the run rate turned out to be the thing that did him in the end, losing the wickets at key times. This is another bit of madness. Norris just missing the target by 3 or 4 pitches. It didn't matter too much. This one, a tough chance for Saeed. Ended up conceding 4 for that one. They had to go for their shots late. They just hung in the game for a while, Vienna Danube, but the wickets came back to haunt them. This is another one. That's the eclipse. And Marco Seligman would rather have been anywhere else, anywhere near that. And well, this time loaded the gun, didn't he? But couldn't get the run out. Well, Katak hung in there for a while. And well, Mark Simpson-Parker, as he's done so often for Vienna CC, such an important all-round cricketer for them. Very reliable in the outfield. Himanshu Jha, well, he had an interesting time in the field as well. And it's, well, just running out of time, running out of batsmen. It was a bridge too far for Vienna Danube, who end up going down in this match. Vienna CC 112, defeating Vienna Danube 98. Very entertaining match 30. And that's only halfway today in Vienna, because we still have 2 matches to go from the beautiful Sabahn Cricket Ground. Sun's out. And, well, we certainly hope you can join us for the next match. And, well, looking forward to this one as well. Vienna CC, they'll have their tails up after that win. They'll be batting first again in match 31 because Bilal Zalmai, he won the toss and elected to bowl first. So Michael was saying it's an interesting decision. Bilal Zalmai deciding to bowl first despite snapping their losing streak when batting first this morning. And well, Shadnan Khan, haven't seen too much of an impact from him so far. They're just taking their time, working him into the tournament. Seems like Cricketer CC, Vienna CC, see if they stick with the same batting order. MSP at the top of the order with Eckstein, Kasturi in the middle order. I think that was an effective manoeuvring of their resources. Quinton Norris, see if he keeps his good form up. He was the man of the match in match 30, and we certainly look forward to seeing some more of the Big Q. That game will be starting in about 15 minutes, so make sure you join us right back here on the European Cricket Network. Why not take the time to go to our website, europeancricket.com, to check out the match previews for this game. And also don't forget our social media at European Cricket's a great place to go. Instagram, Twitter and Facebook to find all those little bits you might have missed. And geez, there's been plenty of highlights. Well, just when you think you've seen it all, we had to repair our camera as it got hit by a straight hit in match 30. But for now, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. I hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. See you in approximately 15 minutes for match 31 in the Fancode European Cricket Series Austria. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Welcome to the coin toss for this match number 31 of 47 here at the FanCode European Cricket Series in Austria. It pits two teams against each other in Group B, desperate for a win. Vienna CC up against Cricketer CC, who'd had a 6-game losing streak snapped this morning with that 23-run win against Bangladesh Austria. Match referee Alex Dowdles has the coin. Cricketer CC will get to call heads or tails. Let's see what happens.
Thanks, Michael. Best of luck, guys. Your call, cricketers.
Head.
Head, it's a call. It is a head.
We're gonna bowl.
So, Cricketer CC have won the toss. They've decided they're going to have a bowl. Let's get up to Vinny Sandhu, who's in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Michael McCann. You see the news from the toss there that Bilal Zalmai has decided he wants to bowl first, which is interesting, seeing that they batted first quite pretty successfully in the first match today. But have a look at there, the potato fields. This is a really great shot. You see the drone footage from the guys, Spring Production. Love your work. And what a beautiful place to play cricket. Beautiful day for it as well. Nice spring day in Austria. And, well, we're going to have a great contest coming up. Vienna CC versus Cricketer CC. Vienna CC, well, actually 4-4 now for the tournament, but they're 1-0 in this phase of the tournament. It has 4 teams that finished 5, 6, 7 and 8 are competing for 3 places in the preliminary finals. Cricketer CC have made a good start as well to their Group B campaign, winning the first match of the day off the back of contribution from Bilal Zalmai. A lot of people asking about Shadnan Khan, and I think obviously just he's come out of quarantine. They don't want to overuse him, I think, at this stage of the tournament. It's a bit of a gamble, I suppose. You don't know what he's going to bring, if they're going to keep selecting him, but just not necessarily using him on the field the way that a lot of people expected. And Mark Simpson-Parker, he's got a few injury concerns of his own. A little bit of a thigh injury, but did see him come and close out the game for Vienna CC the previous game. Let's see if they stick with the batting order. Daniel Eckstein at the top of the order, going out there and swinging the bat. Akbarjan, Norris and Kasturi. So it's a fairly strong top 5. Quinton Norris, the big cue stick, coming into form. And well, we've seen Jay Prakash Arakuti into the ball being used a little bit more, especially with Simpson-Parker. Not necessarily going to bowl his 2 overs. Probably depends on the game situation as well. And what Cricketer CC, they're an exciting team. Bilal Zalmai, of course. Mohammad Zalmai, I've loved the way he's bowled, and also he's been a live wire in the field for Cricketer CC. And Javid Zadran, the wild thing. He just tries to come out and bowl as fast as he possibly can. He's going to get the chance, I think, in this innings. Again, the CC just getting ready, and yeah, it looks like it will be that combination that we expected. Daniel Eckstein at the top of the order with Mark Simpson-Parker. Just want to say a quick chance to say hello to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching in on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We know we have viewers all around the world, not just in Europe and not even necessarily in traditional cricket playing countries, but certainly is a unique offering, European Cricket Network, and we plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 cricket this year. It's wonderful to have your company. And well, a lot of my friends that are playing IPL at the moment, and they're enjoying watching the European cricket during the day before they head off to their respective matches. And even a couple still in quarantine in India, and that takes opportunity to wish everyone in India the best. We know that you're going through a hard time with the pandemic situation there at the moment, and just hoping that you all stay safe and hoping for better outcomes in the days ahead. Thanks again for all the messages and support. And well, one of the great things is that you can talk to us on air, and Mahmood White saying in the chat, saying, Vinny, I don't understand why Cricketer CC opt to bowl against a team who loves to defend totals. Yeah, and that's an interesting one for me as well, Mahmood White, but I suppose they've won batting and they'd love to win bowling, so they're just giving themselves the chance to do both in the same day. Mohammad Zalmai with the ball, first ball of match 31, and it's a no ball, and it's going to be a no ball because they've got 3 outside the circle, I think, and well, that's not a great start. It was called straight away by the standing umpire. Yeah, they had a third man back as well as a deep square leg and a deep long on. So the third man's probably going to have to come back into the circle. Would have been a wide anyway, but the difference is this will be a free hit. So Eckstein, just what he would have liked. he has the freedom to express himself. Now it's a clever bit of bowling. It's a grunt slower ball. It normally only works in the backyard, but missed out this time. It's actually a clever bit of bowling. Mohamed Zalmai generally curve the ball right to left, outswing bowler. This one's a little bit short. Eckstein probably stumped high. Lucky got some bat on that. That'll be the first run off the bat, and that will bring Mark Simpson-Parker on strike. He's so often the linchpin of their batting innings. He will play traditional cricket shots. He'll run between the wickets hard. They have a bunch of stroke makers around him that can play the flashy shots, but he's normally the foundation of their innings. MSP. Now this is an outswing, it's too full, and it wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, but it's still a thick outside edge, which races away to the deep third man boundary. It's the first boundary of the innings to Simpson-Parker. Zalmai just searching for some extra swing, trying to pitch the ball up. It's overdoing it that time. Simpson-Parker gets his first boundary. How exciting is this cricket, guys? Through these contests, as we go to the conclusion, Austria will really be hotting up. Oh, gets this one right. We're still pushing away to mid-off for a single. And that's what I like about Simpson-Parker's batting. He's always looking to score, even though it's not necessarily boundaries, but he's looking to turn the strike over, run hard. And for that reason, he doesn't face too many dot balls. I think that's really important in this form of the game. Who do you favour in this game? Let us know in the YouTube chat. This is well bowled again from Mohamed Zalmai. Eckstein's going to have to get his skates on, but he gets there for a single. That's good running. Yeah, well, we know that Luke Belgium likes to make his predictions, and he often admits there's nothing behind this except instincts. It, well, it ignites some debate. That's what I do like. Of course, nobody knows what's going to happen in the Vanguard European Cricket Series if someone tells you that, and they're sorely mistaken. It's a nice looking drive, and well, it's actually pretty good fielding by Bilal Zalmai. Got a bit of a Tortuga bounce as the first over comes to an end, and there were 9 off it. It's 9 for no loss after 1. Well, fairly even start, I think, for both teams. Quick to ZC, got some exciting players, but inconsistent, I suppose, is what I would call them. Basir Khan is going to bowl the second over for the men in blue. And he's been an important player with the bat and the ball for cricketers. MSP faces up for the second over. Well, Simpson-Parker, well, this one I think would have been out if we hit direct. He set away for a single. Eckstein didn't fancy his chances of getting to that end, so he had to turn on his heels. This will be an interesting replay. You see that Eckstein took a few steps and then had a change of heart, and then Mark Simpson-Parker needed a change of direction. And I think, yeah, if that hit, it was going to be curtains. So again, only had one stump to aim at. Good pressure by Basir Khan. A little bit short. And Simpson-Parker, he's going to get a single in the end. You can see he's actually struggling with a thigh injury. It's that left thigh. So he's just holding it there. And well, I hope it's not hampering him too much. You'll see this in the shot. And see that left foot, there's just no real power above the knee. I'm no doctor. Didn't have the patience or the application to get through medical school, but I can tell you, he's in some discomfort there, but he's going to battle on. You see, this is just, the force was concentrated in that area that's giving him discomfort at the moment. 16 on strike. Works this way for single. And That's part of the reason I think we only saw MSP bowling 1 over, and really it was an over they felt they needed to turn to him in the last game. They needed to defend 18 for victory. They didn't want to trust anyone else with the ball. They'll be hoping they can keep him in good nick. Yost is here. Hello, boss. How are you today? It's lovely to see you. Jostovic, who's watching from Slovenia. Looks like we've got a slight injury break for Mark Simpson-Parker. He's just taking a bit of time to get himself right. I think he might have just grazed himself on the pitch as he dived back, trying to avoid being run out earlier in the over. So anyway, a bit of the walking wounded. Of course, these players coming off very little cricket at all. They get the chance to play 10 matches and then potentially some more. Come the finals on Friday and Saturday. And so that's a big initiation. You can understand why occasionally a few sore bodies out there. They're putting it all on the line for their clubs. Of course, FanCode European Cricket Series, such a great platform for cricketers in Europe, and we're seeing explosion of cricket across the continent and awareness of cricket in Europe. Thanks to initiatives like the European Cricket Network. We certainly enjoy bringing you the cricket, no matter where you might be watching in the world. And yeah, let us know where you are watching from. I know a lot of friends back in Australia which love to tune in. It's some evening viewing, some must-watch viewing for them in Australia. I know we've had some viewers from New Zealand as well, of course. Really everywhere in the world. Still waiting on Antarctica, and then I can say viewers on every continent. And questions about the practicalities. County Nolan asking about particular bowls. Yeah, we're in a bit of bowl as part of the crew. Staying in the hotel. It means that being in the bubble with Michael McCann isn't always easy, but we make the best of it. He brought me a beer on my birthday last week. He's a lovely guy. And yeah, the teams, there are various protocols in place. As we see, just still waiting a few running repairs. Mark Simpson-Parker, they might be going getting some help from the other team here, which I don't know if that's a help or a hindrance. Might be tying it, so he might have one hand behind his back, you never know. And yeah, Desiraj with some information there, of course, playing for BCC ordinarily. Looking forward to seeing you, Siraj, if you can make it down. Once you've recovered, you've said you're COVID free, which is wonderful. And yeah, it's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, just talking about the conditions. And, still plenty of blue sky around though. That wind is still blowing straight down the ground. And well, I'm looking at the flag, which I've been looking at all week. The flagpole just over the wide long on boundary. One of the flags has been blown so far, it looks like it's disintegrating, but one of the flags is still there. And I can tell you it pretty much is blowing straight down the ground. So Mark Simpson-Parker is going to be fine to continue. Azir Khan still has 3 balls in this over. He bowled to Mark Simpson-Parker. Well, this time there's a fumble, and that'll allow them to get back. There's Shadnan Khan in the field. Just misfielding that one. Haven't seen too much of Shadnan so far, have we, today? But you just wonder when they'll unleash him on the tournament. They didn't really need him to do too much this morning. So just giving him a chance to find his feet in the field first. This one's pitched up, and this is good bowling. Enticed the drive from Eckstein. And Basir Khan, he's a live wire. It's been a fairly slow start here for Vienna CC. Just hovering at the runner ball mark. And well, it's going to be another single to finish the over. A good over from Basir Khan. There are only 4 off it, and after 2 overs, it's 13 for no loss. Let's see who they turn to in the 3rd over. Will they go back to Mohammad Zalmai? He does swing the ball, so I do think he's a good option to bowl out in the power play while the ball's new. Looks like they will. As we welcome Michael McCann back into the commentary box, and Michael, fairly cautious start from Vienna CC, but also some good bowling from Cricketer CC early here in match 31.
Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker looking in a bit of discomfort. Now Eckstein has really got to get going. He's meant to be pinch hitting. He's on 4 off 7.
And he goes after this one. He drop kicks it away. It's got a lot of height on it, and it's going to find the boundary. So this is going to be 4. You see this again. Zalmai just not getting the movement on this occasion. Stays straight, drifts into the pads, and gets put away for 4.
That's why you don't bowl to Daniel Eckstein. Put it there, he will get you away.
You say a pinch hitter, I mean, I do agree with that, but also I don't think he's the kind of batsman that is going to go for everything. He's also going to treat the ball with the respect if it commands it. Here's Mohamed Zalmai. This one does swing, but it swings too far, and you see the inconsistency of the swing, and the last one didn't swing at all. This is the vagaries of swing bowling. This one goes a long way, almost pitches off the pitch. And that's the breeze coming into it as well. Occasionally gets that right to left, and obviously the seam was perfect there. And that's pretty disconcerting if you're the batsman as well, when you see some swing and some not. It's very unpredictable. Even the bowler doesn't know where they're going at the moment. Mohamed Zalmai. He goes after this one. Has he got enough on it? Well, it might be a catching chance, and it's taken. And well, it's the end of Mark Simpson-Parker, and it's Javid Zadran who holds on to the catch. And well, he's been in some discomfort while he's been out there. He'll be even less comfortable now, as he is gone for only 8, and the score now is 19 for 1.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite fluent. Now there's a lot on the shoulders of Abdullah Akbarjan. Akbarjan, who himself was pretty unconvincing in his 16 off 13 against Vienna Danube earlier today. They needed big Q, Quinton Norris and Lakma Kasturi to come through for them in that one. He's at the non-strikers, Akbarjan.
It's a pretty good outswing Yorker this time, and well, part of the field seems to be a few slips around there. Bilal Zalmai slipping as he fields it, but it just concedes the single. And Akbarjan, you can see how the left-hander takes to this and what their field will be, because he is swinging the ball into the left-hander. Yeah, now we see Javid Zadran. He's going back to the deep square leg boundary, deep forward square leg. And I think I'll probably also push back. Captain pushing himself back at long on. Only 3 balls left in this power play.
No, they've got a mid-wicket and a mid-on. That makes sense. That's where Akbarjan hits all of his 6s. Akbarjan with 12 6s in the tournament for Vienna CC. It's the highest 6 hitter. Quinton Norris second with 10, including 4 earlier today.
Round the wicket. This one on his toes. Oh, they might think about 2. Oh, Eckstein thinks about it and then realises he's not that fast. And so they settle for a single.
I think you're exactly right. Eckstein just knew he wasn't going to make it back. He's not the quickest by any stretch. He was running to the danger end as well, remember, so it's within his rights to turn it down.
I mean, probably would have had to be a direct hit, the way the throw was going to whistle in. But, well, I think that was probably a smart decision. Well, this one's a slow ball, gets it wrong. Yeah, this one seemed to go the other way. And so we've seen Zalmai earlier in the tournament having the ball on a string, almost predictably swinging the ball and being very accurate. But today seems to be a bit all over the place. It's because some are going, some aren't. And this one, you see, there's no movement on this one at all. I think it might have been an attempted slow ball. Lose it badly down the leg side for a wide. Loses this one the other way. So, well, Zalmai just saying, well, I don't really know what I can do here. I mean, he's a swing bowler, so he's going to keep trying to swing it. And this is the second one we've seen. Look at this one go. It actually hits the line, I think. That was made it a difficult take for the keeper, Bashir Mazari. To the left-hander, if he bowls that ball, I think I'm probably going to concede 5 wides. So let's see if he can get it right. He's around the wicket again. That's a good bit of keeping to keep this from going to the boundary. It's just the 1 wide. Zari, I think if he's getting this movement, he should be staying over the wicket and pushing it across and trying to straighten it down the line. I think that'll be more of a test for the left-hander. This one, left-hander can pretty much sweat for the ball on the pads and swing it away with immunity, because there's only 1 man back at the square leg boundary. He goes after it, and well, no one's getting near this. This is picked up beautifully, using the angle to his advantage. Maximo! 6 runs. It's the first one of the innings. It goes to Abdullah Akbarjan in the 3rd over.
Oye Chaka, that's his arc. Akbarjan finally gets his first 6 of the day. It's taken him 16 balls across 2 matches, which by his standards is a long time. And when he does time it sweetly for his favoured region, it doesn't matter if you've got men on the rope.
Amit Kumar saying that often Salmai is expensive in his 3rd over. Doesn't give too many in the 1st over. That's an interesting observation. Amit?
Expensive in his 3rd over?
In the 3rd over.
Oh, pardon me.
This one is worked away. Just a single. That'll finish the over. After 3 overs, it's 32 for 1.
Yeah, I'm trying not to sound like a broken record, but right arm around to the left-hander is not the one. Seems like it leaves an incredibly small margin for error. And Mohamed Waqar Zalmai concedes an eye-watering 28 runs from his 2 overs. Let us know in the YouTube chat where you're watching from. It is fantastic to have your company. The sky has suddenly got very cloudy. The sun just hidden behind that cloud, and the wind has whipped up a tad. Speaking of things whipping up, it is the wild thing himself, Javed Zadran, and he's on it today. 1 for 12 from his 2 overs against Bangladesh, Austria. Now he's going to bowl right arm around as well to the left-handed Akbarjan. Power play done. So 3 in front of square on the leg side, and a deep cover and a long off. That's a fantastic start from Zadran. He's got a really small margin for error here against Akbarjan, and that is not far off the perfect delivery that he could bowl in this situation. Very nice stuff. Akbarjan's got that away. Hit hard out to Bassett. Fielded well. Zadran coming right arm over to Eckstein. No full toss. Chipped up and taken. That's a good running catch by Bilal Zalmi. Had to make up a lot of ground to get there. Poor ball, low full toss. Daniel Eckstein's been struggling for timing in this innings. Again, he struggled for his timing there. Just couldn't get it away. So another one gone. Naveen Wajasekara comes out for his ECS debut. He's at the non-striker's end, increasing pressure on the shoulders of Abdullah Akbarjan, who is facing now on 9 off 5. Been the key player all week with bat and ball, alongside Mark Simpson-Parker in that regard. It's an awful full toss and gets the treatment it deserves. It's not quite a waist height, no ball, but it's definitely a Gundy ball. Dirty ball, not good. And Akbarjan finds the boundary, moves into double figures. He has 13 off 6. We know Vienna CC are a good defending team. They've got to get something half decent on the board to be defended. It's a clean strike from Akbarjan. Gap at square leg, back-to-back boundaries. Aurier Choka. 17 off 7 now for Akbarjan. Likes that. To step out, get inside the line of the ball and then muscle it away through square leg. He's very good in that region. That's his art. Primarily square leg round to long on. Short, a great response from Zadran. Making Akbarjan fetch the ball from a long way outside off. Akbarjan just can't access a delivery like that because of stepping inside the line of the ball as he loves to do. So that's the end of the 4th over, and we can have a look at Romania, who are part of the ECC coming this summer, the largest of the Balkan countries. First hosted cricket in 1893 when a match between the towns of Brăila and Bucharest was arranged to welcome the arrival of the new Queen of Romania. She was the niece of Queen Victoria of Great Britain. Fast forward to 2006, the Transylvania Cricket Club was formed. Recently, Cricket Romania has made a big push for indigenous players, a quota of 3 per national team 11. ECL sensation Pavel Florin is very much the poster boy for that cause. Alzamai on to bowl the 5th. Starts with a quicker one. It's 2 left-handers at the crease as Jassekara gets off the mark. Thuds into the pads, looked like it was going down leg on the angle. Also pitching about 2 feet outside leg as well, of course. As is that one. Now there has been some talk in the odd quarter cricketing part of the globe about changing that rule, but it does seem like for the most part it's not going to be changing anytime soon, really. A huge point of discussion. Akbarjan comes down the pitch, hits this very, very high. It will take some catching by Zadran, who drops it. Palms it away towards Bassett, who completes the fielding job. Bilal Zalmai's got his hands out as if to say, come on, you've got to take that. That is incredibly harsh. This would have been a very good catch. He's had to run a good 25 yards to his right to even get there, and then try and grab it on the run. That's the kind of catch a professional cricketer would have been pretty happy with. Great shot. Rarely fielders behind the bowler's arm, as was the case here. 4 runs. Bilal Zalmai chirping at his fielders. I can't understand why. Nothing long on or long off could have done about that. He's bisected them perfectly. It's a poor ball. He's lucky to get away with just a leg by from that. Normally the ball goes there with Abdullah Akbarjan. The only question is Choka or Chaka, 4 or 6. So, end of the 5th over. Pretty even stuff so far. Very clear that Abdullah Akbarjan's going to be key. He's scored almost half of the runs in the innings so far. The score at the midpoint is 49 for 2. To bowl the 6th, it's going to be the ever reliable Basir Khan. Basir, who so far in the tournament has been the most economical bowler. He's gone at just under 9 and over. Only bowled 1 over, surprisingly, against Bangladesh, Austria. Because they were so far ahead of the game, they decided to give other bowling options a chance, but that 1 over was very good, conceding just 6. Short, and Akbarjan has to fetch it from a long way outside that off stump. So he'll get 1. And that's where you see something of a limitation in Akbarjan's game, because a cut shot there would have been oh so useful with 2 fielders behind square on the offside, but both up in the ring. Nibbled away for 1 by Naveen Wijesekara. So Wijesekara now has 2 off 2. He's content to give Akbarjan the strike, which is fine. Oh, that's big. That's 6, no doubt about it. Aurier Chaka, and Abdullah Akbarjan is refinding his form. Second 6 of the innings. Can't bowl there though. Right arm around, straight into his slot. This innings is being powered by the Abdullah Akbarjan engine. And again, that's gone. Out! Gone, but not far enough. And Akbarjan finds the mid-wicket sweeper. And that is a big moment. Khel Badal Choka here. The game has changed. Abdullah Akbarjan gone for 30 off 16. It's a great knock. But he is so critical to their hopes. Do still have the hitters of Kasturi and Norris, but that's a big blow for the NSCC. Abdullah Akbarjan gone 3 4s and 2 6s. Now out comes Lakmal Kasturi, who hit 20 off just 9 balls against Vienna Danube. 1 4 and 2 6s. Little gem of an innings like that would be very useful for the Viennans to build on. Quinton Norris still in the hutch. And they're on for a score of 100 to 110, where so many scores have seemed to be in that kind of an area across the last week or so of cricket. Got him! 2 in 2. Basir Khan's on a hat-trick. Aurier Kamalki bowling. Super stuff. Well, look at the swing on that, like a banana. In it comes. And Kasturi doesn't know what's hit him. It's hit his castle. So a golden duck for Lakmal Kasturi. Game really has changed now. Quinton Norris steps out to face the hat-trick ball. 57 for 3 becomes 57 for 5. The ECS debutant Naveen Wijesekara is joined by Quinton Norris, his captain. Norris, who, remember, hit 39 off 20 with 4 big 6s and a 4 as well against Vienna Danube. Let us know in the chat who you think's going to win this game. Pendulum just swinging towards Cricketer CC. You know that victory here would guarantee them progress through to the preliminary finals. Norris content to see off the hat-trick. End of the over. What a good over from the ever-dependable Basir Khan. 8 runs and 2 wickets. That's a shot you're not going to see very often in the ECS. Proper forward defensive. And Quinton Norris, 57 for 4 after 6, 4 left. 10 and over from here gets 97. 12 and over, which equates to 2 runs a ball. We get them along to 105. We know they're a good defending team, Vienna. Both of these sides with a win so far this morning. Both of those wins came when batting first. Zalmai on for his second. His first went for just 7. Full toss, mistimed. It's only 1. He's a bit frustrated with Jasekara, who's only faced 3 balls. He's hit them all for singles. And amidst the batting chaos of Akbarjan's hitting and then the loss of wickets. Expected by Norris. Would have been out had it hit. It missed. Bilal Zalmai's furious. Zalmai seems to be saying that it hit the stumps. Well, I can tell you it didn't, because had it did, and so the bells would have fallen off. Very close though. Jasekara lucky to survive. It's come off the pad, surely going down leg. But this is good containing bowling from Bilal Zalmai. 1 dot. Wow, it wasn't missing on height. Huge no ball, awful delivery. Still a run-out chance though, had it been gathered cleanly by Zadran. He's living a charmed life at the non-strikers end with Jasekara. The sun just peeps out from behind the clouds. Free hit. Oh, he's bowled him. It won't matter. It's a free hit, of course. Wicketkeeper Bashir Ahmedzari fancying something of a double play. He's trying to claim that Norris was out stumped. So straight through the gate. It won't matter. Free hit. So Norris, after his big hitting antics earlier on, hasn't scored from 4 balls. He still won't have done because that's come off his pad. Rajinder gives the single. So the big cue, as he's known to us and his teammates, struggling to make contact with Jasekara on 3 off 3. It's a quicker ball, fired into that leg stump with Jasekara on to 4 singles for him. And that is the end of an incredibly tidy 7th over. 1 dot dot no ball dot leg by 1. This is our format here. Had the round robin. Bottom 4 have headed into Group B, which is what we're in now. Group A to come. The team that finishes 4th in Group A, and then the teams that finish in the top 3 of Group B will head into Friday's preliminary finals. So as long as you don't finish bottom of Group B, you are still in with a chance of winning this tournament. But you have a longer route to finals day, Saturday, than if you'd have managed to get in the top 4. Now Shadnan Khan is going to make his long-awaited first significant contribution of this tournament. And that's not a bad start. It's a good hitter with the bat. I was a bit surprised cricketer CC didn't use him this morning. Hasn't quite got up to full speed yet. When he does, he can bowl pretty quick, pretty nippy. And Norris still yet to score. Oh, this is quite a turnaround. He's blasting it all over the place earlier on. 39 off 20, 4 big sixes. Got to find something. Well, we'll get a wide there, Norris. Khan just trying a little off cutter. Did turn back, but fortunately it started already outside the leg stump. That's another one from Khan, who's going to get warmed up. Karik Jar says, what happened with MSP? Just a tight hamstring that's built from having 8 months of lockdown, not being able to play, and then suddenly playing so many intense games in such a short space of time. That's very well bowled. Just lost his timing and his rhythm here, Norris. Still scoreless. This is the longest it's taken anyone in the entire tournament to get off the mark. It's into the pads, he'll get a leg by at least. You're watching in the subcontinent, probably looking at your TV thinking, Bale Orgen Kasangam Kanahoge's got to get bat on ball. At the moment, he's only managed a couple of leg buys that come off his pads. This is very un-Norris-like innings. Navin Wijesekara gets a change of bat. He has 5 singles so far. And they're crawling along here since the loss of those back-to-back wickets. No boundaries in 15 balls now. And that's excellent from Shadnan, shaping across the left-hander. And I advocate bowling right arm over to the lefties. That's the kind of region you want to be in. Little cutter as well. Very clever stuff. Short turn round the corner. Wijesekara's run of singles continues. Now has 6 off 7 with 1 dot ball. Wijesekara will keep the strike. Just 2 overs left. The NSCC, they do like defending totals, but run for a very under par one. With 8 gone, there's 66 for 4. Quinton Norris hasn't scored from his 9 balls faced. And joining me in the commentary box is Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Michael. Oh, well, I'm going to see the wild thing. Javid Zadran bowled the 9th. And well, a lot of people excited to see Shadnan finally get into the game. They've obviously taken their time getting him into the game. Obviously they could afford that considering their performance in the first match of the day. Here's Javid Zadran. Oh, well, be a run here. Wijesekara gets back to the bowl, but misfielded by Zadran. So I'll get a single one. Quinton Norris, none off 9. You wouldn't believe it from the big queue. This is cricket though, and we're seeing a couple of hours later, he just doesn't have his timing and hitting the pads a lot. Still he has time to turn it round. And cricket is such a good evener. Something I got taught growing up. I'd score 100 one day and go first ball the next, and this is kind of a bit of a torture.
Well, in the ECS, you can do that on the same day, of course.
Yeah, exactly. One match the next. We've seen it happen before as well, haven't we? Batsman just losing their way a little bit. And well, he's going to lose his wicket. And the end of an unhappy stay for Quinton Norris. His man of the match performance in match 30. In match 31, he goes for a duck off 10 balls. And the score now is 67 for 5 in the 9th.
Yep, from player of the match to longest duck in the competition. That is a proper hero to zero, to use something of a cricketing cliche.
Well, literally 0.
Yep.
It's, well, I think there's some good bowling as well from Zadran. You can spray them a little bit, but this one was right on target. And it will bring Sajjad Subash to the crease. I think Cricketer CC, it's all clicked into gear for them. I don't know if it's just even having Shadnan around, but he's certainly given them a lot of confidence. A lot of people in the chat are excited to see Shadnan Khan as well out there with the ball, finally doing something. And a lot of people in the chat saying he's good for European cricket. Well, let's see if they do bat him at the top of the order this time. Maybe it's in masterstroke now from Cricketer CC, saving him up. Raring to go in this game. Let's see where he bats, but first we're going to see Javid Zadran coming around the wicket to the left-hander. I think he'll be attacking the stumps. New batsman, Subhash. He does, but he plays it away, and this one will just be a single. So, yeah, looking at maybe posting something in the 80s. But knowing Cricketer CC, no matter what they chase, well, they're a chance of getting it, they're a chance of not. Doesn't matter if they're chasing 75 or 135, I think, Cricketer CC.
Yeah, and we've seen it when Bilal Zalmai and Bassir can't get out. Batting can sometimes look a bit light. Today, Javid Zadran came to the party for them as well as Zalmai.
Oh, this is typical Jay-Z action. Javid Zadran, this one losing it down the leg side, and a nice bit of keeping down there by Ahmed Zahari to stop it going for 4 more.
It's better than nice. That is a great grab, but it's exactly why I don't advocate right arm around here.
There is Zadran. This time it's worked away off the pads. Well, if you're Vienna CC, you just love a cheeky 5 wides or something around now just to get you going, because it's been hard work, hasn't it? And with the big Q not firing, there's only been 2 Maximos in the innings, both to Akbarjan.
Well, when Akbarjan got out, I said I felt the game had changed, and amazingly, they still haven't hit a boundary since he got out.
Oh, Jay-Z knocks him over again, and this is good work, hitting the target. And well, Cricketer CC, look, a different team. Fresh start here in the second round in Group B. And he gets his second for the over. 69 for 6.
Yep, no boundary in 18 balls now. The wicket's falling rapidly as well. Satyam Subhash had hit a very nice 20 not out. His only other knock in the tournament so far. We've now got a duck to stop that statistical oddity of the infinite average. Manju Jar heads out. Now, Jar, with the greatest of respect, has been no great shakes with the bat in this competition. He has 19 runs, an average of just under 5, and he's got to face a pumped-up Zadran who's been on it today. 1 for 12 against Bangladesh, Austria, 2 for 12 here. He's having one of his on days.
Yeah, well, he'd love a third in the over, wouldn't he? Jay-Z. Well, he's topping the charts this over in the 9th. It's all happening. It's all happening for Cricketer CC. Manchester on strike. Plays this one away. I decide not to take the single. That's because it's the end of the over. Very good one from Javid Zadran. There were only 4 runs off it and 2 wickets as well. 70 for 6 after 9. And now, even 80 seems a fair way off for Vienna CC. It's been a good performance from Cricketer CC. Wijesekara, the world's youngest 48-year-old, according to Michael McCann, is going to have to do the work. And, well, looks like they're going to go for Shadnan again to close out. And see, this is how they see Shadnan Khan in the bowling way, as a death bowling option.
Yeah, and death bowling's actually been one of their big problems throughout the entire tournament, so to use him in that way makes a lot of sense to me, I think. Remember, of course, if Cricketer CC win this, guaranteed into the preliminary finals.
Well, this one is absolutely whacked, and what a shot this is. Maximal, 6 runs, and they needed something to happen. Wijesekara getting 6 runs off the first ball of the 10th.
Yep, that's his first ever ECS boundary. It's his first ever ECS 6 as well. He's into double figures. He's been out there a long, long time. He hasn't had much strike.
Really good, good delivery to do it too as well. Beautiful shot. Well, how many can they conjure here? Vienna CC coming off a good win the last game, but different story so far in the third match of the day. Goes after this one. It's hanging in there a long time. Zadran's coming around. It's, well, he's made a meal of it. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, Jay-Z, you never know what you're going to get. This time, you get a misfield and you get a boundary.
Well, in his defence, this swirled in the wind horribly off Widjaseka's bat. I think he was caught in 2 minds. Thought he was going to go for the catch.
It was more than 2. In the end, he forgets number one. Number 1 rule, stop the ball.
Back-to-back boundaries, Chaka Choka.
And well, deciding to take the single, Himanshu Jha, hanging back thinking, well, you're doing such a good job, why don't you stay there? But I think you've got to take every run possible. Now, maybe Jha can make something happen. Already won the score. And 3 balls remaining. And they're going to have to run. And the keeper, well, he's a big air swing here. And this is good running, I think, because you just have to go for everything at this point in time. And Jha, no bat anywhere near that. Just rolls to the keeper. Through, well, I think it would have been touch and go. It's not the first fresh air shot we've seen from the keepers trying to take the bails in the tournament. So that'll give 2 more balls. Oh, and he's made an absolute mess of this one. Widjaseka. Well, if you're going to be bold, be very bold. And this one, you could barely reach it, and it crashed into the stumps. Have a look at this. We want to talk about the bowlers and moving the wide line. I think this is the best way to deal with the batsmen, giving themselves that much room outside the off stump. He's hit the stumps, they won't be able to reach it. That's exactly what Shadon Khan did. And well, it's his first wicket of the tournament. You suspect it might not be the last. And the score now, it's 82 for 7 after 9.5 overs. Junaid Saeed will come out for the last ball. Well, it's been a good last over at least from where they were. At least to get up into the 80s and ask some questions of the Cricketer CC batting lineup. Thanks to everyone for your comments and in the YouTube chat. I'm just going to read it back over the break, I think. Keep them coming over the break. If you have any questions for us on air, please. You can hashtag them, ask commentators, or ask Mr. Maximo, or ask Michael. Here's the last ball of the innings. 82 the score. Well, this one will be a wide. It's a fair call. Shadon Khan to left-hander. I think it's probably a very harsh call. And the reason I think that is because where the batsman's feet were. Anyway, I'll have to bowl it again. And well, get your running shoes on. Last ball of the innings. Look, they should get 2. Good throw to the keeper might have Saeed in trouble. And we'll wait for the umpire's decision. And I think he's given it out. Yeah, so it'll be 1 and run out. Let's have a look at this. It was a good throw. And a good decision from the umpire as well. So 1 and run out off the last ball of the innings. They're going to finish 84 for 8 off their 10 overs. Well, that's 28 less than they scored batting first in the previous match. There are a couple of big guns not really firing. MSP going cheaply. Quinton Norris had an innings to forget. Chewing up 10 balls without scoring off the bat. As we look back at the highlights from match 31, the FanCode European Cricket Series Austria. It's Cricketer CC who won the toss and elected to bowl first. It's a decision which turned a few heads. There were a few heads spinning there. Keeper Ahmed Zari acrobatically diving away. A half run out chance. Eckstein and MSP coming out to do the batting. MSP perished, having some injury concerns. Dan, well, Akbarjan going to work. We saw a nice bit of catching as well. Al Zalmai and Javid Zadran. Jay-Z, the wild thing, loves to bowl quick and doesn't always know where they're going. We saw a couple of nice shots by the left-hander. Again, around the wicket tactic, just going into the swinging arc. This is a good attempt by Zadran, who made a lot of ground to get to that ball. This This is a bit of placement down the ground. And, well, the CC never really hit full gear. And this is the one that Michael McCann said, well, removing that dangerous batsman, Akbarjan, could change the game. And the very next ball, Kasturi had to go. And, well, Timber, and, well, the wickets kept tumbling. And this one was a free hit. That wasn't one. Quinton Norris, well, talk about your luck changing quickly. He went from man of the match to a 10-ball duck in the space of a couple of hours. Samash also finding Jay-Z a little bit too hot to handle. Wichaseko rear gun action in the 10th. At least dragged him up into the mid-80s from 70 after 9 overs. And has set 85 as the target. Zadran had a bit of assistance of his own. And the last over, it was all happening. This is the kind of action and excitement you can expect in the Vanguard European Cricket Series. Well, he could have had a bat twice as long and he wasn't going to reach that with Wichaseko. And then pushing for every single run. The very last ball, run out was effective, which saved them 1 run cricket to CC. And 84 for 8 is the final score for Vienna CC. They bowl well enough, I think they'll have a chance, but let's see if they have to contend with Shannon Khan at the top of the order. Surprised a lot of people that he wasn't used in the first match, and perhaps just giving him a chance to work his way into the tournament. We saw him feature with the ball this time. Will he open the batting with Bilal Zalmai? That is the question. We'll have an answer for you in just a few minutes as we look through the scorecard. Abdullah Akbarjan, he was top scorer, 30 off 16 balls. Wichaseko up with 19, the only other batsman in double figures. And 16 and Simpson Parker not leaving single digits for Vienna CC. With the ball, well, Javid Zadran, best of the bowlers, 3 for 13. The wild thing, and you got it right more often than not in this innings. Hitting the timber, 3 for 13 for Jay-Z. Basir Khan, as always, very reliable with the ball, 2 for 12. And then single wickets for Mohammad Zalmai, who had a few problems with his control today. The wicket going to Shannon Khan at the end of the innings. Bilal Zalmai didn't take a wicket, but very economical, only conceding 10 runs off his 2 overs. So please join us in just a couple of minutes for the reply. This is the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu here, along with Michael McCann. There'll be 85 for victory for Cricket to CC. See you in a few moments for the run chase. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Welcome back to ECN action from the Seebahn Cricket Ground in Vienna, Austria. And it's match 31 of 47 here at the Fancode European Cricket Series, Austria. And Vienna CC were asked to bat first in this one. They made 84 runs off their 10 overs. Not quite as many as they were able to muster in their previous match where they scored 112, but 84. We'll see how competitive it is. It's Cricketer CC who, well, you never know what you're going to get from them. Well, I guess you do know you're going to get excitement. 85 on paper. It looks like a fairly easy task, but, well, you don't play games on paper. Al Zalmai was out there, and he's opening the batting with Bashir Ahmadzari, the captain, the wicketkeeper, I should say. And wicketing Noshad Khan at the top of the order. Some people were expecting that, but obviously still just managing his re-entrance to the competitive scene. 85 required off 60 balls. So stay at the rate. Basically needs 17 runs every 2 overs, and Cricketer CC, I think they're about the same way no matter how many they're chasing, whether it's 85 or 185. They're going to go for their shots. I saw him in a slightly different mindset, I think, in the first match of the day. Maybe thinking about his cricket a little bit more, not necessarily running at everything. And just work himself into his innings. Junaid Saeed's going to bowl for Vienna CC.
It's funny, Vin, for a man who didn't see that game, you can remember how he batted brilliantly. Yeah. It's almost like that's what I said to you 30 seconds ago.
You never know when I'm watching, where I'm watching from, Michael. You'd be surprised. And, well, see if he gets going in this innings.
Yeah, he did bat very, very well. At one point, he did look on for a ton. He really did. 17 ball 50 against Bangladesh, Austria.
Here's the first ball to reply. Well, true to form. This one's a textbook forward defence. Just want to say hello to a few people in the YouTube chat. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, why don't you join the live chat, because it's a great place you can go. And, well, got PC Durham saying, always love the game at all levels and formats. Well, this is a pretty dynamic and exciting format, isn't it? The T10 game you see on ECN every day. It's a good bit of outswing bowling, but it's going to be called a wide. Just doing a bit too much with the ball. We've seen the new ball swing around a lot today. That one, well, borderline. Anyway, I always just say hit the 3 sticks and you won't be called for a wide. But, still pretty lovely start from Junaid Saeed. Well, pushing for a single this time, and he'll get it. So, Michael, you always like to get your thoughts on him. What do you think about Cricketer CC in this chase? Do you think that Zalmai will play a bit more of an anchor role, or will he be playing the kind of expansive, aggressive shots that we saw earlier in the tournament?
I think the latter. I don't think the anchor role is a role he really suits or understands or ever tries to play.
This one, searching for some extra swing, turned into a full toss. And oh no, we've seen a terrible misfield. And well, Akbar Jan, he's normally a pretty reliable fielder. And this time, a little bit like me, trying to find my car keys after a big night out on the tiles. And this time he wasn't able to regather himself.
That is a mess from someone who you really wouldn't expect that. And when you're defending such a low total, got to field well.
Should mention,
even more important.
Give my car keys to someone else, that's why I'm looking for them. Here's Junaid Saeed. He's going to get some more work here. In fact, he won't be required this time.
I'll tell you what, given what you've just said about your car keys, I'm surprised you made it here for match 2.
Right. Well, it's a comical one, really. And it just looped out of his grasp. It went into the rope. So when you're only defending 85, that's not really what you want. Junaid Saeed has been a pretty good over so far. Oh, Zalmai running out of patience pretty quickly. You can see he's got a short fuse. This one is very lucky not to be dismissed.
Now that is exactly what he was not doing this morning, Bilal Zalmai. Just running down the pitch with abandon at anything. Now, this morning, he actually had a hamstring injury, he told me at the toss. And it was that hamstring injury that he was saying he felt hampered his footwork. Kit Harris and I agreed up in the commentary box. It actually made it better because it stopped him running down at everything.
Well, gets down and sweeps this with some power and panache. And what a good piece of work this is from Zalmai. Wait on the decision from the umpire. Geez, blink and you'll miss it.
Aurier Choka. Proper slog sweep
6.
from Bilal Zalmai.
Let's have a look at this. Has this carried all the way? I think it has. And yeah, it has. So, well, very aggressive stuff from Bilal Zalmai. And the Maximo to finish the over. Pretty good one in the end. It's 13 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty good over by normal standards, particularly so when you're putting a dent in this low target. Remember, both of these sides have already won today when batting first. Vienna beat the Danubians. Cricketer CC have already beaten Bangladesh, Austria. Whoever wins this game is definitely into the preliminary finals on Friday.
Yeah, that's right. Got a good point there. The placing within the group does become relevant as well, because if you finish third in the group, you'll end up playing the bottom team in Group A, which is the stronger group. So that theoretically is the toughest opponent. And you see Shamash coming on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Finn. I think the first priority, though, is just when you're in this Group B, is to make sure you're not going to be the one team that gets eliminated. And 2 wins from 3 will ensure that. 1 win could well be enough too.
This one's just worked down for no run.
And that's also why this contest to finish the day is going to be so important. Bangladesh, Austria against Vienna Danube. Both of those teams have already lost once.
Well, this one he works it out, but it could be a catching chance, and it's taken. And well, that's a big wicket. And well, holding on to your catches, so important. That's the big wicket of Bilal Zalmai. He's got to go. He took it off the stumps. Jeez, he put his wrist through it. He timed it pretty well, but he just picked out the fielder. And a huge wicket for Vienna CC.
Bilal Zalmai, Uriaklai Kurdia. Bilal Zalmai, what have you done? Half volley on his pads. He normally whips those away for 4 or 6. Finds the boundary sweeper. That is a huge moment in this game. 14 for 1. Zalmai gone for 7 off 6. That is a big, big moment. Nicely judged catch by Marcus Story. Was hit pretty hard, even though it was straight at him.
Yeah, well, he got some great bat speed through the ball and really hit it well, but Kasturi, important catch, a big moment. And you mentioned most of these teams have a big 3, don't they? So for me, it is Bilal Zalmai, probably this man, Basir Khan.
Yeah.
And I still think Shadman, even though he hasn't batted yet in the tournament, he's a danger man. We can see where he bats. And Basir Khan's coming out number 3. He's the next man that's they want to see the back of pretty quickly. They're going to defend this total of 84.
Yeah, Basir strike now.
PC Durham saying he slipped as he played the shot. I'm not sure it was as much of a slip. I mean, he seemed to moment of impact. I think he's where he wanted to be, but huge wicket for Sabash. Well, immediately, that's a fancy bit of work from Sabash. It's well, enjoying it. Have a look at this for some fancy work, and there won't be a wicket, but still, it doesn't have to be a wicket to bring you some pleasure. This is the behind the back flick.
Well, you can't quite see it there, but he gathers it with his right hand and then immediately flicks it backwards to great effect.
Obviously, they've been watching my fielding drill videos. Here's the next one. Pushes it through on the stumps. It's worked away to Kasturi. who will do the fielding. And, well, said they need to be about, well, the rate is 17 every 2 overs to score 85. Right now, pretty much that's where they're at. As they'll get a single off this one. And after 2 overs, that's exactly where they are. It's 17 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, great over from Satyam Shribas. He's showing himself to be very capable power play off spinner. He's conceded just 4 from that one, and he's got the big breakthrough. Bilal Zamai. Junaid Saeed shaping up to bowl his second. His first went for 13. They have Lakmal Kasturi, arguably the best spinner in the competition. But Daniel Eckstein with his little medium paces. Eckstein didn't bowl against Vienna Danube. We've got Jai Prakash Kuti's mediums, and Mark Simpson Parker, who is in the walking wounded category at the moment. Simpson Parker.
Here's Junaid Saeed on the last over of the power play. Well, a little touch on this. I think it's off the leg. Well, the appeal making it very clear that it hit something at least. Oh, been a keeper. This is just a no wide please appeal. The umpire spotting it, and for that reason it's not a wide. Nice take by Norris down the leg side. They want to deliver something after all he delivered was a 10-ball duck in the first innings of this game after his heroic man of the match antics back in game 30. Here's Junaid Saeed. Also not really moving, and for that reason stuck down the leg side, but it'll just be a single. And what do you think about these cricketer CC batsmen? Do you think they prefer the pace on the ball, or do you think they relish taking on the spinners?
Well, in the competition so far, they've played seam a lot better than spin. Kasturi could be a real weapon in this game.
One's worked away off the pads, but Kasturi's been busy down there. Cuts that off, so it's just a single.
Had a few people asking in the chat about what happened when these two met in the pool stages.
Oh, here's Saeed. Well, you chase that information. Well, this one's not going to carry, and well, he does well to get everything behind this. I thought for a while he was putting the crown jewels on the line. If this one bounced a bit more, that just shows you the commitment from Kasturi.
Oh,
Luckily, got him just a little bit low, I'm pretty sure, and it'll just be a single.
yeah, so when they met, Vienna CC won by 6 wickets with 7 balls to spare.
Again, another single, so well, they're going to come back for 2. Again, I should have learnt by now, after 300 matches, you never say just a single in the ECS, but I've got a question for you as well after this, Michael.
No boundaries in 10 balls, just starting to build up a little bit of pressure.
Bit of chats in the YouTube chat about whether they should trial getting rid of draws in test matches. Keanu's asked us directly, what do you think about that? As we see the last ball of the power play. Timed nicely. A bit more work from Kasturi. Well, hope he's getting paid by the touch, because he'd be a rich man at the end of the over. Hits 23 for 1. And well, what do you think about that? I would say probably it depends on what the alternative is. I do like the draw aspect of test matches because it basically forces teams to attack and bowl teams out twice if they want to win the game. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, I think that's an objectively terrible idea. I think the beauty of test match cricket is the win, lose and draw aspect to the whole thing. I mean, I'm not sure quite how you're proposing replacing it. Are you proposing a timeless test where you just play until teams have been bowled out twice?
Keanu's proposed it. Be nice to Keanu. He's
no.
a good view. He's just thinking outside the box.
Well, no, I'm being perfectly nice to
you want
Keanu.
Me to time out Michael for 300 seconds, Keanu? Just let me know.
I'm not
being, the button.
I'm not being so nice to the idea rather than the man behind it.
Fair enough.
And I think Well, I'd be interested to know how do you propose replacing it. But yeah, I don't think Test match
Some
cricket
sort
would
of
be the same.
Duckworth-Lewis like run rate system.
Can you
perhaps?
imagine if you didn't have the kind of amazing Test matches we've had, where people have been blocking out for a draw? The
Yeah.
why did he do that moment off the final ball of that Pakistan-West Indies game? The Anderson and Panesar at Cardiff against Australia.
Well, I hate agreeing with you, Michael, but I do on this occasion. Nothing annoys me more, but I think that
Australia against Pakistan a couple of years ago.
you
That's
know,
an
it's
amazing piece of Test
draws
cricket.
can be exciting. That's what's interesting about Test matches as well. So I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea of doing away with draws. I don't think that would necessarily make it more exciting. I think come back to that in a second. As we see Arakuti coming into the attack, starts with a filthy full toss, and this one might have just been below the waist. Let's have a look at this one on the replay. How high was this? Yeah, the winning style points. Oh, yeah, borderline. I like to see those called, to be honest, even though it may have been technically at the waist, but gets away with it as just a single. Gets this one to bounce. I don't think it's going to carry to Akbarjan. He's down at long on. He trots around. Wasn't really in a huge rush to field it. Yeah, I suppose what you'd find is I've played in some one innings matches where you had to bowl teams out if you wanted to win versus just having a maximum number of overs, say it's 80 or 92 overs.
Yeah.
And it actually creates more defensive cricket. I'll tell you why in a second. Arakuti, a little bit short, and well, this one's in the gap. I think it's going to beat the fielder to the boundary. That's a pretty good shot. Had to have fast hands to get through this because it wasn't that short from Arakuti. Turns on it, gets 4. And just to finish my point, because as a fielding side, then you can play more defensively knowing you're just defending a run rate rather than actively trying to take wickets. So I think that is where, the beauty of Test cricket is that you have to find a way to dismiss the opposition. That's just our opinion though, but we do like the out-of-the-box ideas, Keanu, and keep them coming. This one's hit hard over cover. This is in the gap as well, and it's going to be 4 more. So, wow, this is good manipulation of the field by Bashir Amazari, who's stepping up for Cricketer CC, and already they're into the 30s.
Yeah, there hadn't been a boundary for 16 balls, but now much like London buses, you wait for 1 to come at once. Back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, well, PC Durham had an interesting point as well. Come to after this ball from Arakuti. This time he gets outside the off stump and sneak away with the dot. He says, I think the draw should remain in Test cricket. Not nearly as many draws as there used to be, which is strange really, as you'd think with covered pitches that there would be more. It's a good point actually.
But what you've got is you've got an era of T20 and now even T10 players for whom defensive batting isn't necessarily a strength.
Attacker's the new defence. Here's Arakuti. This one's hit well down the ground, and how's the timing in this one? It's going to whistle to the boundary. And what a shot. Amazari lighting it up. 4 runs to finish the over. After 4 overs, it is 37 for 1. 14 off that one. And well, just talking you through what's happening on ECN today. It's semi-final day in Portugal. Vanco Portugal T10. And we're going to see 2 big matches there. Still 4 teams in the running for glory in the Vanco Portugal T10. Marlow versus Uerash. We'll see Chrono Greenshields in the first match for sure. And then Gorka 11 versus Indian Royals. Well, there's a few superstars I'm watching over there. Mohamed Siraj Nippo, he's been very good over there in Portugal. Former Golden Ball hero. That's one thing we haven't seen in Portugal so far is a Golden Ball. So who knows, it might be in the finals. The 2 semi-finals will be tonight. The bronze and the gold final will be tomorrow in Portugal. Each night starting at 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. So please join us on ECN tonight. I'll certainly be tuning in. And well, Rico Full, he'll be there. He'll be ready to go. And I bet he is fired up for the finals in Coimbra. As we see Abdullah Akbarjan coming into bowl, 5th over. And this is where the rubber meets the road for me. This innings for Cricketer CC. And well, he didn't get a single. Well, it's a tough one because the umpire's hat was flying off, I think, just as Akbarjan was about to bowl. But still, they went through with it and they got a single.
Yeah, just coming back to that point about Test cricket, a few people agreeing with us. Draws are part of that spectacle. The thing I would say the problem Test cricket has is pitches and games like you had recently between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. 600 plays 550. The third innings of the match barely gets going.
Yeah. Oh, watch out. I thought he might have a chance to run it there. Yeah, I think it's probably also with match conditions, isn't it?
And the whole thing is something of a records accumulation exercise with no faint hope of anything close to a result.
Yeah, well, this one could be a chance. Kasturi again, he holds on. Well, no problems. He's going to have leather poisoning by the end of this game, Lakmal Kasturi. The ball just keeps following him, and he gets a big wicket here. And now it's 39 for 2.
Wasn't a great ball from Akbarjan, low full toss. For the second time in this innings, the sweeper is picked out on both of the star batters in this cricketer lineup. Have whacked it straight to Kasturi. Bilal Zalmai and now Basir Khan. So the onus is on Bashir Ahmedzari. And this man, the hot stepper, the new man at the crease, the new player in this tournament for week 2, Shadnan Khan. He hit 235 runs in his last ECS as part of the star-studded Pakistan CC champions team, who won the tournament. He's now back with Cricketer CC, and they could really do with him taking them home. And if he does take them home, he'll definitely keep them in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this was a pretty good shout. Umpire's having a good look, and he's going to be given first ball. LBW. So Shadnan Khan playing across his first ball, and Akbarjan gets 2 and 2. This looked pretty good to me. It was pretty full. Let's see where it pitches. Oh yeah, I think that is out all day long on the front foot, but he's not a long way forward. Yeah, he had the quick look around of a guilty man. He knew he was in trouble. And Shadnan, he goes for a golden duck. 39 for 4.
Yep, super stuff. Uriye Kamalki bowling from Abdullah Akbarjan. That is a huge, huge moment, and you could tell what a big wicket he was because the Vienna fielders were swarming in to celebrate, and they really believe, well, they're a great team at defending a target, but to defend 84 for 8 would be something else. This is going to be a proper low-scoring thriller, folks. Strap yourselves in.
Well, I should say 39 for 3. Got a bit excited. Maybe I know it's the hat-trick coming up. And, well, last ball, the 5th. And Akbarjan, he's on his second hat-trick of the tournament. In he comes, hat-trick ball. Well, it could be. It's up in the air. Could he do it? He has! A second hat-trick to Abdullah Akbarjan. And he does it in style. Oh, he's got some big guns here for Vienna CC. And the game changes in an instant. It's 39 for 5.
Karnaga Hamdard gone. And that is quite something. Lightning striking twice here in Vienna. Abdullah Akbarjan has turned this game. Satyam Subhash holds on at cover point. And it is 3 wickets in succession. Super stuff from Akbarjan. He got rid of the dangerous Shadnan Khan for a golden duck, having also removed the excellent Basir Khan for 6. And then Karnaga Hamdard gone for a golden quackatoo. And suddenly, at the halfway stage, it's 39 for 4. They're behind where they need to be. Cricketer CC require another 46. Akbarjan has turned this game on its head. KL Badal Choka here. The game has changed. And it's a low-scoring match, but one in which Vienna have the box seat.
Well, I told you, don't look away. And don't take anything for granted in the Fancode European Cricket Series, because you just never know what's around the corner. Akbarjan with a second hat-trick of the series, and I'm sure he is the first batsman the first bowler, I should say, to take 2 hat-tricks in a single Fancode European Cricket Series. What a performance.
Well, I believe he's the only person to have ever taken 2 hat-tricks per se at all.
Yeah, I think so. I think he is. Well,
and
huge moment.
They've got the best spin bowler in the tournament now, about to come on to bowl his pair of overs.
2 hats. He's only got 1 head. I don't know what he's going to do with the other one. He still could get more because he has a second over to go, but Kasturi's coming in and he's going to put the brakes on as well. Still, this game's very much alive. Oh, the first one. It's an audacious leave. Watch this come back. And this just shows a defensive mindset. This one, just not playing a shot at it. Again, it was an easy ball to get away, but still. This one he pushes through. Kasuri, we've seen this today, spearing in some off spinners. To be honest, with the skill, with the wrist spin that he has, I wouldn't be bowling too many of those because his stock delivery is very difficult to play on its own.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you, Vin. Although he is a fourth team wicketkeeper batsman, I'm not going to be telling him how to bowl because he's very good at it. Like Marcus Story's economy rate in the tournament is under 5. That is outrageous. His bowling average is under 5 as well.
Well, through all of this, Ahmed Zari's still there. He's wondering what's going on from the other end. And, well, Kasuri. One's a full toss. So they went with the hit and forced a misfield there from Manchujar. I don't think fielding's in his list of favourite things to do. That one gets by him for a single. Still, it brings on strike Abdul Wazid Bassett. He's coming a little bit lower than usual. But I think the left-hander will have a little bit of a natural advantage against the leg spin of Kasuri. This one's going to be called a wide. And I think the call was fair. Let's have a look at the stumping. Just keeping that toe down. Norris sniffing a stumping. Well, Bassett, lots of gaps on the leg side. Well, he goes that way. It was an off-spinning delivery this time. And got Wijesakera doing the field down there. Interesting that we don't have Simpson Parker in that part of the field today. He's on the other side at long on to the right-hander.
I'm told he is available to bowl Simpson Parker, albeit somewhat reluctantly, given the injuries he's carrying.
Well, this one's drilled straight at the fielder, but they're going to get a single anyway. Setting off straight away. Just quickly that point, talking about cricket and US viewers in particular. And test matches, US viewers not realising you can have a game that goes for 5 days and still has no winner. That's understandable, but I suppose there's different formats. And that's why I think there's something for everybody in cricket when it comes down to it. This one, well, I'm sure this would have been a wide, but he's found a way to hit it. Pass it, and that'll be a single to end the over. And look, a pretty good one from Kasuri. And there were only 6 off that at the end of the over. It's 45 for 4.
Yeah, and in a game where run rates have been pretty low, suddenly required run rate does significantly come into this, because those 2 overs from the left arm mediums of Akbarjan and then the spin of Kasturi going for 3 and 5 mean that the required run rate all of a sudden is bang on 10 and over. So Bassett and Ahmed Zari can't afford to just occupy the crease. That is not going to be enough here. Akbarjan looks like he's going to have his...
That's the tough one, because he's on a double hat trick. I don't think we've seen a 4 and 4. This is the thing in the European Cricket Series. And well, if there was someone that was going to do it, you wouldn't put it past Abdullah Akbarjan. And he's on a double hat trick. If you don't know why it's called a double hat trick, 4 and 4, it's because you've got the first, second and third. That's one hat trick. And you've got the second, third and fourth. That's the second hat trick. So that's why they typically call it a double hat trick. If you get 4 and 4, it's been done occasionally at international level. Linga most famously. So here's Akbarjan. What's 4 and 4? Whew, it wasn't far away either. It was dug out by Bassett. I think he'll be happy to be at the other end. It'll be just the single. Let's read the equation. 40 required off the last 4 overs. And well, the wickets again a concern for Cricket CC, but the run out is the run rate I should say required is very gettable. On the shoulders of this man. Mazari comes down the wicket and hits it to long on. I'll just get a single. So at this stage, approaching to a ball required. So singles are the friend of Vienna CC at the moment.
Yeah, something's got to give here.
And it goes after it, but how much of it has he got? Wijesakera, he stays in the field of play and takes a very good catch. And well, Bassett, he had to go for it. He's still got some batting in the shed. We haven't seen Javid Zadran yet, but this is a nice bit of work from Wijesakera in this position.
Yep, on his ECS debut, will have been very nervous as that ball swirled in the air towards him. It was a bit windy, it was an awkward, difficult catch. And Abdullah Akbarjan has more wickets than he's conceded runs. 3 for 4 or 4 for 3, depending on whether you're from my part of the world or your part of the world.
Well, 4 for 4 now, I think. So he's even. So how do you think he's going to break the tie? So.
Oh, sorry. Yep, you're right.
4 all. Tell you what, we haven't seen a 5-wicket haul, have we, in this series? Akbarjan, it's just, you want to know why? It's no luck that he gets this many wickets. He's always around the mark, isn't he? He's always full, he's always straight, attacking the stumps, forcing the batsman into mistakes. Ahmed Zari on strike this time, works him away just to single. This will bring Javed Zadran on strike. We have seen him batting almost everywhere in the order. He's coming in today at number 7, and this guy can whack it. I think while he's there, he's not going to muck around. He's going to go for his shots.
He's down to 11 wickets, Abdullah Akbarjan, including this spell.
He plays this one away. Slow to get going. And they're thinking about a second, but don't think it's quite there with Jaseka was there to clean up the mess of Himanshu Jha.
In fact, I beg your pardon, he's taking so many wickets I can't keep up. He's taken 12 wickets now in the tournament, level with Naveed Sadiq of Pakistan CC, is the best bowler in the tournament.
His last ball of his spell. Well, it's going to be a chase for Mark Simpson-Parker. He lopes around. Well, they're going to take him on. And this is, well, give it a run between the wickets. Aggressive stuff. Simpson-Parker trying to throw it to the keeper's end, but it's quite a long throw. And that's the end of the 7th over. The 50 is up. It's 50 for 5.
Yep, so, we can have a look at our fancy dashboard for the final game of the day. Khyber Malia's Vienna Danube against Bangladesh Austria, led by Rakib Islam. Both of these teams lost today whilst chasing, so I expected at the toss that whoever won it would bat. Bangladesh Austria have won the toss and batted. Both of them finished with 2 wins, washout, and 4 losses from the pool stage 1 of things. They'll be pretty pleased to have wiped the slate clean, but they've already damaged that clean slate, both with defeats earlier today. And if you lose both of your first 2 group games, you are on the brink of elimination.
Well, getting down to the pointy bit of this one, and Colin McDonough just saying she's an ambassador for the game in the US with family and friends. Got a few to check it out and learn more. Well, that's fantastic, and we know that about you, Nana. Well, PC's Durham with some interesting stuff as well. England's first ever overseas match was in Georgia. There you go. Let's go back a long way now as we start the 8th over. It's Kasturi. He goes after him straight away. There's another chance for Wijesekara, and he spills this one. And well, Javed Zadran gets to life. And this one was probably easier than the one he took. It hung in the air. Kasturi forcing the mistake from Zadran straight away. He couldn't help himself. He went for it. It was a slight leading edge, I suppose. Skewed to deep mid-off, and he put it down.
Well, this wasn't probably easier. This was definitely easier. He's known as one of their best fielders.
Well, this time he charges, but then goes back and cuts it. Ahmed Zari, who's just watching this all unfold from the other end. He gets a single.
Yeah, Ahmed Zari's had the best seat in the house for the Akbarjan wickets and everything that's been going on. He's been batting very, very well. He just needs a partner.
Well, he goes for this one. This is going to carry the wind. Watch out, camera. Maximo! 6 runs, and we almost lost another camera. But I tell you what, Javed Zadran won't be too fast. He gets 6 for Cricketers CC.
Yeah, it wasn't far away at all. Aurier Chaka. We said when Zari needs a partner, that's what Zadran can do, launching that. 36 off 16 for him against Bangladesh Austria, featuring 5 sixes. Anything even remotely similar to that will bring his side home here.
Well, 26 off 15. Run rate under control, but can they keep the batsman at the crease? That's the question for Cricketers CC. Pushes this one through, and there's a little nick on this, he's gone! Norris does the work behind the stumps, and well, Zadran 6 and out. The game changes again, 26 required now, 14 balls. And well, Kasturi tries the other one, and it was just They're not the kind of stroke Javid Zadram will want to remember. Nice work by Norris to hold on. Big wicket.
Yep, a wild swing from the Wild Thing. Castore gets the breakthrough, but this was super keeping up to the stumps. The quicker ball pushed through. That's a really tough take with very little reaction time from Norris. Clings on. The pendulum swings back towards Vienna. Both of these teams looking for a second win that would book their spot in the preliminary finals day on Friday.
What a game this is. Castore. This time, the batsman Mohamed Zalmai goes back and cuts it away to deep point for a single. Well, pound for pound, I often say it, Michael, but you won't find better entertainment on a cricket field anywhere else in the world than you'll find in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Nobody knows which way this game's going to go at the moment. Mazzari. Strike now. Oh, and he blasts this one, and this one's gone too. Maximo, 6 runs. And well, Cricketer CC, they're going to do it in maximums and 6 more to the men in blue.
Oh yeah, Chaka. Ahmadzari just keeps losing partners, but keeps hitting sixes. The question is, what's going to happen? Is he going to run out of partners or hit enough sixes to win the game? 2 overs left.
66 for 6 after 8 overs, so what's that, 19 off 12. Well, this is a huge over. Simpson Parker, let's see if they turn to him. He hasn't bowled yet in the innings.
Yeah, it's going to be Simpson Parker, a slightly injured, patched up Simpson Parker, but I still reckon he's a better bet than anyone else they've got available.
He's in the last one then. All right, put your captaincy hat on, Michael.
Satyam Shabash only went for 4 off his first over. He's a danger bowling off spin for the last over of the game, but not really sure where else they could look. Saeed, Arakuti, Bajan and Castore are bowled out. Norris has done the right thing. He's bowled out Bajan and Castore in the hope of keeping the game alive. Simpson Parker was superb earlier on, came on with 17 to win off the last over against Vienna Danube, conceded just 3 runs, picked up a wicket, but he was mainly bowling cutters. He wasn't pushing through his action because of this leg injury.
Well, on to Mohamed Zalmai. He's more than capable with the bat. They bat all the way down, Cricketer CC, and they tend to all bat the same way. They swing for the fences. And so, well, big moment. That's right, saying, oh, what a hit. Certainly has. And Cosmic Nano saying, this match has had a bit of everything. Well, it has. And, well, haven't seen a camera hit for a while. It's been about an hour, so we'll see, maybe he'll hit the camera again. Zalmai, it's really picking up now. It's assisting the batsmen with their shots down the ground. Mark Simpson Parker bowling into the teeth of the breeze. You can see there, give you a fair idea what the breeze is doing. We have a bit of debris coming across the field.
Yeah, it is suddenly getting up to the levels we saw in the middle of last week, where it really was very windy indeed.
Well, Luke Belgium thinks Zalmai should push a single. Good luck with that. 9th over. He goes for it, predictably, and he gets away with it. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, don't worry about pushing a single. We deal in boundaries. We're Cricketer CC. What an exciting unit. 4 runs to start the 9th.
Yep, Aurier Choka not interested in blocking out. It's exactly what you mentioned, Vin. Everyone in this Cricketer CC lineup, right down to 11, wants to go out and try and mash it from ball 1. Zalmai got that fruit. Deliberately left the gap at mid-wicket, Simpson Parker. He's now moved square leg round, so he's got a gap at square leg.
Got a bit straight, I think, that time. He's getting outside off stump with this field. Moves this down leg side. Norris will knock it down. He might have a chance to run him out, but again, well, I'll give him better marks for catching than his throwing, Quinton Norris. It's another one where he knocked it down. He's in the game, but wasn't able to get a throw together.
Yep, that means it's now 13 off 11.
Yeah, already down to something that I think Cricketer CC would be fancying chasing in the last over. Simpson Parker. There's better bowling now. They're probably going to push here. And they're going to come back for 2. Simpson Parker's in the game. And, well, just not doing it in time. He's frustrated with himself, the big man. And this is good running, really. They all matter at this point in time. Ahmed Zalmai getting back for the second. Yeah, good throw. I think he was in trouble, but just the ground on the second bounce, taking a bit of pace off the ball. And taking Simpson Park a little bit wide of the stump. So 11 off 10. This is good bowling. And you see there, he's getting the natural in movement now. Brazer's slightly left to right as well as being in his face, and that's a good dot ball. 11 off 9.
It was that drift in that stopped it being a wide. Very valuable dot ball. Can't afford many, if any, errors from here, really. Vienna CC.
How's the entertainment? This will be another dot. Well, let us know in the live chat if you're enjoying the game, wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to bring it to you. Well, we're 6 matches a day on ECN. Where would you rather be? A reliable fire hose of cricketing entertainment. That's 6 chances of a close finish, and geez, we've had some so far. And now 11 off 8. Oh, no ball called. And, well, this hurts. Let's have a look. I think this must have been for overstepping. Wait for it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, just overstretching there. And that one, not only does it cost you a run, but costs you an extra ball. And now, you've got 9 off 8. So, these little things make a huge difference at the end of the innings.
Yeah, would have been 10 off 7. Instead it's 9 off 8.
Just got to stay in the game here. Vienna CC take it to the last over. Give Cricketer CC a chance to get some nerves in there. Oh, it's another no ball, and well, they're going to get a bye as well. And this one was a free hit anyway. And has he gone over again?
Yeah, it must have been front foot.
Oh, look here again. 2 in a row.
Yep.
Again, it's hard to tell from this angle, but obviously the umpire's looking out, so they'll get 2 for that. That'll be no ball, and 1 run was credited, so maybe a little inside edge on that. But now it's gone from 11 off 8 to 7 off 8. It's as good as a boundary. And now he still has to manoeuvre his way out of this 9th over. Mark Simpson Parker. Still 2 legitimate deliveries, and this is going to be a free hit as well. So again, you can tie the match with 1 big hit now. Doesn't get it, and he will get a single. So it'll make it 6 off 7. Now you avoid a boundary here, and still, you know, Cricketer CC in the box seat, but you still got to get them. And team, when it's only a few runs to go, you do bottle up a bit as a batsman, knowing that you're so close. But still, you have to get your team across the line.
Knowing the way they bat, they'll see 6 to win as a hitting challenge.
Well, they can win it with a Maximo. Last ball in the 9th. Goes for it, and well, not about 6. Has he got it there? No, it's going to be 4 runs. So, well, hasn't worked for Simpson Parker. He goes for 16 off his over, and now only 2 required for victory. It's 83 for 6 after 9 overs.
Well, cricket is a very cruel game. You will have seen Mark Simpson Parker pick his cap up in fury. He wants the ground to swallow him up. He's bowling with a bad leg injury. He was reluctant to bowl. Those 2 front foot no balls in particular, and then that delivery whacked away off the last. Seemed like they might well have cost his side here, unless something truly extraordinary happens now. Himanshu Jha, who's a best and occasional bowler, who's having to bowl because Simpson Parker, unlike what he normally would do, is not having a second over. He's going to try and finish it off. Everyone's coming in.
Yeah, well, a maiden to win it. Or you can see one will go to a golden ball, but well, you'd have to back Cricketer CC from here. Samad Zari, who's batted really well for 42 and out of 25, he's been the one that's been the steady hand throughout all the craziness and the revolving door of partners here in the second innings. 2 runs required for victory for Cricketer CC. And this will tie the game. And, well, you see Jha. You only have 1 to play with. You don't want to give it away straight away. And now...
And this was the problem they were also storing up with Simpson Parker reluctant to bowl because of that bad injury. They were always going to be struggling to find out who was going to bowl the last for them.
Any run will win it for Cricketers CC in match 31. And, well, it's going to be game over. The single will do it, and they do it with 5 balls to spare. Cricketers CC in a very entertaining match. They'll win 85 off 9.1 overs, defeating Vienna CC 84. And, well, Michael, certainly a game that Vienna CC will root their batting in the end, only posting 84 because they had Cricketers CC poised to keep them below 100. In the end, it is a win for Cricketers CC, who go 2 for 2 in their matches today. And I already think they've done enough to get themselves into preliminary finals Friday and a shot at that final semi-finals place. As we look at the highlights. And, well, this is a great catch by Kasturi. And there were plenty of highlights in this innings for Vienna CC. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough runs on the board. They would have done anything for another 10 or 15 or 20 runs. Well, Narakuti came into the attack, 14 off his over. See Simpson Parker there labouring with the leg injury. They relied a lot on him during the series. Vienna CC, Akbarjan. Well, what a player he is. And he already has a hat-trick in the series. Katsuri getting a lot of work. And this was the big wicket of Shadnan Khan going very first ball. That's a good call by the umpire. That was pitching on the stumps and hitting the stumps. And then, well, the hat-trick ball was on and he's done it again. Abdullah Akbarjan, 2 hat-tricks in the series. Well, what's better than 1 hat-trick? I suppose 2 hat-tricks. And, well, there's only 2 that we've taken in Austria, and he has both of them. And Wijasekara coming to the party in that position with a good catch. And then, well, he had a second chance, but he spilled it. Kasturi again, making things happen. But then this one, this was a really good hit down the ground, wind assisted. And coming back, the very next ball, Zadran had to go, pushed it through, more or less off the toe of the bat. Good catch by Norris. And, well, that was advantage Vienna CC, but then there's yet another counter-attack, and that's what we love about this Fancode European Cricket Series. The fact that anything can happen. Mark Simpson-Parker came in, a key moment in the game. There were 19 required off the last 2 overs. He conceded 17, and from there, it was a formality. Himanshu Jha being hit for the winning run off the first legal delivery of the 10th over. So it's 85 off 9.1 Cricketers CC, defeating Vienna CC 84. And coming up, Vienna Danube, Bangladesh, Austria are back. They're 2 teams we saw earlier in the day. Well, this becomes a really crucial game for these 2 teams, as they are without a win in this stage of the tournament. And whoever loses this, their head's going to be on the chopping block. Going to have an interesting little period as, well, halfway through tomorrow's action, we'll know who is eliminated from the tournament and who the 3 teams are that are going through to preliminary final Friday. #PFF. And, well, you can see that match coming your way in about 10 minutes' time. And so, looking at the scorecard, Cricketers CC, you can say that they can be very thankful to their keeper, Bashir Ahmedzari, who worked well up the top of the order, carrying them to victory, scoring over half their runs in the innings, 43 not out of 26 balls with 4 fours and a Maximo. Just held it together as he lost partners regularly. And, well, Shadnan Khan, a lot of anticipation of him reaching the crease, but he went first ball, as did Hamdard, completing the hat-trick for Abdullah Akbarjan. And, well, getting there with 5 balls to spare. As far as the bowling analysis went, well, no surprises. It was Akbarjan 4 for 8, including a hat-trick of his 2 overs. He was the star. Sabash bowled a good over, 1 for 4, but they didn't prefer him at the end of the innings. There's hardly any runs to play with anyway, you'd have to say. And he took 1 for 4 off his over, and 1 for 21. Another wicket going to Lakmal Kasturi. And, well, yet again, you've been treated to a close finish on the European Cricket Network, and that's what we're all about. 6 matches a day at the moment. 4 matches from Austria and 2 tonight from Portugal. It's semi-final night in Portugal. Once we're done here in Austria, make sure you tune in. See Rico bring you all the action from the semi-finals in Coimbra. So, we'll see you in about 10 minutes' time for the resumption of play. It'll be match 32. between Vienna Danube and Bangladesh, Austria. But for now, it's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, along with Michael McCann. Hope you're having a lovely day wherever you're watching around the world, and see you shortly on ECN for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Welcome to the coin toss for this match number 32 of 47, the final game of day 8 here at a sunny but increasingly windy Sabon Cricket Ground. Two teams facing off who've already lost a match in Group B and who know that defeat in this game could see them all but out of the tournament. Rakib Islam's Bangladesh Austria up against Khyber Malia's Vienna Danube. The coin toss is about to be done by the match referee Alex Dowdles. Bangladesh Austria to call. Both of these teams have already lost today whilst chasing, so I'd assume they'd want to bat first. But let's have a look and see what happens.
Thanks, Michael. Best of luck, guys. Rakib, your call. Head. Tail is a call. It is a tail. Very fast.
So, tails never fails, they say, and it's worked for Rakib Islam. Bangladesh Austria have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat. Let's get up to Vinny Sandhu, who's waiting for you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Michael, and we're very much looking forward to this contest between Vienna Danube and Bangladesh Austria. As you see, the surrounds of this wonderful Sabon Cricket Ground in Germany. Well, wouldn't you love to be a bird flying over here? And you can see the beautiful hinterland in the background. It's a nice day for cricket as well. Look at the farmland surrounding the Sabon Cricket Ground, and yeah, look, we saw this morning the castle. Very steeped in history as well. And well, the history will be made on the field as well. Vienna Danube versus Bangladesh Austria here, match 32. The final match from Austria today. We do have 2 more matches from Portugal tonight. And well, the news from the toss, Bangladesh Austria, they won the toss, elected to bat first, get some runs on the board. Typically that's been a fairly safe strategy, but not always, as we saw in the last game. You still have to bat well. Bangladesh Austria, likely to see Hassan Ashfaq at the top of the order for them. And well, Mahat Shahid looks like he's opening the batting for them today. But both these teams, they didn't win their first Group B match this morning, and so for that reason, whoever loses this will go 0-2, and we'll have an uphill battle to stave off elimination, because the bottom team in Group B, after they've each played 3 matches, will be eliminated from the tournament after match 34. And well, all getting ready for the start of play in this one as we welcome back into the commentary box Michael McCann. And Michael, these are 2 teams who desperately want to win this final match of the day.
Yeah, it's not quite an eliminator game, but it's not far off. Remember, whoever finishes bottom of Group B will be the first team to exit the tournament. And in this 14 round robin of Group B, these two have already lost a game. You lose the second and you are almost out. Abdul Rahman Mirakel is going to bowl the first over of this huge game. Hassan Ashfaq will face Ashfaq, Bangladesh Austria's top scorer in the competition so far. He's scored 160 runs across 7 innings. He's made a lot of starts without going on to make many big scores. He's only actually got past 30 once. He made 43 in his first innings of the competition against Pakistan CC. Rahat Shahid is at the non-striker's end. Well, that's hit the pad, big appeal, height the issue for me, and not given. They were very excitable about this one, the Danubians. There you can see the height is the problem.
Yeah, that's a good call. Still on the way up, getting above the knee, but still a good piece of bowling from Mirakel. He's been a live wire for Vienna Danube. See if we can get them off to a good start. They'd love to get the wicket of Ashfaq early.
Poor ball, and Ashfaq, by hitting it, means that he's not going to get the benefit of the wide. Hassan Ashfaq, Hassan Ashfaq, what have you done? Hitting a wide ball straight to short fine leg. Anything down leg will be given a wide, providing you don't make the mistake of getting bat on it.
Yeah, would have been a wide, you're right.
Short, pulled away by Ashfaq. Great shot. And that's 6 as well. Aurier Chaka, first of the game.
Yeah, well, rolling the dice. And well, came up a 6, didn't it, for Hassan Ashfaq, going upstairs. And well, he's a class player. And now, it's a very animated discussion from Kai Malia. He's coming and saying, look, if you want to bowl a bouncer, at least tell me I can put some protection out there. We got the deep long on. And I think they wanted 1 or 2 men back there on the hook shot. I guess you suppose also telegraphs it to the batsman. I don't think we'll see too many more bounces this over from Morali Kell.
It's back of a length, that's better. Ashfaq content to nick the single. Of course, only 2 fielders allowed out in the power play. He's got third man and long on. So he can't really afford to stray too much towards the pads. It's a bit of a this and that field. A bit of a hedging your bets kind of field.
Yeah, I think you're going to bowl on the off stump with this field still.
Oh, that's well bowled.
The reason
Really
is,
well bowled.
yeah, the reason you've got the third man in place, and look, you don't have any other protection out there, but I think that if the batsman's good enough to hit you over cover or hit you over point for 4, then fine. You're protected against those little nicks by having the fairly fine third man in place. With only 4 men on the leg side, and well, nobody apart from the long on the boundary, but I think you want to stray onto the legs or get 2 straight. Morali Kell again.
That's a front foot no ball, and it would have been a wide. They're going to run single as well, because it's gone down as a no ball. The misfortune of Saeed Morali Kell, this will go down as a bye.
He needs something behind the line when he lands that front foot, and it was on that occasion, so the umpire calls it. And the difference between wide and a no ball is that the next delivery will become a free hit, which means, for all intents and purposes, apart from run out, you can't get dismissed from a free hit. And well, it'll be Ashfaq on strike.
That's gone very, very high. Needs catching in the covers. Caught in the covers.
Free hit. Such an old trick. I've got you on that one. Well, Danny and I had some fun trying to trick each other into calling wickets on free hits. And just shows you all the players knew it. And then he said needs to catch it. Or needs probably a bit strong.
Well, it still saves the run.
Nice
Still a
catches.
value.
I did save a run. It just makes him feel better for next time there's a catch. Gets his confidence up. And well, it'll go down as 1. End of the over. $10 for no loss after 1. Yes, it's pretty much as if that's a no ball, even though you don't, you can't get out as if it's a no ball, even though that particular ball that's a free hit is a no ball. So we saw people getting bowled and taking a bye before. We've seen hitting it straight up and running is a great tactic. Run 2 in the air. Here's Malia bowling the second over.
Nudged away by Ashfaq, who does prefer pace on the ball. Now, Kai Malia has got to do some making up, because this morning he had nothing short of an absolute nightmare with the ball. He went for 22 from his first over, but like any good captain who wants value for his match fee, decided, well, no, I'm still going to come back and bowl my second. And that went for 15.
That's confidence.
It's going to be a bye, if not a wide, actually.
Be wide. Oh, is there something on this? Leg bite. What's he would have had?
Well, there's a line between bravery and foolishness, and to come back having gone for 22 from his first looked more along the lines of foolishness. Get 1 for that, Ashfaq.
Question from Ramiz, rather. Hello, Ramiz. How come sometimes it's declared a no ball and sometimes a dead ball when it pitches outside the strip? Well, according to the laws of cricket, as updated in 2017, any ball that pitches off the pitch surface of an artificial pitch is called a no ball. Now, it won't be called a dead ball, except maybe in one circumstance I can think of.
That's gone straight through. Saeed Morali Kell's not having a great time of it behind the stumps.
My word.
And this has gone through Malia, so they'll get
This
2.
has gone through him.
Well,
It's gone over him.
This is vintage European Cricket Series cricket. This is our trademark. Let's be honest.
Well, you
at
get a bit of
times.
everything, Michael. That's the thing. Let's just have a look at this. Well,
So it starts with Morali Kell missing it.
Yeah.
Morali Kell decides he's going to throw the ball to Malia.
He's not impressed.
Miles over
How
Malia's
tall
head.
do you think I am? I'm not Mark Simpson Parker. Well,
I think even the big giraffe wasn't getting to that one.
2 buys. Well, the keeper will be unhappy because that's not just 1 buy, it's 2 buys. Malia, you know what? He's pretty vocal. We've got our headphones on. I can still hear him.
Yeah, Kai Malia's on the double teapot. You can see now. Two hands on hips in frustration. Right, Shahid taking his time. Shahid still yet to score. He's got none of 4. And he's gone! A slow spinner from Khyber Malia. Picks up Rahat Shahid for a 5-ball duck. Vienna Danube have got themselves a breakthrough.
Yeah, well, he's not afraid to take the pace off the ball. And see, he's just through the shot before it reaches him. Rahat Shahid. Malia comes up with the goods. And 15 for 1 in the second. Just quickly going back to what we're saying about when it might be called a dead ball. Well, typically a dead ball is called if the bowler doesn't get to the point of delivery and the ball slips out. Actually, I saw a really funny one on Twitter. You might have seen it, where the bowler actually the ball slipped out of his hand and went up in the air and hit the umpire in the shoulder. Did you see that one, Michael?
Yeah,
that one's gone viral.
It's in league cricket in Leicester in the Midlands.
That's another reason why umpires might want to wear helmets. So it wouldn't have saved him because he wouldn't have had, unless he had the shoulder pads on. But that's probably why sometimes it would be called a dead ball if the ball ends up on the pitch in that circumstance. But typically it's just a no ball if the pitch is off the surface of an artificial pitch. And that is covered under the laws of cricket as they were revised just 3 or 4 years ago. Here's Malia, the new batsman Iqbal Hussain.
Held that back again. Now this is a big contest. Iqbal Hussain has not been available for Bangladesh Austria's last 3 games. He's their highest run scorer in the tournament, 199 runs, a strike rate of 2.5 a ball. He starts with that dot ball, 15 for 1 after 2 overs. Iqbal Hussain smashed back-to-back 50s last Thursday afternoon, 69 not out, and then 82 not out. He had a brilliant day of it, and he's not been available in their 3 games since. Valuable addition to have him back.
He said that was held back by Malia. Tell you who wasn't holding back was Iqbal Hussain. He said, well, I'm going to pick up where I left off. Tried to send the one out of here. Didn't make contact. So we see Abdul Rahman Miralikel coming back to bowl his second over. It's the 3rd of the innings, the last one of the power play.
Yeah, went for 9 from his first. He's bowled well in the power play this tournament for cricketer CC. He's gone for under 10 and over, which given he bowls at the hottest time of the innings is good going.
This one's down the leg side and he called a wide. Good bit of keeping by Zain Miralikel. I see some potential with Miralikel's wicket keeping. Still very much a raw product, but he does move well side to side and did well to cut that one off from going for extras.
Yeah, he did well to stop that one. He's had a bit of a shocking start to the innings. Big contest this, because Bangladesh Austria's batting has folded like wet paper towel or a pack of cards often in this tournament when these two are out. So a lot on the shoulders of Ashfaq and Hussain. Nice looking straight drive, tries to palm it onto the stumps Abdul Rahman Miralikel. Instead Ashfaq opportunistically picks up a single.
Yeah, well, Bangladesh Austria trying to get a score on the board. Vienna Danube again. Both of these teams a bit Jekyll and Hyde. They're both capable. Who will prevail here in match 32?
Down the ground. That's a better conventional shot than the wild swipe against Malia in the previous over. So Iqbal Hussain off the mark. When these two teams met in the first round robin, that was back in match 15 of the competition. So that's chipped down the ground, timed brilliantly. What a good shot that is. Aurier Choka, all timing this from Ashfaq. Just leans on the ball and it flies up off the hard artificial strip. That just looks even better side on.
You get value for actual cricket shots, don't you? If you play them well, this is a nice one.
Well, just watch the bat flourish from side on. High elbow, everything going for it. That's one of the shots of the tournament for me. I know it's only 4, but just the timing is a pure cricket shot. Back past the bowler for 4, 19 off 8 for Ashfaq.
Double it for style points there.
Oh, well, it's not Strictly Come Dancing, but if it was, he'd be getting a 10 from me.
Miralikel.
Oh, that's very stylishly played as well. Aurier Choco once more. Hassan Ashfaq is looking in great nick. 23 off 11. The clip, the wrists coming through it as well. It's so well timed.
Yeah, that was well struck, wasn't it? Again, just using the pace of the bowler against him. Well, Jay Wilds in the chat. Hello, Prez. How are you? Saying Vinny is back. Vinny is back. Oh, been here a while, actually. Had the second and third game with Michael, and well, scroll back and see some excitement if you want to go back to particularly game 2 I enjoyed. This one's worked away just a single, and Amit Kumar with his thoughts as well. Thank you, Amit, for your comments. He says, thinks the first 6 players in Bangladesh, Austria bat well and have the ability to hit sixes. Yeah, well, when they get going, they do have players that can go, but I think that, well, Hassan Ashfaq is the one they really want to fire, because if he gets going and has some of the other players like Iqbal Hussain going as well, then I think there'll be an outfit to be reckoned with. Bangladesh, Austria, the business end of the tournament.
Swing and miss from Iqbal Hussain. Nearly nicked that. It's very good bowling from Abdul Rahman Mirali-Kel to finish the power play. He concedes 21 from his 2, which is not bad when you're bowling the first and the third with those fielding restrictions. 27 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, well, it's the kind of power play where both teams will agree that's a bit of a stalemate. But getting the wickets, I think, is going to be the key for Vienna Danube. Malia's going to come back for his second over. His first one was pretty good, conceding only 5 runs, only 2 off the bat, and picking up a wicket as well. So he's going to stick with himself, and he will have the protection of 5 outfielders now as the power play is at an end. Well, Jay Wild, let me know what the weather's like in Spain today. Is it warming up down there? And well, Michael's got a question for me as well. First, let's have a look at Malia.
Snatched away by Ashfaq, who has 21 off 12.
Michael's saying, hello Vinny Sandhu, hello Vienna Sandhu. Very clever. Will soon be Prague Sandhu. Yeah, I can tell you, he will be in Prague. Want more information about that, we'll see throughout the telecast today, but 2 weeks in Prague ahead. Looking forward to that.
Still hasn't got hold of one, Iqbal Hussain. It's on to 2 off 4, Bangladesh, Austria's star batter.
Yeah, well, Danny Hudacek will be back with me in Prague, and he's a perfect fit for the chair next to me because he does know a lot about Czech cricket. He's still involved in the setup in the Czech Republic, particularly the Eagles, which is their development, their second 11 national team. And his team, Vinarati CC, will be also competing, although Danny's playing days I think are over, but I'm sure he might have his Vinarati cap on. He was wearing it, you know, in week 5 in Italy. I wonder if he'll get away with that in the commentary box in Prague when Vinarati CC are playing. But
got to be neutral in the commentary box.
Well, don't have to.
Swing and a miss from Iqbal Hussain. He's just trying to hit the ball too hard here.
You can hit it straight down the ground though. It's a big gap straight down the ground. They've got long on and long off in place, but hitting across the ball, there's four fielders out there on the leg side waiting for it. Elliott taking the pace off.
He's timed that better. Iqbal Hussain finds the gap. Sort of front foot cut shot. The stumps have blown over because of the wind. Nothing to do with Iqbal Hussain. Gets his first boundary of today. He's on to 6 off 6.
Look, this is probably the same ball as the ball before. It's just a very different approach, a more effective approach, because you can only have 5 outfielders, and 4 of them perched on the leg side. There's gaps on the offside if you just wait for the ball. Well, he's giving you all the time. Jay Wild just saying, sorry, he's late. That's no problem, Jay, just letting you know. And saying, sorry, Vinny, just haven't been here. Well, we're glad you're here now, Jay Wild. Always happy to see you, Prez.
Short, horrible delivery, and it's horrible a timed shot as the delivery was. Nobody comes out of that with much credit. Iqbal Hussain keeps the strike. It's the end of the 4th over, and a chance to have a look as we come to the end of that 4th over with the score 35 for 1 at another of the teams in this brand new European Cricket Championship, and it's the underdogs of the tournament, the lowest ranked team in the European Cricket Championship, Portugal. Cricket in Portugal dates back to the Peninsular War when English troops were encamped in Lisbon. Game between teams from Porto and Lisbon was played almost every year since 1861. As the Carnation Revolution brought Portugal's people back from Goa, bringing cricket with them. More recently, Portugal were losing semi-finalists in the 1997 European Nations Cup, defeated unexpectedly by the French. They are the underdogs of all underdogs at the 15-team European Cricket Championship, starting in mid-September as Aziz Khattak concedes a single from the first ball of this new over. Iqbal Hussain on a run of ball 8. He's still not quite found anything close to the hitting prowess we saw last Thursday. He looks a bit out of rhythm.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Let's go back to Portugal. We're seeing lots of good cricket at the moment from Portugal, aren't we, as well? And I think it's really exciting. I can say they've snuck in because their rankings into that ECC setup.
Driven down the ground, a good-looking shot from Ashfaq, who, well, he's only got 23 or 14 on the cricketing scoreboard. On the aesthetic scoreboard, he'd have a lot more.
That's what I mean. We can play these shots, then don't be trying to horn everything across the line. And, well, the reason I call Jay Wild Prez, do you know why that is, Michael? I can tell you. He's the president of my cricket club, even though he's a cricket club that I never really get to play for, Costa del Sol, because I have my auntie. She doesn't live there anymore, but she lived just about 20 minutes from the ground there at Katama. And Jay Wild's happy I'm not around because he's the wicket keeper, and he knows he's going to lose his spot if I ever turn up for training. Anyway, Jay Wild, wonderful to have you in the chat today.
Swung away by Iqbal Hussain. He didn't get enough of this. He's going to settle for a walked single. Mari does the fielding. For a pair normally so destructive, they're just struggling a bit here.
Yeah, well, don't worry, Jay Wild. I'm already on the road with the European Cricket Series. You probably don't have to worry about me turning up, but I'd like to go and maybe do some coaching and have a hit round with the boys at some point.
Ashfaq content with one.
4 singles this over. Things just stalling. You feel like it's the calm before the storm, don't you, for Bangladesh Austria, because they've got 9 wickets in hand. Their run rate is just lagging a little bit here at the halfway point of the innings.
Mistimed by Iqbal Hussain. And a huge wicket. The one you'd have really wanted from this Bangladesh Austria batting lineup. The man who scored back-to-back unbeaten 50s last Thursday afternoon. His struggling cameo comes to an end, out for 9 off 10. Aziz Khattak gets his man. Nicely caught by Shaukat Saeed. 39 for 2.
Yeah, and Khattak does it again. He's such a weapon in the middle overs for Vienna Danube. Gets the big wicket. And yeah, we've seen it before, haven't we? We saw it quite dramatically with Quinton Norris in games 2 and 3 today. He's looking different in a different innings, and this wasn't the same Iqbal Hussain that we saw earlier in the tournament. Just struggling for his timing, eventually just spooning a catch, just skewing off the outside edge to the short third man. Big wicket as Gil Singh comes to the crease. And on striker's end for the first delivery. Be on strike now to Khattak. But how impressive has Aziz Khattak been in this series in the middle overs for Vienna Danube?
Yeah, 2 for 10 against Vienna earlier in the day, as you referenced. He's been their most economical bowler in the tournament. He's gone for 7.5 and over. That is really good stuff as we reach the halfway point of this run-setting exercise for Bangladesh Austria. 40 for 2 off 5. Hassan Ashfaq has a lot of pressure on him now. Gil Singh, a very good player of spin. This cricketer CC, this Vienna Danube lineup don't have a huge amount of spin bowling options. As here's Mohamed Safi, the least expensive of their seam bowlers in the tournament. He's gone at 9.5 and over. Didn't bowl so well earlier on today against Vienna CC. With a lot of wides in that spell. It's a much better start. But Ashfaq has 26 off 17. Gil Singh facing now. Now does Gil Singh just look for the singles? Try and give Ashfaq the strike as the senior player? Or does he look to hit?
I think that it's important he doesn't chew up any dot balls. I think Gil Singh's a lot more comfortable against spin. That's why I was a bit surprised they didn't send him in with Kabo Malia on when that wicket fell, because he does use his feet well to the spinners.
Good ball, and Singh just plops It down into the offside. Skips through for one, so we've made a clear conscious decision there. He's going to get Ashfaq on strike. Ashfaq's got to push on and accelerate from here. We know that today it's a decent day for run scoring. Pars around the 110 mark. Some LBW appeals. A lot of them coming from boundary fielders, which is normally a clue. Sliding down the leg side for me.
I think so, I agree with you. Let's have a look at it from front on. It's far away. I guess the replay will tell the story. Ooh.
Ooh, maybe
Well,
not. He's coming a long way across.
How far forward is he here? Oh, I tell you what, that was a good shout. Really good shout, actually, when you had a look at it.
Comes off the outside edge of Gilsing's bat. He has to settle for one. Worth remembering, of course, the men in black only get one look. Don't get the benefits of the replays we do.
I suppose you can also sometimes get fooled by the shot you see them playing. He played that one like it was, heading well down the leg side, but I think it was a really good shout. Yeah, lucky for Mohamed Safi, I think.
That's another shout. Ashfaq survives.
Not too that long. He's
Oh
going to
no,
have to
he's
go.
given. It was the slow finger of doom.
Well, he's
It
trying to
goes
say he's
up.
got an inside edge, but I tell you what, number one, I don't believe him, and number two, even if he did, he was probably out 2 balls ago.
Yeah, that's
So I think that's probably fair. And well, I always wonder how you get an inside edge when your bat's up here. But anyway, I think that's probably justice for the bowler. And well, swings and roundabouts. It's a wicket for Vienna Danube, and it's 44 for 3.
yeah, hitting leg stump for me. 26 off 19 for Hassan Ashfaq. 44 for 3. And that is the 2 big fish in this Bangladesh-Austria lineup. Swept up in a net and dismissed. 2 they really wanted. Iqbal Hussain and now Hassan Ashfaq. Ashfaq out for 26 off 19 LBW to Mohamed Safi after Aziz Khattak got Iqbal Hussain out. So, 2 new batters at the crease. Shamim Mohammed to face his first ball. Gilsing with 2 singles so far. He's got everybody back on the leg side, everyone up on the offside apart from long off. That's a lead first ball from Shamim Mohammed. Gilsing turns down the single. Now we've seen this story before for Bangladesh Austria as the 6th over comes to an end. A successful one for Mohamed Safi, but the key wicket of Ashfaq only went for 3 runs. We've seen this script before. It so often falls apart very, very quickly. They'll be hoping the same thing does not happen yet again, Bangladesh Austria. Aziz Khattak's going to bowl his 2nd over. His first went for just 5 and got the very dangerous Iqbal Hussain. He's going to be bowling to Gilsing with a 5-4 leg side field. 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. And then ring of 3 on the offside with long off. So can't afford too much width outside the off stump. That's nicely bowled. That will be a single out to Amari at long on. Not really pushing the 2s as well, Bangladesh Austria. Even if there was a misfield there, they weren't going to get the 2nd.
Yeah, well, Gilsing now takes over the senior batsman role, even though he's only faced a couple of deliveries.
Wider of the crease. He's got a decent amount of this. Shamim Mohammed had to wait for that one. That was a properly good, well-disguised slur ball. And this is nice from Khattak.
Bit of cloud cover. It's interesting to see the batting conditions, at least judging by the scores we've seen in the last game and so far in this game, come down a little bit.
Well hit by Gilsing, and Amari misfields. The long barrier would have stopped it, but he just rose up, left a gap between his legs so that the ball could slip through.
How about the long barrier? Probably would have jumped over the barrier. I mean, you just need to get something behind it. Have a look at this last bounce. You see, get some leg behind it, unfortunately. Again, needs to hit pretty hard. Take some stopping.
Nicely disguised. One again from Khattak. Singh trying to come down the pitch and attack him. Singh's eyeing that gap through the covers. You've only got to beat Khyber Mallia at short cover, and you've got 4. Trying to go inside out. Well, that's the shot he was trying to play the previous ball, and he gets 4. Long off, can't get round. Claire Kalesh, nothing he can do. Very risky shot from Gil Singh into double figures. Gets inside the line of the ball. Very good targeted batting. Nicely done.
Fail. Yeah. Again, he's going to get the replacement tactic.
Yeah.
Kailash is going to get replaced after that effort. So, well, someone else have a go. Katak going for a couple of boundaries. Not far away from the fielders though. Last ball, the 7th.
Rahullah Abdurrahimzai's man swapped into long off.
That's why I want to go, because I want to pay for it. They are bringing some.
See Gil Singh all at sea against the slow ball of Katak. Once again is fairly economical despite those couple of boundaries. 1 for 15 off 2 overs for him. 7 overs down, it's 54 for 3. And well, coming up in a few days' time, it's not too long now, we'll be in the Czech Republic in Prague. In fact, we'll be there on Monday morning. There's 10 teams there waiting for 48 more matches of ECS action over 12 match days. Mondays to Saturdays as usual, 6 days a week. You'll get 4 games a day on ECN from the Fancode European Cricket Series Czech Republic in Prague. And well, there'll be 2 groups of 5 there. They'll play each other twice. We'll have a final series at the end of the second week, and you can get the cricket at the regular time, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Make sure you join us on Monday from Prague.
Wide from Mohammad Safi. Such a shame because his first over was so good.
Probably mentioned earlier when we were talking about the European Cricket Championship, the Czech Republic national team, the T20 format, they hold most of the records now, don't they, in that format.
It's a crazy game against Turkey.
And this
Straight up, and that's 6 runs. Uriah Chaka is there to go, and go it does. Shamim Mohammed got underneath it. Look for a second like catching practice. It's only being caught by the potato field.
Yeah, this one, that's more work for the tractor. Pick that one up and bring it back. Mohammad Safi, it's pretty slippery, but he did well to get his hands through that one. 6 valuable runs for Bangladesh, Austria.
That's just about okay on the offside. That's a good response from Safi. Dragging the ball outside of Shamim Mohammed's arc.
I was saying earlier that the scores seem to have come down in the afternoon. There's a bit of cloud cover. I don't think there's any chance of rain. Certainly hope not, because we've decided to go without the roof today. But I see the bowlers just getting on top in the second half of the day.
Got this very, very high. He's done well to manage to get something on it. He was in a very strange position, but that's 6 runs. Uriah Chaka, the second one of the over. Well, he was inside the line of the ball. Safi put it just inside the wide line, and somehow Shamim Mohammed's accessed that to get it for 6.
Yeah, I was going to say the bowlers have been on top. Well, no one told Shamim Mohammed. Sent this one away. It's into the breeze there. It's coming a bit of left to right as well, but there's only about on it. 6 more.
Comes down the pitch this time. Get at least 1 to long off. And 1 is all he will get. So Mohammed has 14 off 6. Gil Singh onto strike. This pair putting together a half decent mini partnership. Short. Good pulled shot. Hit hard but straight at Ahmed Zadran.
It was more of a whip, wasn't it, than a pull in the end.
Yeah.
It's a very good length ball, but Gil Singh, he times the ball well when he gets it going. He's got this, I think particularly he's effective against the spinners because the way he has time to get his feet moving.
Short. And that again is one he's managed to get underneath and get for 6. A third 6 of the over. Well, he's got this very strange style, Shamim Mohammed, but it's working for him. Cross bat, get underneath the ball and hit it as high as you can and hope it goes for 6.
Wow, this is punishing work from Shamim Mohammed. And you wonder how he hits it there. But again, this is using the wind. It's quite blustery now, straight down the ground. If you can get it up, get it high, and get it near the middle of the bat, you can get full value. Well, it was a magical over in the 8th. There were 21 off it, 75 for 3 after 8.
It was a big over, just when they needed it to really push things along. This pair came together, things 44 for 3. Shamim Mohammed on to 20 off 7. It's Gilsing who's going to face at the start of this one. Just 12 balls left. To bowl the penultimate over is Rahula Abdul Rahimzai. Now I'm really not sure about this.
You remember this
You're
last ninth
laughing
over?
because I think you remember why. Slow ball to start. That isn't a bad start. Gilsing gets it very high on the bat for 1.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Now-
Michael, why don't you tell us why we're a bit nervous about Abdul Rahimzai bowling the 9th?
Rahula Abdul Rahimzai has bowled the second most expensive over at this entire tournament. He went for 28 runs. And yet
30 in total, because there were 2 byes in
byes.
there, which were off a no ball. So probably deserved those on him as well.
that's going to be at least 1. They finally realise they've got to start thinking of pushing for 2, but they turn it down. And the Bangladesh-Austria batting dugout are furious. The skipper, Rakib Islam, has just thrown a glove down on the floor in disbelief that his players out there aren't pushing for 2 here.
Take it out now, because the captain's steaming.
Absolutely. That's down the ground. Not really much of a chance of 2 that time. Didn't help that Gilsing was walking down and inspecting his bat. So 78 for 3, 3 singles.
It's nice to see them trusting Abdul Rahimzai in the 9th over though.
It's a bold move, and it's working so far, to my disbelief. That's a dot ball against Shamim Mohammed. Abdul Rahimzai with that shocker of an over. It really was. It was the only over that's been worse. And actually, you know what? We'll give you guys a few balls. See if you can remember in the chat what's been the worst over of the tournament. So that's going to be it. Should finally double up here. They will.
I think I'll have a go at it.
Yeah.
It was the over when they needed like 41 to win, and then he conceded, I think, 31 or something like that.
Yeah, you're in the right ballpark. You're not quite right. Can you remember the bowler or the game?
I was in the shower watching it, because you know how you can watch the TV through the through the shower. I love this hotel. Probably unnecessary information.
I thought about turn that down. Yep, I was
I have
going
to turn it right up so I can hear you and Kit though.
I was going to say thanks for that information, Vin.
I don't think the person next door enjoys it.
End of the 9th, 81 for 3. Well, our commentary colleague Rico Full likes to say it all happens in the 9th. It doesn't always all happen in the 9th. Just 5 runs from it, a very quiet one, and the huge gamble to bowl Abdul Rahimzai has worked well. Well, credit if you got it. It was match 16, Vienna Afghan, defending 42 to win off the last over, and Islamuddin Omakel, given the cursory, yeah, have a bowl, mate, somehow managed to make it close. He went for 32 in a glut of extras and almost cost his team the game. Yeah. Now, to bowl the 10th, now this is where I don't like teams getting the bowling allocations wrong. And Khyber Malia keeps doing this. He's bowled out himself, Katak, Safi and Abdul Rahman Mirakel. So then he has to bowl 2 different bowlers, an over each. Obaidullah Amari, not being warm at all, having not bowled all day, including in the first game against Vienna CC for them this morning, is going to have to come on and bowl the death over.
Yeah, and all he has to do is probably bowl Abdul Rahimzai 1 over earlier in the 8th, and at least he's got the option of bowling Abdul Rahimzai in the 10th over if he wants to then, and bowling a second over.
Yep.
When you bowl 2 overs for 4 bowlers in the first 8, then you're right, Michael, you're basically limiting yourself, you're handcuffing yourself by having to choose a 5th and a 6th bowler to close out the innings. But anyway, here's Omari.
Well, that is a very good start. Based on how things are going, Abdul Rahimzai and Omari are getting Captain Khyber Malia somewhat out of jail, because you can't blame Omari too much if it goes wrong in this over. He's holding his right hamstring, which suggests he isn't very warm out there. It is a bit cold now. That's excellent, just inside the wide line, not gathered by Zaid Mirali Kel, who hasn't had a great innings of things behind the stumps, so they get through comfortably enough for the bye. Obaidullah Amari did his bit. Got to get bat on ball here. Organd Kasangam Kanahoga. Gilsing and Shamim Mohammed putting together a good partnership though. Just needs a bit more urgency. And that's got some urgency behind it from Shamim Mohammed, but not much in terms of time. It could be a run out on the second. Yep, that's out. That is very good fielding off his own bowling by Obadullah Amari. It wasn't just bowling, he ended up fielding short mid-wicket. Mirali Kell whips off the bells, and that is Shamim Mohammed gone for a very entertaining 24 off 12.
Yeah, you can't blame Shamim Mohammed here, doing the right thing, doing the team thing. Needed to be a good throw, came in on one hop. Again, good decision by the umpire. So it'll be one and a run out. Again, could be important in the context of the game. The score now is 82 for 4. And I suppose, look, they might get away with it with Amari bowling the last over here, but what it is, it's you're backing yourself into a corner as a captain. You can still bowl different bowlers if you want to at the end of the innings, but at the moment, Khyber Malliya has to bowl 2 different bowlers in the 9th and 10th. Anyway, at the moment, looks like he's going to be chasing a manageable total.
Good from Amari again, and the new batsman Mazumdar has to settle for 1. Probably happy enough with 1. Give Gilsing the strike. Now Gilsing has 14 off 12. It's not that he's batted badly, but really needs a bit more at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, well, Gilsing on strike.
6! That's the best shot of the innings so far from Gilsing. Aurier Chaka, he's on to 20. That's given the score a much needed boost. 89 for 4 with just 1 ball left.
Yeah, big hit. I mean, this wasn't much over the fielder, but just got over his head, and now it looks like it'll be a chase in the 90s for Vienna Danube. Amari going for the Maximo. His last ball of the innings.
Swing and a miss from Gilsing, and they're not even going to get through for the bye. Uzal Mazumdar seemed positively disinterested in trying to run a bye and sacrifice his wicket for the team in doing so. So they close on 89 for 4.
Yes, and well, it'll be 90 for Vienna Danube to chase. Come on, Michael. As usual, we saw plenty of action in match 32, the first innings, as Bangladesh Austria winning the toss, put a score on the board. They'll have to defend 89 here in match 32, the final match of the day in Austria.
Yeah, starting in bright sunshine, Bangladesh Austria lost Rahat Shahid early for a 5-ball duck, bowled by Khyber Malliya, who was not happy there with 2 byes. Saeed Mirali Kell comically throwing the ball over Malliya's head. Malliya got the wicket of Shahid there. Abdur Rahman Mirali Kell saw that one disappear. What a gorgeous straight drive that was. And then the very next ball, Ashfaq flicking it off his legs for 4. Very good looking player. Iqbal Hussain, the hero of last Thursday afternoon with back-to-back 50s. Didn't really get going today. 9 off 10, caught here by Shaukat Saeed off Aziz Khattak. Khattak making a nice knack of picking up big middle over wickets. Mohammed Safi got the other important one. Hassan Ashfaq there, LBW for 26. Gilsing came out, batted well enough, steered Bangladesh Austria to a competitive, albeit slightly under par score. Shamim Mohammed gave the innings some desperately needed urgency. He hit 3 of the 5 sixes throughout the entire innings. With his cross-batted, somewhat effective swiping. That one over long off. Hari bowled the final over. Fielded very well off his own bowling here, running out Mohammed on the second. Shamim Mohammed gone for 24 off 12. So Mirali Kell, the keeper, with the smart work. 6 off the penultimate ball from Gilsing. He missed the last ball, bringing a dot to finish the innings. Gilsing with 20 not out off 14 balls. Hassan Ashfaq and Shamim Mohammed both got into the 20s as well, but nobody really played that big aggressive innings to get Bangladesh Austria up into that 110-ish mark that looks like it's par here at Seban Cricket Ground. As for the bowling figures for Vienna Danube, Khyber Malliya excellent up top with 1 for 10, opening the bowling with spin in the power play. Aziz Khattak in the middle overs, very effective. And Rahullah Abdurrahimzai and Obadillah Amari bowling the 9th and 10th respectively, very nicely indeed. After Malia, not for the first time, gone for a strange strategy of bowling out his top 4 bowlers in the first 8 overs, forcing him to use a 5th and a 6th bowler. So both of these teams have already lost once in Group B. Second defeat here will leave them on the verge of being the first team to be knocked out in the tournament. 90 to win for Vienna Danube. We will see you for the run chase in around 10 minutes or so. Devio or Sajano Apka Swagat hai Seban Cricket Ground में. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Seban Cricket Ground for the final time today as we complete day 8 and match 32 of 47, I should say. Group B is very much hotting up with the fuels of tournament exit fire underneath both of these teams. They've both lost once earlier on today. Bangladesh Austria losing to Cricketer CC, and Vienna Danube losing to Vienna, I should say. So now they are both aware that defeat here will leave them on the brink of elimination in this 4-team round robin. 3 of the 4 will progress through to the eliminator finals. The team that finishes bottom will be out, the first team to leave this 8-team tournament. Fantastic to have your company on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu will be with me in due course. I'm Michael McCann, your commentator for this run chase, where Vienna Danube need relatively modest 90 to win. It is a target that you would expect them to get, but much stranger things have happened. Remember that Vienna CC posted 84 for 8 in match 31. Cricketer CC only got there with 5 balls to go in a very nervous run chase for the loss of 6 wickets. Hassan Ashfaq is going to bowl the first over, opening the batting in the light blue Danubian strip. It's Captain Kaiba Malia with Claire Kailash at the other end. Kailash hit 25 of just 8 balls against Vienna. Malia, the captain, failed, falling for just 2. Only 2 fielders allowed out in the power play. Now he's gone for cover, deep, and long off on a 5-4 field. So a ring of 4 on the leg side as things get a bit chilly and windy here. Can't afford to be on the pads of Captain Malia. Just a slight further delay here, but now we're ready to go. 90 to win. That's a very good start from Hassan Ashfaq. That is exactly where he's got to be with this field. Hassan Ashfaq, their most economical bowler in the tournament so far, going for 8.5 and over. It's nice again. Malia does well though to knock it for 1, get himself off the mark, away from the dreaded duck. So the field adjusts for the right-handed Kailash. That is good again. He's beaten him in the flight. Nicely bowled. Quicker ball from Ashfaq, and the tennis player style grunt to accompany it, just to let everyone know that he'd pushed it through. Kailash off and running. It's a slow start. We need to get these 2 out. Not much to have a huge amount of hope of defending this, you'd think. They wanted 1. It's good wicket-keeping alert to the situation, Iqbal Singh. Had they taken 1 hit, probably would have never have made it. It's a good thing they didn't. It's a good thing Kailash sent him back. And that's 4 runs. First boundary of the innings. Now they're properly off and running. Said you can't stray onto the pads with a field like this. That's exactly what Hassan Ashfaq did. Kaiba Malia just helps it round the corner. So the boundary count off and running. 6 without loss after the first. Slightly slow start. They are only chasing 90, but they still want to take a big dent out of this target in the power play. Bangladesh Austria have really struggled with the ball in this tournament. They've so often leaked runs. They conceded 137 for 6 against Cricketer CC this morning, the second highest total of the tournament. They also have the misfortune of conceding the highest total in the competition too. Starting with spin here, Iqbal Hussain. That's gone away through mid-wicket, that will be 4. Kailash opens his boundary account too. 10 without loss. Just too short. Sitting up, asking to be hit. And that's through, 4 more. This is very good aggressive power play batting from Kailash. Overcompensating Iqbal Hussain from too short to too full. Just can't find that Goldilocks length. It's already 14 without loss. Either side of that first over finishing. And it's now 3 consecutive boundaries. Nice bit of sportsmanship there as Hussain does Malia's shoelaces up. Bringing 5 on the offside. Well, it was in that channel, and you can understand why Kailash played that shot, because had he got any kind of decent content, decent contact on it, not content, that would have been 4 more. Good cut shot, well fielded by Gursavan, who got his right hand out at point. Keeps it to a single. So 10 balls gone. Danube already eating significantly into their target. Field changing now for Malia. Long on and long off out, so he cannot afford to be short here. It's well bowled. Bowling to his field, met respectfully with a straight bat. Now the field changes for Kailash. Everyone up on that offside. That's short, that's a filthy ball, a Gundy ball, and put away. You just cannot bowl there and expect nothing but 4 or 6 off the bat of any decent player at this tournament. Claire Kailash isn't going to miss out. It's a 4 to finish an expensive second over that has cost 14 runs, which in a low-scoring game is a big swing towards the Danubians. 20 without loss after 2 overs. They're in pole position to see this home and get themselves a ticket to the Eliminator finals on Friday. It's Vinny Sandhu who joins me in the commentary box, and Hassan Ashfaq, who conceded just 6 from his first over, shapes up to bowl his second.
Fascinating first couple of overs for me. The wicket's the key. Bangladesh, Austria haven't got one yet.
And the other danger is that bowling out Ashfaq at the top to try and get some sense of control. Their seamers have so often been so wayward that then you bowl out Ashfaq. What else have you got? Nice sweep from Captain Malia, straight at short, fine legs. They'll have to settle for 1. Oh, is that a run out? Well, they're appealing with some convincing. He really should have made his ground here, Kailash. He had plenty of time. No, he's okay, even with the direct hit from short, fine leg. A lot of excitement,
Yeah.
often is.
Didn't quite make the line, in line with the stumps, but still he was well past the first one, which is the one that matters.
Yeah, the other problem Bangladesh Austria have had is that earlier on in the tournament, Gursavan Singh was taking wickets for fun, but he's very much been found out in the last 3 or 4 games. That's short, and that's gone. 6 runs. It's a rare poor ball from Hassan Ashfaq, and pounced upon like a lion upon dinner. 6 for Kailash. He's on to 20 off 10.
Yeah, well, Kailash, he's hit his straps today, hasn't he? He's already rearranged the circuitry of our main camera. A memorable hit straight down the ground, but this time, again, wind assisted. These straight shots, Hassan Ashfaq Straying a little bit too short. Respect for that delivery. And I think, well, Bangladesh and Austria just need to get a wicket from somewhere. Where's it going to come from?
Just turned around the corner by Kailash. These two do look infamous, famous last phrase. But they do look in control right now. Still a bit of a way to go. They still need 8.5 and over. They're perfectly capable of losing this.
Plenty of cricket to go. Don't worry about that. Fancode European Cricket Series. Anything can happen. Anything will happen.
It's well timed on Malia, but straight to point. So he won't get anything for that. End of the over. Shandar shot. Bakor run Nehi. Good shot for no run. Power play is done. It's a good power play for Vienna Danube. 28 runs.
Yeah, well, see they're pretty much right on where they need to be as far as the run rate goes. So I say a quick hello to a few people in the live chat. James Stewart is watching from Estonia. Hello, as well as Wazza is watching from Tasmania in Australia. Keanu's there. Michael Darb's there. Well, one's joined in now. And well, it's a great place to go to interact with us. And well, any questions you have, please send them through. Last game today in Austria, but still, we've got Portugal tonight, semi-final time. Jostovic is also there, about 10 minutes ago or so. And well, how's your day, Jost? Hope you're going well, boss. And Cosmic Nana might still be with us as well. So, certainly a few people watching this game, match 32. And this is a crucial one, because this is two teams without a win so far in this phase of the tournament, because they both lost their first Group B match, and each team will only get 3 matches in the group. So if you go 0-2 and you are at risk of losing a third match, then you will be eliminated. I suppose it's not quite that dire, because if you win that third match, you'll have 1 win, and there's a chance you might still get through on net run rate.
This is towards us in the commentary box, or could be caught right on the line. Oh, what a catch! That is outstanding fielding from Gil Singh. Not for the first time in this tournament. He ran 20 yards around to his right from long off. This hung in the air a long, long time. And he gets his paws underneath it and holds on. Kailash gone for 21. And Bangladesh, Austria are still alive and fighting.
Well, I don't think he's a doctor, Gil Singh, but if I ever have some sort of illness, I'd like to be in his care, because he's got a safe pair of hands. And well, we've seen him do it before, and the way he gets to the ball, gets himself in a good position, holding on, they're taking his body, getting his body to shield the blow as he impacted the ground, and that is a game-breaking kind of catch. It removes Clark Kailash, who has been in devastating form today. It's 28 for 1.
That's a really important breakthrough. Really big one in the context of this match. Kailash has been their top run scorer in the competition so far. Having him gone.
This brings Abdullah Omari to the crease. Well, he won't be facing this ball, but teen sensation. Got a lot of promise. I see players like Omari. I think that European cricket has a bright future. It's the captain, Kaibat Malia, who'll be on strike. To Rahat Shahid, who got immediate success with that wicket of Kailash.
It's on the pads of Malia. This is going to trickle away for leg buys. 2 of them. Outrageously optimistic LBW appeal from the boundary sweepers, seeming to forget the unfortunate impediment that is the laws of cricket in regards to the ball pitching a long, long way outside the leg stump.
Yeah, that one, even if it was going to go and hit the stumps, which I don't think it was, the ball bouncing outside the leg stump means that leg before shout wasn't to be considered by the umpire.
He's got hold of this one, Malia, but it's held up in the wind, which is no longer assisting straight hitting. Gil Singh does the fielding. Direct hit, he would have been gone. Omari happy to take his chance.
He's thrown a bouncer back to Rahat Shahid. This is pitching gone well over his head.
It's really leapt up. It's a very powerful arm on him, Omari. He's got a bit of a rocket arm in truth.
Malia needs to get his team home here for me. He's a key to this batting chase. Players at the other end can play their strokes. He needs to stay there, hold up in hand, keep scoring.
Not going to get one there. Straight back to Shahid, who had a bit of a nightmare earlier on today against cricketer CC. Bowled 11 wides in the first over of the day. But he's getting it right here.
Well, again, no run. Ashfaq does the fielding. And this will end the over. At the end of 4 overs, it's 32 for 1. And well, we still might have one more. Excuse me.
So that's come off the pad. Pick up 1. So now we're at the end of the aforementioned 4th over. 33 for 1. They're actually behind the required run rate here.
9 wickets in hand though. But well, there's going to be some more cricket coming your way tomorrow from Austria. And look, these are important matches now. It's going to come down to matches 33 and 34. These are the last 2 Group B matches. Vienna CC versus Bangladesh Austria, and then Cricketer CC versus Vienna Danube. So there's every chance that Vienna Danube could be playing for their lives in that game, match 34. And then we have Group A hitting the park. And these are the teams that finished in the top 4 after the round robin. Vienna Afghan versus Pakistan CC, and Indian Vienna versus Salzburg. So we're going to see some really competitive cricket in day 9 tomorrow morning, starting at 7 AM GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 PM in India. Remember, in Group B, the bottom team will be eliminated after match 34. So tomorrow is the day that 8 will become 7. The other 3 teams in Group B will get a chance to play in preliminary finals Friday. And well, as far as Group A goes, the top 3 teams in Group A will go directly through to the semi-finals. And the bottom team in Group A will also have to qualify for the semi-finals through preliminary finals Friday. So, well, double the finals days this week in Austria. It's going to be exciting. And well, key point of this game, it's right in the balance. Uzal Mazumdar going to come in to bowl the 5th over.
Yeah, Mazumdar only with 3 overs in the tournament so far. One of those was this morning where he picked up a wicket and went for just 7. That's chipped towards Shahid. And I'm going to be just coming down in his favour and saying that Malia pulled out of this because he was worried about it going straight to the boundary sweeper, but he looks distinctly out of form, Captain Kaiba Malia. He now has 10 off 14. He's got to get going.
Yeah, it was risky because the wind's blowing in that direction, but I think you're right. Also, first ball to a new bowler, so not quite finding the pace yet, not quite finding the timing, but I think it's important that whoever is with Malia keeps playing their shots. They've got some good batsmen still to come in. Shakat Saeed, one that comes to mind.
Swing and a miss outside that off stump by Omari from the very first ball that he's faced.
Yeah, that one, that's fine for me. No real foot movement from Omari. So let's look at the field here. There's no one over deep cover. They've got a long off and I suppose a deep backward point or a wide third man in place. Well, it's going to be no ball. And it's too high, I should say. Omari was able to get some bat on it, so well, yeah, it will be on strike for the free hit. There's no intent there from the bowler. But if you bowl on one of these, your bowling days are over, as far as this match is concerned.
Yeah, he found it hard to get out of the way of that one, Omari. He's already worn a shoulder height no ball on that sort of upper arm once in this tournament. At least he managed to get the willow in the way. Malia's got to get striking here. Does he try and hit his way into form? Does he just keep playing his shots and hope that the timing comes with it? He's on 10 off 14, which by his big hitting standards is positively pedestrian. Umpire Rajinder is having a look at the ball. I think that he's saying to Uzal Mazumdar that the ball has been shined, that he's seen some balls shining using spit, which for very obvious reasons in this era is not allowed.
That's not allowed. Just saying, well, make sure that you're not doing it. You have to do pretty well to see spit either as well. What an eye he must have. He's got the microscope out there. I don't think it's okay to continue.
That's a wide.
All I can say is perhaps there's more of a warning.
Yeah.
And
So.
because the ball would be replaced if we
Yeah.
confirmed that there was some sort of saliva on the ball.
I think he's just looked at the ball and just thought from its condition that there's the possibility that might have happened.
This is a free hit, but really having a go at it. And it'll just be a single.
Malia's really, really struggling here. 11 off 15.
It's the captains, which have had a bit of the slow batting. I'll call it a virus. It's not very hot to say right now, but
First one Omari's got hold of, over the head of short cover, and 4 runs. Obadullah Omari into the boundaries. The swing outside off.
yeah, and we mentioned there's no fielder there. Over cover. This has gone straight over the head of the fielder in the circle, and normally if you do that, you'll find a gap behind them. Omari gets a sorely needed boundary. Still got the required rate under control. Still got the captain of the crease. He could click at any moment. Here's Mazumdar.
Little Nick, gone, surely, yes, out. Mazumdar gets the breakthrough, and Omari, the dangerous Omari, is out for only 5. 42 for 2, pitch up, nick off.
Yeah, well, he does have to nick off. Omari made a beautiful shot over cover, but then just losing his shape. The very next delivery. That was an easy catch for Iqbal Singh behind the stumps.
Now Shaukat Saeed comes out. Anyone who's seen this guy bat at all in the tournament will know he only plays one way. Has the highest strike rate of any batter for Vienna Danube. He just comes out and tries to hit everything, and I mean everything. He doesn't tend to last very long, but it's very entertaining when he sticks around. He's going to try and make it rain 6s, and that could, if he comes off, take some of the pressure off Captain Khyber Malia.
Well, I know he wants to make it rain 6s. He almost made it rain in his last innings. He hit the ball so high, but straight up in the air. It was a second ball dark. And well, I know you can get booked for speeding. Shaukat Saeed, he might get booked for bat speeding, as he will swing very hard, and normally he doesn't wait. Normally he goes straight away. Here he is facing Mazumdar.
It's gone inside out, catching chance at backward point. Gursavan Singh can't get there. They're not going to come back for 2. Oh no, what's happened there? He's left his crease hoping of 2, Captain Khyber Malia. And he's got back just in time. Saeed with the miscue. It was eventually fielded in the backward point region. And Malia there
Saying no.
just leaves his crease trying to convince his partner of the need for 2. And he gets back just in time as Iqbal Singh whips the bails off. That is the end of the 5th. And Vienna Danube 43 for 2 with their misfiring Captain Malia still at the crease on 11 of 15 with the newly joined partner of Shaukat Saeed.
Yeah, well, pretty much right on the money as far as the rate goes. Maybe a couple behind, but nothing to concern them. The main thing is, can they keep this momentum going? Over 6, 7, 8 can be crucial. See how many they need in the last couple, and they're going to go back to Rahat Shahid. His first over was pretty tight, and he conceded 2 off the bat, but 5 in total in that over.
Wider of the crease from Shahid. Very good start. Doesn't quite find the edge of Saeed's bat, but that is the line to Shaukat Saeed. It's got to be careful because Rahat Shahid bowls natural little in-drifters. That can drift right into Saeed's hitting zone, but he's been on it in this innings. First over only went for 2 and picked up a wicket. This has gone incredibly high off the bat. Catching chance for Ashfaq taken. Another one gone. 43 for 3. And another big hitter for Vienna Danube departs.
Well, I hate to say it, it's dumb cricket from Saeed. I know that's his tactic, but I'd say, well, just try and hit it 80% as hard as you want to, because he's trying to hit everything into the next universe. He's trying to bend the space-time continuum. We're done with these big swings, and that's 2 innings in a row that he's perished. Hitting it straight up in the air. Plenty of time for Hassan Ashfaq to get underneath it. And, well, it's a wicket they didn't want to lose. It's 43 for 3.
Now Mohamed Safi, one of the other big hitters in this Vienna Danube batting lineup, comes to the crease. Safi again someone who prefers a good time rather than a long time, as they say. He's hit 3/4 of his runs in this tournament in 6s. He's at the non-strikers. Struggling Captain Malia is facing 5 for on the side field with sweepers out at mid-wicket and mid-on. Very open stance from Malia. It's a little sweep round the corner, straight to Gursavan.
Gursavan with the pickup. I think even he was surprised when he looked down and saw the ball in his hands.
Yeah, he's not a naturally brilliant fielder, Gursavan Singh. His biggest asset is his little floaty spinners, which haven't been used yet.
Can be risky with this wind, going down the ground the way it is.
Yeah, he got hit for 36 off 2 overs against Cricketer earlier today. He's been found out a touch as the tournament's gone on.
Well, just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hope you're enjoying yourselves and some good discussions going on. I can't even keep up with them at the moment.
Now they're having to adjust their field because for a second it looked like they were going to try 6-3 leg side field, which they're not allowed to do. They've still got 6 on the leg side. And the wicket keeper, that was good alertness from Iqbal Singh, who raised it. Well, they still haven't changed it. This has got to be a no ball. They've got 6 fielders on the leg side. It's a no ball. It's a definite no ball. They've got 6 fielders on the leg side. And we could see it running up. Iqbal Singh raised it.
Yeah.
And this should be a no ball. And yep, umpires Rajinder and Santosh. Now remember, the umpires are not obliged to warn the fielding team before a particular delivery if they've put 6 on the leg side.
No, that's right.
It's not their job. It's just their job to enforce the laws. Now Iqbal Singh put his hand up and mentioned it, and yet bizarrely, even with his hand in the air, Rahat Shahid ran in and bowled, and it's now a free hit. These kind of things can make such a big difference. They've sorted it out now.
Well, the captain's responsible, but also the bowler. I'd be having a quick check before because it goes against your bowling.
Short, poor ball. Remember, if it's caught, it doesn't matter. They're going to run 2. You can be run out off a free hit. And is Mohammad Safi run out? No, he's not. Yeah. Not out, says umpire Santosh, despite the pleading of Iqbal Singh.
Well, Singh can't believe it. Let's have a look at this. Well, out the way, Santosh. I want to see what happened here.
Yeah, he's
well in, isn't he?
It's just Iqbal Singh has got the batter behind him, so he can't really see. And like any wicketkeeper, he's going to go up for it. So that is costly no ball. Goes for 2. Shahid's figure's being damaged somewhat. He's got 2 balls left in his spell though, and 2 for 6 is still a very fine set of bowling figures. So, contrasting day of it. Nightmare in the first game today. It's been beautiful in this second. That's a Gundy ball. It would have been a wide, but instead he decided to take the runs, Mohammad Safi, and didn't he take the runs well? Just an improvised little sort of hockey shot round the corner, helping it on its way. And that's the first boundary conceded in Rahat Shahid's spell. Well-timed sweep shot. Just 1 ball left in the over now. Required run rate back to being under 10.
Jeez, we've seen some close finishes, haven't we? I have a feeling we might have another one on our hands here, Michael. So I do Stephen Kelp, who's watching from the Netherlands. How are you, Stephen? Did you follow the Dutch team in Nepal? A few of our friends at the European Cricket Network playing in that one. It's the last ball of the over.
Miscued by Safi. Get a single. Thought of 2, it wasn't a wise idea, and they turned it down. So end of the 6th, 52 for 3, 38 needed off the last 4. Rahat Shahid completes an excellent spell, 2 for 11 off his 2 for him. And this game, which is not quite an eliminator game, but not a million miles off, is going right to the wire, it looks like.
It's not an eliminator, but it'll be an uncomfortable nader.
It's not quite as catchy.
No, but whoever goes to bed tonight without a win in their 2 games will be feeling pretty uneasy, because they all have to win their last game. And Bangladesh Austria taking on Vienna CC, and then Danube taking on.
Well, I was just going to say, we could have all sorts of possibilities, couldn't we? We could have a net run rate situation.
Cricketer CC, I was going to say, sorry, yeah. Yeah, it could be. Absolutely could be. And look, if you lose this game, your only chance is to get in on net run rate. That's the thing. You'll have 1 win, and there'll be at least one other team on 1 win. So, Mohammad Safi, hopefully, not going to put Vienna Danube in that situation as they're going back to Majumdar.
He's conceded 10 from his first over, picked up a wicket as well. They've got to use a fifth bowler at some point as well. Starts with a short, not particularly great delivery that Safi muscles away for a single, fielded by the captain Rakib Islam. Bowled out Rahat Shahid and Hassan Ashfaq, their two best bowlers. So they are storing up problems here in their bowling allocation, Bangladesh, Austria. Gursavan Singh still hasn't been trusted to bowl with this headwind that enable straight hitting. Malia turns that one round the corner. Somewhat comedic shout of how's that from the bowler Muzel Mazumdar. Swept by Captain Malia. Apart from the massive chunk of willow on the ball. And they're pitching a foot outside leg. There was no reason why it wasn't LBW. And again, even more comical LBW appeal. Might be a run out at the bowler's end. No, he's missed. And they're going to come back for two. Which they'll get there. Well, we can have a look at this on the replay. This was just a ridiculous appeal. I mean, that is possibly hitting a second set of stumps down the leg side. It's only pitched about 3 feet outside the leg as well. Inside out from Safi. Goes over the head of backward point. Third man covering round. Now comfortably get back for two more. Safi into double figures on 10 off 7 as he tries to take the pressure off Captain Malia. Malia, who is playing comfortably his slowest innings of the tournament so far. He has just 13 runs off 17 balls faced. Short and missed by Safi. That's a good bouncer by Mazumdar. It's a really nice area to be in. Testing Safi. Making Safi fetch it from a long way outside off like so many players in this tournament. His arc is mid-wicket and long on. It's a wild wide though. Just over-adjusting Mazumdar.
Yeah, well, crucial deliveries, all of them now, aren't they? So we're heading for another blockbuster finish.
Short. Safi for once has got one away on the offside. And they're only going to get one. Well, they definitely could have ran two there and they'd have got there easily. It is well fielded by Shamim Mohammed, but that should have been doubled up on. So, end of the 7th over. Vienna Danube are 60 for 3. And they need 30 to win off the last 3 overs at exactly 10 and over. 2 games coming up tonight from Portugal. It's semi-final day, the penultimate day of that competition for just over 3 weeks, where Rico Full has been bringing you the action so magnificently with his colleagues. With a quick bat change out here as this 8th over is set up. Now the big problem Bangladesh Austria have got is that in pursuit of trying to keep the game alive, their death bowling specialist Rahat Shahid has been bowled out, as has their best spinner Hassan Ashfaq. So they're going to have to introduce a 5th bowler. They're going to do it now. It's going to be the captain who's going to take responsibility, Rakib Islam. Now, Rakib Islam has been pretty good with the ball in this tournament. By the slightly low standards of Bangladesh Austria, who was a team who struggled with ball in hand. He's been cheapest of their seamers in terms of economy rate, but even then he's gone at 11 and over. Can't afford to do that here.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, can't find anyone to do the job, do it yourself.
Gone very high, but this is going to fall safe in the extra cover region and 4. 1 bounce 4. Well, that was deliberately played. It might have looked like a wild swing, but there was some cold calculation behind it. Mohammed Safi knew the gap was there, and he found it.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, maybe a bit fortunate he got enough bat in it, because if he timed it a bit worse, it might have gone to that deep point fielder, but took a friendly bounce. Didn't plug in the outfield. Said the outfield was mowed last night, so reasonably fast, getting across the line for 4. Now 26 off 17.
He's also overtaken his captain Khyber Malia, who's been out since the start of the innings. Goes again, right down the ground, big six towards the camera area, but into the potato patch. Thankfully doesn't hit our cameras this time.
Our insurance bill's gone up about tenfold today after Cameragate.
Yep.
And Claire Kailash knocked over the main camera earlier in the day, but this one wasn't far away still. Too much length from Rakib Islam. Wasafi loves it there. So 10 off the first 2 balls of this over. And now the captain needs to pull it back, otherwise he'll be running out of runs.
Sat so deep in his crease, Mohamed Safi, ready to launch. Short, hasn't got all of this, and square leg can't see where the ball is. It's landed in front of him. I think he lost the ball in the sky. Sun is not out, it's being hidden by the cloud. So
the sun's behind a cloud, but still it is in his eyes.
Yeah.
And that's a white ball in the white clouds isn't easy either. So it's not a good feeling as a fielder when you look up and you can't see anything. You know you're looking for something. Like a Where's Wally puzzle. Just couldn't find it. In the end, it'll be 2 runs.
4-6-2 so far in this final over. 12 runs from 3 balls. In this 8th, I should say. It's a better Yorker from Safi. He still managed to get it away. Not interested in 2. Good quick fielding, pick up and throw from Shamim Mohammed. So they'll only get 1. 4-6-2-1. It's already a win this over for Bangladesh Austria with 2 balls to spare. Captain Khyber Malia on strike.
Yeah, well, need a couple of dot balls from somewhere. Would love a wicket.
He's come off his inside edge. Malia content with a single. That's okay. Now, Safi's got a decision to make off this final ball. Is he going to take the single, take the strike, given that he's in much better nick than his captain? Or is he going to choose to go again for the length of Rakib Islam? Right arm around to the left-hander. You know what we think about that.
Got to go for it. Don't worry, Malia's fine. He'll get a single off the first ball the next over. He seems to be able to get singles. I think he just played this ball on its merits. Try to hit it hard. 16 required.
Huge swing. And, well, there wasn't much merit in Iqbal Singh's appeal for caught behind because that was, the ball was in another postcode from his bat there. End of the 8th over. 16 to win off the last 2. Vienna Danube on 74 for 3. Now, I'd imagine Rakib Islam is going to come back and bowl the 10th. Question is who's going to bowl the 9th. Iqbal Hussain went for 14 from his only over so far with his spin, but Iqbal Hussain is going to come back. Now he's going to have to bowl a much better over than he did earlier on in this game, otherwise it's not going to be the close finish that all of us neutrals crave.
Well, comparative scores 75 for 3 Bangladesh Austria were after 8 overs, and Vienna Danube 74 for 3. So you can see they're in very, very similar positions. They've got to try and put the squeeze on. I'd love to see an extra fielder in the circle to Malia, considering how he's hitting them.
It's as good a shot as he's played all innings. Inside out for
Oh,
extra
no.
cover. Oh, foot fielding fell. Shamim Mohammed didn't go with the long barrier. He's paid the price. A confidence boosting 4 to Captain Malia. And it's down to 12 off 11.
Oh, this isn't rolling at him either. Don't know what he's thinking there. Shamim Mohammed, foot fielding fail time. Terrible time for it.
Quicker ball. Malia nudges 1 to Gursavan Singh at square leg. Gursavan Singh cutting something of a melancholic, frustrated figure, not trusted with the ball in this run chase after being smacked for 36 off 2 overs earlier on today. Comes down the track. Gets a decent piece of this down the ground. Shamim Mohammed, this time after that foot fielding fell, I was worried he was going to overrun that one, but he
might
didn't.
hit it if you think it's football. Tell you what,
10 to win off 9.
hands a lot easier. All right, they need a wicket now. Safi, he can end it in 2 big blows now.
Well, he can't now because he's not on strike, but Malia could. Well, that's one of them, and it's taken by Ashfaq. Oh no, he's run over the rope. Oh dear, that is a travesty for Hassan Ashfaq. He took the catch. Good hard slog sweep from Captain Khyber Malia, who's been struggling this innings. He finally gets holds of one. It looks like he's holed out. And then there, He slips over the rope.
He tries to land that foot just inside the rope, but he just touched the rope when that foot came down, and then it was all over.
So 4 to win off 8.
Mohammed White wondering why Kusuman Singh isn't bowling yet. Well, Michael probably have an answer. He was just very expensive this morning. They don't want to risk him. Only 4 required.
Malia goes again. He's gloved it over the keeper's head. They'll get 1, so we won't quite have this game finished off there. 3 to win off 7. Khyber Malia moves on to 26 off 22. Fortune here, though. Could have easily presented a catching chance to Iqbal Singh behind the stumps. 3 to win off 7. Short. Poor ball. And that will be that. Job done from Mohammed Safi, one of the best finishers of this tournament. Does it yet again. Gandhi ball. Short. Whacked away. And Mohammed Safi has finished this game off in style. A fantastic shot from him. And it means that Vienna Danube, with this victory, know that they've pretty much booked their spot in the preliminary finals on Friday.
Yeah, big
Game
win.
over.
Big win. Vienna Danube. Bangladesh Austria, they're right on the ropes now, and they'll have to win their remaining match. They are the team that weren't able to get a win on the board here on day 8. And well, there's 90 required for victory for Vienna Danube. You take nothing for granted. And Claire Kailash has been in good form today. And well, a few close calls there as well for the Vienna Danube openers. And well, you saw here, 90 doesn't look much. And then, well, this one went very high. Something needed to happen. Gil Singh, well, he's got a very safe pair of hands. And well, brought Omari to the crease, and that was a nice shot. He just lost his composure off the very next ball, lost his shape. Little nick behind. Well, they're up and about. Bangladesh, Austria. At this stage, Malia, well, you mentioned the importance of him sticking it out, which he did for the most part. Batting through the innings for 26 not out. And, well, even though he didn't hit them particularly well himself, the captain, he was a stabilising influence at one end during the innings and during the run chase. And this one, again, was a tight one. In the end, it cost them an overthrow. You can see what they're trying to do. Getting rid of the dangerous Mohammed Safi. He turned out top scoring at number 5. And, well, he was there. We know how destructive he is, and this is a beautiful one. Sand and deliver stuff from Mohammed Safi, showing his all-round talents. He was fan code European Cricket Series Austria. And this was a bad one from Shami Mohammed, who did some good things in the game, but that wasn't one of them. And then this one, Ashfaq trying to trip the light. Fantastic. Just landing on the rope with that left foot, trying to run inside the boundary. And well, it was all over. Safi did finish it off with a Maximo. Took them to 93 off 9 overs, defeating Bangladesh Austria with an over to spare. And well, 3 players reached 20. Kailash again looking dangerous before he was caught by Gil Singh off the bowling of Rahat Shahid for 21 off 11 balls, 3 fours and a Maximo. This day probably will be remembered for Kailash hitting our main camera earlier in the day. Captain Khyber Malia, like I said, he batted through the innings 26 off 22. Never really got going though. Omari and Said went cheaply. Mohammed Safi was the hero at the end, 31 and out of 16 balls with 2 fours and 2 sixes, reaching the target of 90 with 6 deliveries to spare. And look, with the ball, Rahat Shahid was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 11. He took the other wicket, went to Uzal Mazumdar, who took 1 for 16. Iqbal Hussain, very expensive in this game, went for 33 off his 2 overs. Wasn't a very happy return for Iqbal. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see him in action tomorrow in those games. It's going to be really interesting to see the first 2 games tomorrow, because at the end of match 34, just halfway through the day, we'll say goodbye to one of these 2 teams. Bangladesh and Austria, they're up first in the morning against Vienna CC. So they're playing for their lives. Vienna CC also can consolidate their position in the preliminary finals by winning that game. And Cricketer CC taking on Vienna Danube. Well, again, the higher you finish, the easier the final you'll get. Semi-final and the preliminary finals Friday. So all these games important. Then the second half of the day, we'll see Group A in action. The top 4 teams from the round robin phase. Vienna Afghan versus Pakistan CC, followed by Indian Vienna versus Salzburg. And well, we hope you've had a great day wherever you've been around the world. Don't forget there's plenty more cricket coming your way tonight. We have 2 more matches from Portugal, semi-final night in Portugal. In fact, I know Rico's waiting to go. Starting in about 2 hours' time. We've got Marlow versus Hueras. And then Gorka 11 versus Indian Royals. So for the first time in Portugal, we get to see 4 teams on one night. And well, all 4 of those teams will have their eyes on the prize. They're only 2 games away from taking out the Fancode Portugal T10. Tonight is semi-final night, and tomorrow is the finals. Starting with 3rd place playoff, and then the big one, the final between the winners of tonight's 2 semi-finals. Well, as usual, it's been a big day, and thanks to everyone here on the ground, all the ECN crew, as well as Quinton, the Big Q, and our hosts from Vienna CC for all their work putting this tournament together. And of course, the players and the teams, who of course are doing things under quite harsh COVID restrictions at the moment, as well as our crew from Spring Productions. And well, that camera is going to need counselling after that 6 from Kailash took it out. And I'm sure that'll pop up on our social media at European Cricket on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. Why don't you follow us? You can also follow me, Mr. Maximo. You can follow Michael McCann at This Is McCann, CCNN. And well, European Cricket social media, it's a great place to go to get all the highlights, things you might have missed. Also, I'm sure that our Day 9 preview won't be too far away at our website, europeancricket.com. That is a great place to go to get all of the information on the games coming up, and there are some crucial ones tomorrow, particularly in Group B, as they fight for survival in the Fancode European Cricket Series Austria. And thanks also to Kit Harris, who covered me in the first game. I was working on a few things behind the scenes, but well, I was interested to see the resurgence of Cricketer CC this morning. And again, change as good as a holiday. Find themselves on the top of Group B already. They've qualified for preliminary finals Friday, but they would want to win their 3rd and final Group B match to consolidate that position. And thanks again to everyone who joined us in the live chat today. James Stewart and Stephen Kelk and Luke Belgium still there, SLC. PC Durham, I've really enjoyed your input today. Thank you so much for joining us. And Shishir Parajuli also enjoyed the chat today, and I enjoyed watching it as well. Lots of topics were discussed. So just under 2 hours away from semi-final night in Portugal. Well, Michael McCann, again, thank you for your work today, and always appreciate Michael's input next to me. He's done a great job as well with the coin tosses and bring us all the pertinent information about these crucial matches in Vienna. And we plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 cricket on the European Cricket Network this year. But for now, we'll sign off for the evening. We'll see you in Portugal, then we'll see you tomorrow from 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India for another day of action on the European Cricket Network. 6 big games across 2 countries. Well, you'll only see it right here on ECN. For now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, wishing you all the best on behalf of Michael McCann. This has been ECN, and see you tomorrow for more Fancode European Cricket Series.